Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Koalas Esports All-Stars Tournament playoff run. I'm joined here with Haz, Daddy Slim, the one and only, and we're going to be looking forward to some really nice games today. Obviously, yesterday we saw some of the best talent that KE has to offer, and today we're going to see it even more. How you doing, Haz?
Yeah, not doing too badly. Feeling pretty good and looking forward to some fantastic Overwatch action. There was a bit of it going on last night, and we're actually going to be able to jump in with some interviews in a bit with some of the captains that competed, of course, with the teams. But before we do need to go over, of course, how the events run tonight, the map pool, which teams will be playing off in what certain areas. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, most definitely. And today we're gonna be starting off in the quarterfinals with Top Quality and NASA. NASA yesterday had a bit of a rough go of it, and so they've been put in the 4th position. And Top Quality had a banger of a game against Koala Ruse, but unfortunately came up short. We're gonna see Koala Ruse in the semifinals, who'll be taking on the winner of NASA and Top Quality. And Yo Goon Squad, after their absolute smashing performance yesterday, are gonna be in the finals already, waiting to see who is going to challenge them. As Has said, we do have some captains ready for the interviews. And yeah, it's just going to be a bloody good show, I think.
We're going to have a lovely chat with them. And, well, it's all today. Whatever happened yesterday is in the past, especially for teams like NASA and Top Quality. Didn't quite get the results they were hoping for, but today is a different day. And if you win these ones, you can get through. Of course, tonight's proceedings, it will be a best of 5 for quarterfinals and semis. The finals should be consisting of a best of 7. So really get yourself seated for that one. Grab your popcorn, your soda, drinks, whatever you want. It's going to be a cracker. I guess we'll jump into the interviews with the captains now. We, of course, have the fellas Blob, Corvus, KRocket, and KSY. So it should be a good chat with them now.
Yes, sir.
That's because his ass is getting sent to space by every team he versus.
I'm not gonna fucking deny it.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing this evening?
Hello.
Yeah, pretty good.
No worries. Well, Mr. B, did you want to start us off with the first question for these fine gentlemen?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to start off the first question here to KSY. Your Goon Squad had a really good time last night, obviously going 3-0 and not dropping a single map to anyone. How are you guys feeling coming into this? And do you think that anyone is going to offer any competition?
Yeah, that's a pretty easy question. No. We think this might be even easier than yesterday. And we spent half of yesterday in the enemy spawn. So we're pretty confident, yeah.
Whew, some spice coming out, Has. What do you...
Yeah, well, it's what you like to hear, you know. You've got to be very confident about how you put yourself out there. Now, I'm looking for the NASA captain, if he could present himself forward to us here.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Rocket. So you guys unfortunately didn't have the best run of it yesterday. You were missing a DPS, but do you feel like having him back into the squad for this one is going to improve your chances come finals time?
I would say that it would improve it, but like, so yesterday we were struggling because we were switching between off-tech. So we were switching between off-tank players to play DPS. So we were playing Sombra mostly, and that kind of messed up the team because most of us had to play off roles. So I think today we might do better because we get to play our actual roles. Yeah,
well, that would be pretty nice to see NASA not in a space freefall for at least these games.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking for the captain of Top Quality here. Would you like to present yourself to me?
Hello.
Hello. So yesterday you performed quite well. You obviously went down to your Goon Squad, but you did manage to beat NASA, and you went down in a nail biter to Koala Ruse. How is the team's mental coming into today?
We're excited, actually. Yeah, we're excited. We know what to do better. We know how to play around these guys. Yeah, no, it's an easy win. It's called a story arc. It's what we planned for. Don't worry about it.
The story arc. I like that. I like the excuse there. Tempo. Has all yours.
Yes, well, last night only one of the games actually went to 3 maps, so we've come tonight onto the 5 map set. I guess this question is to all of you, and you can pick which one answers first. But do you feel like the bigger map pool and having, I guess, a lot longer to sort of prepare yourself and, I guess, roll on from each map is going to mean that it's going to be a lot closer tonight come each one?
I don't know about these guys, but for us, it gives us a better opportunity to roll NASA in our game.
That's good to hear, really. NASA Cap, do you have a response to that? You're being told that you're going to get rolled.
To be honest, like yesterday, he just got lucky. Just straight up, he got lucky.
Ooh.
Mm.
Ooh.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. You guys, of course, will be up first, and then following that, we will have the other boys over on the Koala Ruse side, and then the old Goon Squad. Well, I guess the Goon Squad, you guys are going to be waiting a bit, so do you feel like that's going to affect you immensely, just having to wait that bit longer to get into the finals time? Because last time we did have one of the in-house tournaments, one of the teams that was basically waiting to win the championship, well, having that break off sort of broke them. They went down 3-0 in that best of 5 grand final series. Do you feel like you guys might have the same sort of mental fortitude to get past there?
Yeah, I think it's a huge disadvantage. But I also don't think we need to worry. Because these guys suck. So.
Oh yeah, here first.
I'm loving the fire. Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. And without further ado, we're going to let you guys get back to your teams. We're going to let you guys get prepared, get set up. And we'll be going into the first game relatively shortly.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay.
All right, have a good game, lads. Hopefully you all do well. And may the best team win.
We will.
Very entertaining stuff, you do have to say. Seems like the old Goon Squad captain, and possibly their teammates, they're pretty confident they've got this one in the bag. But there are still games to come tonight, and we will be kicking off this evening's proceedings with the Top Quality and Nessa. The two sides that didn't have the best run of it, unfortunately, in their early matches yesterday, but they've got a chance to make amends and push towards winning that match.
Exactly. As we can see here, we're going to see, I believe it is not Koala, I believe it is NASA that we're going to be seeing right now. And Top Quality, sorry, we're going to be seeing right now. And Top Quality has, like we said, they had moments of brilliance, but they also ended up going down in their last game. We can see people like Temporalic on the flex role there. Probably playing main tank, and we're actually going to see Mechman on the off tank. He's had highlights in the past, especially on the Diva and Zarya, and 12e, who performed out of his mind yesterday, especially against Yale Goon Squad on the Widowmaker and on the Ashe. And you can't forget about Jai McFlurry either, who kept the team together with his healing for most of the tournament.
Well, as they say, teamwork makes the dream work, and if you've got good healing and you've got a decent DPS controlling the area, such as a Widow, you're going to have a lot of fun there. Meanwhile, on the other side on NASA, we have, of course, Rocket, the level 1 endorsement, Reinhardt, King Penguin. He's just okay, and he's got to keep that smile after their results yesterday. You've got to just push through it, I guess. We've got Kurt, the expansive hero pool, which is what you love to see on a bit of attack there. We've got Boobles, the feeder, is playing a Mei, which it's just fantastic. Everyone loves Mei. I've never seen such a loved character in all Overwatch. Bradley picking up the Baptiste, the DPS Zen, of course, but sometimes you do have to trade out which healer you're going to play. And tonight it's going to be a bit of Baptiste for him and Taze. Reddit time, baby Mercy. I'm looking forward to this one. I think both teams, especially with NASA bringing back one of their DPS mains in, it's going to mean that it's going to be a lot closer, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be closer. And with the map pool, especially today, we're going to be starting off with Oasis, and then we'll be moving into our hybrid maps, which is a choice between Eichenwald and Blizzard World. Then we're going to be moving into our Escort, which is Junkertown and Rialto. Then Assault if needed with Volskaya Industries and Temple of Anubis. And if we go to that all intense map 5, it will be Nepal, rounding off the map pools here. And all of these maps offer a variety of different play styles. Obviously, you can go with the brawl comps on maps like Eichenwald. You can go with a double sniper as well. I think we're going to be in for some really creative compositions coming from different teams. And I'm really looking forward to especially NASA here and how they utilize their their DPS who wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah, well, they've got themselves a chance to, I guess, get a bit more ready. Yesterday, of course, it was best of threes all the way through in the round robin section of the tournament, but now they've got themselves stuck in a best of 5. And I would be thinking that they've got themselves a lot bigger of a chance to actually get set, even if they do have a poor game to begin with, possibly. On Oasis, they still didn't have the chance of hybrid. They've got an escort, and even if beyond that, an assault and then another control. So I feel like they'd be feeling pretty confident to bounce back. But top quality, the guys, they'd say that they're probably the second best team in this pool. Unfortunately, going down to Koalas in that tight one yesterday, so they'd be out to show everyone that, well, yesterday was just a bit of a off one in the final game, and they want to make sure they get to that semi-final because I'm guessing they want revenge on Koalas.
Oh, I'm sure they want revenge. All of these players, they've shown how hungry they were, and they showed how confident they were in that interview as well. And I think that's a really good mindset to have coming in, especially after losing in what should be such a heartbreaking fashion. Just to have that mental fortitude to say, look, we just got unlucky. We're going to come in today and we're going to just beat the pants off of all of these teams. I have to commend them for it. I really do. As it looks like we're about to go into map 1.
Seems like both teams just getting their final places ready, their final team chance, the talks, the captains, all preparing for what should be a fantastic best of 5 series. And this is only the first. Remember, after this one, we of course have the next semi-final, another best of 5, and then whoever gets through will face the old Goon squad in the best of 7, the grand final. So that is going to be an absolute ripper. But for now, we start here on Oasis, a lovely control map. And while this is where games can be won and lost early, if you get yourself a bit of momentum rolling on the first map, you can easily get the other ones in your back pocket. It's going to be interesting to see these team comps, but I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, most definitely. Oasis is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, control maps, just because of the amount of variety you can have in your compositions. You can, especially here, we can see the Farah come out if we want to. We might see the Echo actually come out from both teams, both hovering over that pick. We might be trolled a little bit, but it also looks like that both teams are going to be on the dive composition. Something I really want to point out here is that Mechman, who is generally an off-tank, has taken over the Winston spot. I've seen him play Winston. It hasn't always looked great, but I mean, he could bring it back. He could show a lot of potential. As we're going to go in, we're going to see Kurt on the Sombra as well, and we're also going to see the Lucio Ana coming out instead of the Ana Mercy. As we just see both teams now just posturing, trying to gain a little bit of space. We see the early poke damage coming in, and straight away, we're going to see NASA take up the high ground positioning. This just gives them that extra spam damage, extra poke, and we're just going to see Kurt looking around in the back line, just trying to get hacks onto the tanks. He actually does manage to get a hack on Mechman, yeah. And the dive comes into the back line now. Jai is under immense pressure, and he actually goes down. The Kana dive does come in now. Bradsy goes down in return, so it's a 1-for-1 trade with both Arnas going down. KRocket manages to go down there to 12-y, and it's just going to be clean up here. No, Kurt actually manages to find Mechman, and Bubbles goes down to Ghostly Nest. Still even in this fight. Bubbles manages to take out Temporalic, but King Penguin manages to find the Mercy on NASA. The Lucio is still here for NASA, sorry, and we're just going to see maybe some cleanup. No, point flip comes over. Ghostly Nest takes out Taze. King Penguin goes down. And this is just going to be the one fight here for top quality.
Yeah, and I do like the idea from NASA there going after James Elliott because they noticed he was out of position at Ana. He was stuck in towards that left side room. They got him, but unfortunately because they had spent so much doing there, they actually spread out 2 of their other players, losing them in the backlines there. And even though it was a close fight, top quality in the end, just having the strength of numbers and getting the job done.
Yeah, Kurt actually went down early there to the Baby Diva, and it was just after Taze had gone down to a pulse bomb as he lets off the visible ouch in chat. Taze dying really early and then Kurt dying really early before the fight can commence is really not good for NASA. It means that they're just going to have to wait longer, and that point percentage is not slowing down for anyone as we're going to see them start moving in now. No early pickoffs this time, so they're actually going to be able to get the dive. They nano boost KRocket in, but he doesn't really get a lot done. The EMP comes out and manages to catch 5 members. That's an absolute cracker of an EMP. They managed to pick off Dysentery. Bubbles does go down in return, however. But Bubbles does manage to pick off Mechman just after he goes down. There's a copy coming in now for Ghostly. He copies to Winston, gets into the backline. 12E and Kurt manage to help each other out. King Penguin is just trying to fly around, get out for help as Giant McFlurry goes down to KRocket. Primal Raging Echo now. It's in the backline, trying to put pressure on Bradzy, but he manages to get the Mega Health Pack and stay alive. Now we're going to see King Penguin go down to get DMX, by Temporalic, and Ghostly manages to find his Echo counterpart. As Bubbles also finds Ghostly with those sticky bumps. Primal Rage comes out now for KRocket, and he's just trying to contest the point. But where's the rest of his team? Taze manages to get Temporalic, but Ghostly manages to kill off KRocket. This fight has gone on for ages. This is just one long fight, and Mechman manages to find 2 in the backline with a nano boost.
Yeah.
A disaster.
Unfortunately there for NASA, they're doing a lot of the hard pushing. They're getting a lot of these fights. They're winning a lot of the battles, but they just can't get that final push to take the point there. And now it's basically just a dive on to try and keep this one going for as long as possible, popping these ults here. You just have to say,
Oh my god, massive EMP! This could be enough! All of the members on top quality are low, but Megman manages to find Taze. No Bubbles managed to stall out for ages on that Echo copy. KRocket does manage to find Dysentery, so it's actually even fight right now. There's a lot of ults, there were a lot of ults coming into that fight, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Kurt goes down to Temporalic, and now it should just be clean up here. There is a lack of healing though at the moment. Temporalic does go down to does lose his mech to Bubbles, and now it's just going to be the focus fire on Mechman. Temporalic and Baby Diva actually manages to find Bubbles, and now it's really rough. He gets back. Temporalic manages to get back in mech. Minefield comes out now from Ghostly with the Echo copy onto the Hammond, and he actually finds KRocket, and that's just going to be the end of the round with Ghostly picking up 2.
well, that was a brawl with a capital B, just back and forth there, and Quality somehow do not give up the point once, so fantastic defense from them. And honestly, NASA didn't particularly do a lot wrong there. They really did fight for that one. They were pushing in very well. Their ults were hitting. They just couldn't quite get the string of kills to just knock Quality basically out of the fights. And they just kept losing members when they really didn't need to in just those certain close situations like the one at the end. Bubbles up against the Baby Diva and he loses that fight. And unfortunately, you've got to win those ones if you're going to make sure that you keep this one going. But a new map here, and well, NASA, they would like to get some percentages. They move in towards this one, and well, Quality one away here from closing the first complete map out.
Yeah, new map and new composition as well coming out from NASA as we see the Rosario Roadhog come out with the Ash Mercy. This is so much spam damage here. They just dive in. Mechman shows no fear. He goes in and actually forces out the projectile bubble. Big anti-nano to KRocket. KRocket's actually going to go down. Great focus fire there from NASA, but it doesn't matter. Bradzy manages to find Mechman and Kurt manages to find Dysentery. A lot of space has just been denied, but 12E manages to find King Penguin. Temporalic gets Taze, and Ghostly finishing off Kurt means that this push is going to go in favor of top quality.
Yeah, and I was worried there for a second that Quality might have screwed that up. They got aggressive, they got their first early picks, and then they lost 2 almost immediately. Some nice shooting there from the side of NASA. Keep that one close, but in the end, it's just that aggressiveness that NASA really don't seem to be that ready for. And they're struggling to just hold their front line as that Winston's just diving straight into them.
Yeah, and we see the swap onto Sombra here. It's an interesting pick, but he's obviously just looking around the backline, trying to get hacks and trying to stop the aggression going onto his team. Whether or not it'll work or not, we'll find out. 12E actually tries to get the pulse bomb, but it doesn't work, and KRocket actually manages to find it before he can recall. Now they're going to start pushing in. There's a lot less pressure on the backline. They manage to find Mechman. Bomb comes out from Temporalic. Is it going to be big? He doesn't actually know. He actually managed to find Bradzy, but I don't think it's going to be enough as he goes down to KRocket. Resurrect comes onto Mechman, but I don't think it's going to matter with Jai going down. It's just going to be to stall out some percentage here. And what do you think managed to cause that flip there as we just see the cleanup?
Well, it started with 12E missing a pulse bomb, getting a bit too aggressive in the back line. And then, well, for the first time there, NASA, they got aggressive. They knew it was the 5v6, and everyone had to push in together. A Diva Bomb does take down their Anna, but overall, they just really they pushed in together as a team. They worked well. The tanks are up in the front line, causing a lot of the damage. And that's what you want. If you get a pick, you need to get aggressive, and you need to make sure that you take the advantage out of that as well. Well, he's going to start off the fight there pretty well for the side of Quality.
Yeah, that is an amazing start. We see the Graviton Surge come out, but it's not able to get much done. We see the Nano Boost invested and the Whole Hog, but Ghostly's just on the Echo copy on the Roadhog behind. He manages to build up his Whole Hog so much quicker. He actually manages to find KRocket and doesn't actually use the Whole Hog, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need the ultimate. He manages to find King Penguin. 12 gets Bradsy, and despite 12 going down to Taze of all people, it doesn't matter. Ghostly picking off Taze, Dysentery getting the res onto 12 and Bubbles is just going to have to try and get out there.
It's pretty unfortunate there for NASA also investing the Ana and the Roadhog ult together for that one, not picking up anything. And that, if you're going to be doing that, I feel like they almost did it for the reason just to sort of stall for a bit longer, get a bit more percentage on the point. But if you're going to win these games, you need to make sure your ults are landing and getting kills. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting much done.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to get much done. Mech actually falls really low and a massive EMP. 4-man. Stick on to Ghostly Ness. Actually manages to finish him off. King Penguin goes and finds Dysentery, and he actually manages to get 3 in this fight. 4 in this fight. King Penguin is just running amok against top quality here.
And there it is again. That's exactly what they're after. They use the MP really well there, and they get aggressive. They're just charging onto everyone. They got the Mercy and the Winston stuck in towards that right corner room. And it's just those instant picks which they struggled to get in that first map beforehand. But this is what they're doing now. They've certainly switched around, but again, Bubbles is getting a bit too aggressive there.
Oh, not Bubbles going down there is really bad. Nice hook in onto Mechman, but the anti-nade comes in just in time for Jai. He actually manages to connect onto KRocket as well, which forces him to back up. Mech jumps into the backline, but he's been a bit too aggressive. No, he actually manages to pop the Primal Rage and find Bradsy. Nano Boost onto Ghostly here, manages to keep more damage on there. Temporalic finds KRocket, Ghostly finds Taze, and this might just be cleanup on the last fight here. Yeah, the flip comes in. They do grab Mechman in the backline, but he's not finished off. Nano Boost does come out onto the Zarya. Someone does actually manage to touch and keep the point contested. It's Kurt, just by himself, the lonely Sombra. He gets anti, translocate. Can someone else touch? Yes, King Penguin actually jumping over Mechman like he's a Goomba. Just walking over, stick onto KRocket, manages to finish him off while he's using the Whole Hog. Valkyrie comes out now for Taze, and it's just not going to matter. There's still so much damage here. So much damage. Massive grab. Massive pulse bomb there. Massive pulse bomb. Diva bomb, my apologies. Resurrect comes onto Kurt, but Ghostly finishes off Bradsy. Kurt's not going to be able to do much on this Sombra, and Taze isn't going to be able to do enough on this Mercy. It's just going to be round over. Map 1 goes over to top quality.
Yeah, good showing from quality there, really. Just jumping on the mistakes of NASA there, and I hate to point out ones, like anyone specifically, but Bubbles just too aggressive there, unfortunately. I know he was trying to go for a bit more ult charge as the quality were all stuck in towards their spawn, and that's exactly what. It's not the worst thing to be doing. You want to be building up ult charge for certain fights in the future, but when you're that when your enemy team is that close to flipping the point and taking the match, you really have to be careful about what you do in that situation. And in the end, it does cost them. Quality, though, very strong showing on the first one. They had to fight a bit scrappier there in the second of Oasis, but they get the job done. And they take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series, 2-0. So they'll be pretty happy with their performance there.
Yeah, they will definitely be happy with that performance, especially with the confidence coming in to this game. Something I want to ask, what do you think about the composition that NASA were running? Because they obviously leaned a lot towards the Sombra there, and it just didn't seem to be working. Kurt didn't seem to be able to get the hacks that he needed. He did get some massive EMPs, but those were really the only fights that they won. It didn't seem like they had enough consistent damage to poke through. What's your opinion on the composition they ran?
I think Quality just played well into the Sombra. They were very aware what Kurt was trying to do, and they were very aggressive any time that he popped out to get any sort of hack or damage away, and they just weren't giving him an opportunity to actually get much done. His ults were very good, especially on that second one there. Like, he was getting 4 or 5 people in each of the ones he did, and that's exactly what you want from a Sombra. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do, in general play, in the backline hacks to get much done. And since that there's no real shield to be contesting there, you do wonder maybe the Sombra isn't the real pick you're after. But for control maps, it's always good to at least have one of the people down in those close fights. So I don't think it was the worst pick. I just think Quality played really well into it.
Yeah, most definitely. And Quality definitely looked much improved over yesterday, where it seemed like as soon as the fight got a little bit messy, they just got a little bit lost and weren't able to bring it back. But in that game, they just seemed so on point with their calls, and I don't know whether that's MechMan moving over to the main tank and actually taking charge of that, but it was definitely very clean from Quality, as we are actually going to go into Blizzard World. This is going to be a very interesting map, because I know that Kurt is going to be licking his chops right now. He cannot wait to play the Widowmaker and the Ashe here. I'm sure of it. It's going to be such a good duel.
Yeah. Well, and also this is NASA's pick now, since they do go down in that game. They get to pick this map up, and well, this is their opportunity to even the series up, and you don't want to be going down 2-0. You can still fight back, of course, but you have to win 3, and also the next map would be picked by Quality, so this is where they need to get the job done. They need to get rolling. They certainly showed it on that second bit of control there, but now they need to lay all their cards on the table, otherwise they might be heading for an early exit.
Yeah, most definitely, and I'm certain that none of these players want to go into an early exit here. As we're just waiting for the captains to confirm that they're ready and to go into the map. Do you think we're going to see any compositional swaps for top Quality here? Obviously, they played their composition extremely well last map. Do you think they're just going to stick to what they're doing well, or do you think that they're going to go onto something that might suit the map a little better, especially the DPS picks, where they might pick up a Widowmaker themselves?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because there's no reason, I guess, for them not to go against the dive, because you can definitely play dive quite well onto this map at least, especially for the starting area, but they might think they want that, I guess, bigger shield, at least for pushing forward. And this is for both teams, whether or not they want to keep the Roadhog and sort of Zarya that most of them were trying to do there. And as you can see, Kurt and also Boobles, they're going to be picking up, well, looks like Ashe and Widow, so the double, especially on attack, that's always an interesting one, but the double snipers, and if they land their shots, they can easily get past this first one. It seems like 12 is going to be picking up an Ashe over on the side of Quality, and Ghostly Nest on that Tracer, but it looks like no real shields, still the Roadhog and the Zarya, so it's going to be, again, just these close fight-ups, and whether or not you can hit your shots as the DPS, that's going to be very big to see who can take control of this first objective.
Yeah, and as we go into the map, we're going to really see top Quality rely on Ghostly to keep Kurt in check, because otherwise he's got such open sight lines for this map, and he's actually just trying to get some early damage there, trying to get an early pick, as we actually see the engage from Ghostly onto Bubbles. He's forced to recall straight away, so now there's a lot less pressure on the back line, and now they're just going to be able to slow push in. We're going to see them going onto the left side here, trying to just take that space, and we actually see 12e win the duel against Bubbles. And with Ghostly there to just camp the res, are we going to actually see it? We do see it. Recall used as well. And Kurt actually goes down to 12e. 12e's managed to take out both snipers, and that's so good for them. That's so good. There's so much less pressure on them now in these open sight lines. And with MechMan managing to finish off KRocket, it seems like that's going to be it, as 12e gets the late pick onto Bubbles. Even despite the late sleep onto Ghostly, they weren't able to finish it off.
No, and see, this is the unfortunate part for the two attacking snipers here for Kurt and also Bubbles, because 12e basically has the down sight line of not really have to worry about what else is sort of coming at him. He gets a clear sort of shot of the Kurt, and also Bubbles have to be watching for the other tanks and other ones up close, so it does make it a lot more difficult.
Oh no, Kurt, that was really, really greedy by Kurt, just blinds grappling up, but we actually see KRocket punish it, managing to get the Mercy, and the res comes onto Kurt. Now it's a 5v6. Now it's just who can sustain longer, and without the Mercy, it's going to be so much harder for top Quality to actually do it. We see the Infrasight come out now for Kurt, and he actually goes down to the Tracer. Nano Boost goes onto King Penguin on the Zarya here, and a big anti-nade from Bradsy manages to get 2, but it doesn't matter. The damage is just coming out right now. 12 manages to get Bubbles, and Temporalic manages to find KRocket with a whole hog. That's just going to be another reset.
Yeah, unfortunately there for NASA. They did have a slight opportunity, but Quality keeping their ults together as 12e again. He's just landing shots everywhere at the moment. Other boys struggling to get anywhere near him. They had that opportunity. He was without his Mercy. Didn't have any healing really available around him apart from the Anno, who was focusing on their tanks. So now then, a minute 45, and the time's already ticking down. They've not got a single tick yet, and well, NASA, they need to start pushing in quickly now, as Ghostly seems to be doing a slight flank over towards the backline there as well.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb actually comes in and manages to find Taze. That fight's over. He's just managed to win the fight with one of the best with one of the most fast charging ultimates in the game. That's so bad for NASA. That's another 30 seconds off the time. Just, that's so clean from Ghostly.
It's really well played from Ghostly. He knows that he's got to land one of those. You get one of the healers, and that's just an instant reset. That's 20-30 seconds taken off the clock, and now he's just making his way out of there. He's basically just a nuisance at this point. Bloomer's actually picked up that Hanzo, so still the 2 shots in there, and Kurt popping his ult. They need to find some picks here. 58 seconds. This possibly could be the last fight. And there it is. That's the one they're after.
That is definitely the one they're after. And Bubbles actually finds Dysentery as well. Graviton Surge comes out. Kerr manages to find Ghostly with a headshot. And KRocket whole hog into the Graviton Surge. It's going to be so hard for Top Quality to live that. And KRocket finding Temporalic, that's going to be the point cap. Point A going the way now. As Bubbles and 12E just... Bubbles and Kurt just hunt down 12E there.
And that is exactly what you want. Fantastic stuff there from Bubbles, getting those 2 early picks. First onto, I think it was the Ghostly there. And it forced out Decentra to do the revive, and then he just jumped around the corner. And even with the revive coming in, got her, and then that's just a healer down. Ultimate's thrown out, and just a really good take there. And they took their time there, NASA, but they get the first one, and they do it pretty cleanly.
Yeah, it was very clean. We're going to see ultimates coming online now for Top Quality, as we actually can see KRocket fall really, really low. But he's just giving charge right now for Bradzy to get towards his Nano Boost, who now actually has it. So now it seems more even. Bob coming out, just running past Card all the way in the back line as we see the Dragon Strike come in from the right side. Graviton Surge used, and they managed to pick off KRocket in it, and King Penguin goes down. But Kurt's on the side. He's managed to pick off 2 people, but he actually goes down to 12E. It doesn't seem to matter, despite the heroic effort from Kurt. As we see the res from Dysentery, that was so ballsy, right in front of the Hanzo. Manages to res Jai anyway, and the fight's going to be over. But that late kill on the Mercy might spell a bit of disaster for Top Quality.
It does look going to give them the chance to push in a bit quicker since they've got the closest spawn to this card at the moment. I don't think it's going to get much done, but Kurt with some nice shots. They really need to deal with 12E though. He's just being allowed to just basically sit out wherever he wants, and he's just getting free picks at everyone. And you wonder if they might want to change to a Winston or something just to dive him to keep there. But as I say that, some picks for both sides, so it's back and forth here in this fight at the moment.
Yeah, very back and forth. It seems King Penguin managed to just get hooked off the high ground immediately and went down. As we see Bubbles and Bubbles getting the better of Ghostly and getting the better of 12E as well. And die! What is Bubbles doing? He does go down to Temporalic, but he manages to pick off 3. This is going to mean that a faster re-engage can come in now. Taze is back. He might be able to find the Resurrect as well. Bradzy is still there. Yeah, the Resurrect comes out now. On to not Bubbles. Bubbles has just single-handedly won that fight for NASA. That's an insane play.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff from Bubbles. Just really using his movability and just hitting his shots there, which he needs to do. And they needed something to happen. They need both their snipers to hit their shots wherever they're available. And you get those early picks. And even though the fight's still then like a 1v2 and he basically loses, because of that closer spawn, they're getting closer. And now Kurt, he's got open areas, but Decentra takes down Bubbles. He's traded back there from King Penguin as 12. He switched over to the Widow. He's going to take down KRocket. Decentra will get the revive as well, meaning it's going to be left in 4v6. And Tay's popping the Mercy ult. 28 seconds. This is probably the last fight that's going to be here, so they need to get a pick or just fall back slightly, not lose anyone, so the rest of their team can come back. But I don't think Wildy are really going to let them allow them to do that.
No, it's such a rough. That's such a rough fight. Bubbles went down very early, actually, to Dysentery, who popped the Valkyrie and just decided to kill 2 people straight away, as well as get the res on McMahon, who died. Now McMahon's managed to build up towards his grab, and despite a hook and almost a kill, Holo comes out now from Temporalic and actually manages to find Taze. Dragon Strike comes in, and despite that, Torvin manages to find Bubbles, and on the other side, Ghostly found Kurt earlier. Ghostly manages to find Bradzy now, and it just seems it's going to be it. The Nano Boost from the Zarya doesn't seem like it's going to be able to do enough. Dragon Strike comes in now for Ghostly, and everyone is just cleaned off of the fight with off of the point with McMahon finishing off King Penguin. That's a rough time if you're NASA right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, NASA, for them there, they just didn't win the duels that they needed to when the time mattered. There was definitely back and forth between both DPSs, but when you're tanks and you're not playing a dive formation, you very much have to rely on your DPS getting the picks onto, say, the Ashe or the other ones that are roaming around. You need to be hitting those shots and winning it. And unfortunately for that first one, they just probably took a minute or two too long to get that first point. They do manage to get halfway on the second push there with the cart, and they'd be reckoning that they can definitely hold that. It's it's a hard spot underneath that bridge for an attacking team to at least get to, but there needs to be a decent hold on this first objective here. If they can push them back to at least a minute or even just hold it out fully, it'll get them, I think, either the win or it will push them towards getting it or towards getting the closeness of it. And they need to take out this map. If you're going to be in a best of 5 series, you really don't want to be down 2-0 at this stage.
No, and even if you do go down this map, you at least want to put up a decent effort on the defense here, as we're actually going to see Bubbles on the Soldier, locking the legs here. We're going to see Ghostly taking the Genji. This is the second time that we've seen Soldier played in this tournament. We saw it played by Casey yesterday, and it was used quite effectively. Whether or not it'll get the same effect with Bubbles here, we'll see. But with his performance on Hanzo, it's definitely looking like he can do anything that he wants right now. We're just going to see, like I said, the Genji from Ghostly and the Hanzo from 12 years. We're just going to see Ghostly looking around, trying to get to the right side here, trying to contest that high ground from Kurt and Bubbles. And is he going to be able to find him? No.
Oh, he didn't notice him.
He managed to just avoid him. Managed to just avoid him. It's just a slow push right now as Bubbles come out from Mechman. I don't know whether Hook was used. No, Hook is now used, and Bubble is also used onto KRocket. This is when they're going to look for aggressive. But Bradsy is the one who actually gets the pick. He manages to find Ghostly, but KRocket gets antied in the front line. It doesn't really matter if your tank isn't there. He does manage to go down, and Torvi does manage to find Kurt, but Bubbles finds Dysentery, so there's no Resurrect available now for top quality, as we see the Resurrect come onto KRocket, sorry, and the 18-8 onto 12, it means that he's going to go down quite quickly, and that should be the end of the fight, unless we see some heroics from Temporalic. They are trying to get forward. This could be punished. Yeah, Mechman managed to punish KRocket for his hubris, and now it's going to be the re-engage. This is insane gameplay right now from top quality, patiently just walking backwards, as we're just going to see them trying to get a little spam, waiting for 12 to come back and respawn, but Bubbles actually goes down. Now they're just going to take residence on the point, and we're going to see a backup, a disengage now from NASA, as they're just going to give some ticks, let them take a couple of ticks before they re-engage, but a dive onto Taze. Can Ghostly find him? No, 12 actually finds him. Temporalic uses the whole hog and manages to get Penguin, but KRocket manages to hook Temporalic out of the hog. Now they can recontest point. Nanoboost goes onto KRocket now. Now he's able to just stay on the point. Kurt manages to find Ghostly, but a Resurrect comes onto Temporalic. Temporalic manages to find KRocket, and the bomb comes in now from Kurt. Graviton Surge invested by Mechman and cleans up the fight. Whew.
Pretty scrappy way to end that one there. It was definitely a lot happening towards the end. They at least waste a bit more time there, NASA, but overall I think Quality would be pretty happy with that push. And they won the first one. They also went, it was interesting going after Ghostly because he tried going the backline. He got Bradsy away from the main group, and Bubbles, they take him down, but then like just like that. Probably getting those early picks there. But they still managed to win that fight out, even with missing that Ana when there was a push went in, but they still go down, and with 4 and 10 minutes and already those 2 early picks, it's not looking too great here for NASA.
It is definitely not looking great, and something I've noticed recently is that they're not able to follow up on KRocket's hooks. They're able to hook someone, but they never get the finish. Now we see the hook come on to 12E after Kurt manages to find Dysentery, and that should just be the fight win. There's no damage and there's no healing. KRocket does get anti-net, and he might actually be punished for going a bit aggressive here, but no. The anti-net wears off, and he's managed to get heals off. Now they take point control, and they stop them at around the second corner here.
And that's what they want. At this point, it's all about they just need to stall for as long as possible, because the cart is going to reach where they're heading in probably the next minute or two, so they need to delay as long as possible. Again, those hooks from KRocket have been fantastic, but they're not quite following up on them. They do get that one on 12. The ultimate's coming out there, the Zarya one, and KRocket manages to push them away, and I mean, they will take that fight there.
Yeah, they will take that fight win. That was a really interesting fight, because Mech, it didn't seem like they needed to invest the Graviton Surge just yet, but they do. And they do manage to force out a couple of ults from them as well. They managed to force out the whole hog, and they managed to force out the tactical visor from it. But now the Nano Boost comes in onto Ghostly, and he manages to find Bradsy. He manages to find Kurt. He's just going in. Manages to find Taze as well. That's 3k for Ghostly Nest. Graviton Surge does come out and eventually shut him down, but a hook onto King Penguin. That's going to end it. And now with the Resurrects coming in, it's still 6 people on the point. Is anyone going to be able to touch here for the side of NASA? Kurt does manage to find Drovi before anyone else, but it doesn't matter. No one gets to the point.
And yeah, well, Quality, that is what you want to be doing if you're a TPS. 12E and also their Ghostly Nest. Just fantastic stuff. The ultimate from Ghostly and 12E just following up some lovely shots with the hands, though. And Well, they take the 1 and a 2-0 lead now. Top quality, and you just look here, it's just unfortunate because you do have a lot of these characters being away from their team. It does make it difficult for anyone to actually get on top of them. You dive on the Widow, you dive on towards the Mercy, and they just don't have time to get out of there, because if you hit the shots, you hit what you need to. It's just really simple stuff, and unfortunately for NASA, they're going to find themselves down 2-0, and with a whole lot of work to do, they'll need to flip this series if they want to continue in this tournament.
Yeah, they definitely are. We did see flashes of potential, though, from NASA, especially with Bubbles and Kurt. They managed to hit so many really nice shots. But again, I think it comes down to the fact that KRocket is managing to hit these hooks, especially on the enemy Roadhog, but it doesn't seem like there's enough focus fire to finish this off. Do you think that they stick with this Roadhog Zarya composition, or do you think they try and swap to something that allows Kurt and Bubbles to just do whatever they want to without having to focus fire on whoever's hooked?
Well, considering they're going to be going into Junkertown, I don't really feel like they're going to be changing much of the tank lineup, unless with the cart they might just think, you know what, we need to shield up. They could even think pirate ship possibly at this point if they want to try something different. But I feel like the problem is just follow-ups. For I think Quality and NASA are both actually playing very decent games, but Quality are just so much better at the moment, following up on hooks, on potential picks. They're able to push in, and they're just, it seems just like they're just gelling a bit better as a group. NASA, I mean, KRocket is getting, as you said, a lot of hooks in that second map there on Blizzard World, but they just can't quite follow up on them, and they can't quite follow up on the big picks that they get to keep the cart moving forward. Quality, they get the first pick, and then they just seem to roll through the rest of NASA. And if you're going to be moving the cart or you're going to be taking points, that's exactly what you're after.
Yeah, and remember what's on the line here. There's 100 OWL tokens for each member of a team available for the winner of this tournament, and you already know that NASA really wants those tokens, and you also know that Top Quality, they don't want to let their foot off the throat of NASA for a second, because like I said, you've seen the potential that Bubbles has had, you've seen the potential impact that Bubbles can have on a game, and you've got to be a little bit scared of him for Top Quality. Do you think that they try and focus on shutting Bubbles down more so in this map? Or do you think they just keep doing what they're doing and just rolling over the front line?
I think unless something really out of the ordinary happens, I think Quality will just be focused on more themselves as a team rather than what they need to shut down of NASA. They are the guys that are up 2-0. I think they might possibly be thinking a bit more about Bubbles and even Kurt with they were hitting shots at certain points, but it wasn't enough for sustained damage or to really put a dent into Quality in any I guess, sizable ways. And the problem for NASA is that they don't particularly have a lot of time to regroup. They're already down 2-0. There's not a lot of time, to change tactics or to at least think about moving on to, different setups, which I'm sure they probably do have, as the next map has already been picked. It's going to be Rialto. So it comes down to these first few pushes. It comes down to just pushing from fight to win. Bubbles might be targeted from Quality, but I think at the moment they'd just be pretty fine with how things are going. They'll probably just stick to what they have, and unless, as I said, something out of the ordinary happens, they should be moving on to a 3-0, unless NASA have something to say here.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that NASA have something to say. I think it would be really unfortunate for NASA to go home from this tournament without winning a single map. I'd feel very bad for them, but at the same time, people are here to play, and that is eventually what we are going to do as soon as all the members are ready. Obviously, we saw 12v on the Ashe doing a lot of work. Are we expecting more from 12v's Ashe, or are we expecting him to go back over to the to the Tracer that he was on in map 1?
I think for Rialto, there is definite reason to play both characters. I guess off from the start, depending on whether or not they feel like on attack or defense. But especially the first push, at least for both sides, you definitely can see a favorable sniper positionings. And this map has a lot of them. There's a lot of high ground buildings which you can get up to. But also a Tracer can go really well around here because there's lots of potential for flanks as well. So I'd be interested to see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Widow or an Ashe, and it looks like it's going to be that Widow for 12e. And Kurt, Bubbles, it's all of these just really well, it's just a sniper class. It's the one-shot headshot. You've got to hit, but you've got to hit them. And the problem is for NASA, they haven't been quite hitting them as much as they probably would have liked. Meanwhile, Quality just being a lot more consistent, especially 12 years. Ghostly now is going to be keeping that. Looks like the Genji and also Jame with the Ana there means there's going to be possibly a few Genji Ana ult combos, which is always a sight to see. But well, NASA, this is what it all comes down to. They've got to get this cart at least past the second point, you would imagine, to really stand a chance in this one.
Yeah, you definitely hope. I'm really interested in seeing this Widow duel between Kurt and 12v. 12v, like I said yesterday, was really good on this hero. We're just going to see early poke damage, and 12v actually immediately finds Bradzi. That's so much healing missing now for NASA, and now it's just going to be almost a straight retweet, retreat, especially with Temporalic finding not Bubbles, and they've just given up a ton of point space. They get it around the first corner, but this fight should almost be over, especially with Ghostly coming into the back, and 12v managing to find Kurt, just taking it off angle and finding it. Also getting a shot onto Bubbles, actually finishes off Bubbles in the end. 12v has been on an absolute tear at the start of this map.
Oh, but wow, he stuffs that up though, trying to basically get away, and he just, I don't know what happened there. He sort of missed it, and he's fallen right in the water. So, well. And I don't know if the mainstream's still ready on that. And they probably
I think the stream got it. I think the stream got it. 12v, what a roller coaster of events for 12v right there, managing to get 3 kills basically straight away. Obviously finding Bradzi, and then finding Bubbles and Kurt, and then walking off the map. That's a roller coaster of emotions, and hopefully he's still going to be in a good mindset despite walking off the map. And now we're just going to see a little bit of a reset without the sightline control. We're just going to see space given up, and we're just going to see high ground kept control of by Temporalic, as we see Kurt actually taking an off angle, and we see the engage coming in now, and Kurt actually manages to hit the headshot onto Dysentery while he uses the Valkyrie. What a nice shot, but it doesn't matter. Ghostly manages to find Kurt, and Tori manages to get tased, and it looks like a straight disengage is coming in with Mechman with a primal rage and the nano boost. It just seems like it's over.
They've just, the problem with NASA is they've just got to be more aggressive towards 12v. That might mean a Winston change or something. They just need some things to change, because he is just getting so much for free, and he's not being punished for it at all. And he's hitting his shots as well. I mean, to get in those positions is one thing. You need to land your shots, and he's doing a fantastic job of that. But if NASA are going to move this cart substantially forward at any rate, they need to hit these, and they need to hit them now.
Definitely do. They definitely do. Kurt has also been hitting quite nice shots. Like I said, hitting that Valkyrie Mercy, it's no easy feat, as he managed to avoid the self-destruct, and actually Kurt falling really low. Same with KRocket, who actually used the whole hog, and they managed to find Mechman, but KRocket does go down and return. Gravitar Surge is eaten by Temporalic. That could be massive. No Bubbles does find 12v, but it doesn't matter. Resurrect comes in onto Mechman, and Bubbles managing to find Jai and Dysentery and Mechman. Bubbles has managed to single-handedly carry that fight, getting 4 kills.
And that's exactly what they need. They need the dive character. They switched over. Bubbles went to the Genji there, and it works wonders. And that just puts 12v under so much pressure instantly out. He also picks up the 2 heals as well, which is just fantastic stuff. And they should be able to move this first one under, although now it becomes a bit of a problem because 12v is out the back, and they can't really get anyone around the back there. And Bubbles, though, he pops his ult, and he's going straight for that, takes down Jame. And he's also going to get, and you would think 12v here as KRocket gets Decentra. They've got this fight won, you'd imagine. Kurt actually takes the kill away from him there. Bradzi gets Mecha Man. KRocket takes down Temp, and well, NASA, they recover well. Pretty good first push, and 3:30 on the clock. They've got plenty more to go, and they might catch the Ana out here. Jame It's a 1v1 battle with Ghostly coming back. As
He actually wins the 1v1.
Yeah, we'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah. It was such a good engage by Nasa there, using the Coalescence just to keep the healing and extra damage, and then using the Dragon Blade to just get into the backline to stop the healing, as we actually see Kerr going down to 12e. 12e seems to have his number this entire time, and we're going to see the engage with 4 ultimates now. We might just see the Nano Blade clean up, but no, we might not even need it. KRocket sliding onto the building, almost gets taken down. Graviton Surge actually comes out. And now it's just damage going into the Graviton Surge. Primal Rage is popped by McMahon to sustain through it. It might not matter. Nano Blade comes through now and tries to go straight after the Moira. He can't get him though. He can't get it. The blip comes in from Taze. Ghostly has just whiffed his Nano Blade. That is so unfortunate. 12e though. 12e manages to come back and get 2 picks. He was just left uncontested that entire time. The blade was so much of a distraction, he could just stay there. Koalas comes down now from Bradzi, and it still looks like it's going to be the fight win for Nasa, but you had to be sweating as soon as 12e got those 2 picks.
And he tries to go to the back line, stop a few coming back from spawn, but Kurt is finally going to take him down. But yeah, Ghostly, unfortunately, just the Nano Blade didn't really work there, and that's just good for stuff from NASA. They had him blocked, they kept him away from everyone. They get that pick, he gets absolutely nothing for it. And they've almost reached this second one, and even if they lose this one here, they've probably got another fight in them as well.
Yeah, they definitely do. As we see the blade come out from Bubbles, he manages to get Jai straight away. He actually also gets 12e. Kurt manages to find Dysentery, and this fight, it might already be won. Ghostly does find Kurt in the end, but it might not matter, as we're just going to see the lack of damage, the lack of healing, and they're going to cap second point. This is much better play from Nasa coming out here.
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see. It was the change that they needed in Bubbles, as he's doing fantastically well in the Genji, which makes me think why they didn't probably go to him earlier, even on that second map. But he's doing it now, and they're really just controlling this. And now 12e is just struggling to be open, and that's the point you want there, is that 12e, well, he actually switches off Widow because of it. So clearly they're making them rethink their strategy, which is exactly what NASA want to be doing.
Yeah, both teams actually swapping off the Widow, Kirk going over to the Sombra, and they're just trying to find an engage, and KRocket goes really deep, has to pop his Primal Race to stay alive, and he's still being bursted down. He gets slammed and he gets taken down so early. Mech also popped his Primal Rage, he's also in the back line. Is he gonna get bursted down? Yes, he is! Primal Rages get absolutely nothing! Primal Rage is not a thing anymore! Ghost League manages to gets hacked, but does find Taze before he goes down. But Bubbles finds Dysentery, and it's just going to be another fight win for NASA as they're going to start rolling towards the end of the 3rd point here in Rialto.
It's, yeah, both Winstons just, well, I mean, first of all, I thought KRocket had sort of thrown the fight by going so deep, and he had no healing whatsoever in the backline, but it was almost a giant distraction because the rest of Koality went after the rest of their team. Makaman was left with his own.
No. Oh no, we see the Graviton Surge come out from King Penguin, but it doesn't get anything, but it doesn't matter because the Nano Blade doesn't happen because Dysentery on the Mercy steals the Nano Boost. Temporalic uses the bomb, manages to get a kill onto KRocket, and the Resurrect using the self-destruct as a shield, while 12e managed to get a blade and go into the backline and still find people despite the Nano Boost being misplaced. That was a weird fight to watch. The Graviton Surge got absolutely nothing, and neither did the Nano Boost.
Yeah, a couple of stuff up there from Quality, but in the end they get the job done. 12e got those 2 picks in the backlines, which is what he wants to do with that Nano. Well, I guess just the blade in this sense, since he didn't get the Nano with it. But they managed to stall them. 1:07 left on the clock now, so they'd be pretty happy with this push so far. But they want to get it all the way to the end to really just confirm, or give themselves a bit of breathing space, and at least feel like, oh, even if they get 3, we've got 3. That's exactly what they want to be thinking if they go on the defense side. But it's basically a brawl here at the moment around the card as both teams. Mega Man's going to be popping that Primal Rage, knocking a few of the members of NASA back as he jumps back towards the end there. And KRocket, he's actually going to be the one picking up Decentra. That's the Mercy gone. 5v6 now, but Mega Man is going to respond with a pick on the Bradzi. This time the Primal Rage is doing work for both of the Winstons. Also the Hank there as well, and that's going to do wonders. KRocket's going to take down 12e. Bubble's going to pick up Mega Man, and now left in what is a 5v3 situation. The cart should be moving forward immediately. Decentra is going to get the Anarold. I'm not entirely sure that was what was supposed to happen, but here it is. And they've been pushed off to the side there. The Tracer one onto KRocket's going to land, but him and Bubbles going to get Temp and Decent while that's happening. King Penguin this time. The Zarya ult, the Bubbles, everything is coming his way. Bradzi picks up Ghostly. Bubbles going to pick up Mega Man, and they're left in this one. A decent grenade there, Anti from Jane, but it's not unfortunately going to do a lot. Temp is going to be the last one around this point. Decent will jump out with him, but they're both going to go down almost immediately within each other. The old
Corby?
there from Corby though, he's jumping back in. He's trying to keep this one going as long as possible. He's going to get out of it, so Bradzi is going to take down 12, but now Mecha Man on the Bradzi. And have they managed to save this fight? James, Ghostly, they're just trying to keep this going as long as possible. They need to win these fights here now. NASA, if they want to take this point, they're going to get so close. Temp jumps back on. Now Ghostly, Dicentra gets the ring bomb. It goes down immediately as well. The Diva Bomb there from Temp is not going to get anything, but it does force them to hide out. KRocket, he's jumping around. They're all back now on the side of NASA. This fight just keeps going and going. KRocket, King Penguin, another picks. Now it's just Mr. Mecha Man riding around the point there. Ghostly trying to keep it going. And that's going to be the read. It's 3. They get the push. Try as they might, Quality can't stop them. And NASA get their first 3 of this series. That is exactly what they're after. They don't have any time remaining, but boy, oh boy, they'll be happy with that one.
You might need a couple of deep breaths there, as that fight went on for so long when it really didn't seem like it should. The cleanup was so sloppy from NASA there, and 12 coming back with the Dragon Blade and actually managing to find 2 shouldn't really be happening. But after he did, it almost looked like there was a swing of momentum, but able to keep composure for just that long, come back with the sound barrier, and then start cleaning up. It's still pretty decent play overall from NASA. As we're going to see basically the same composition from NASA. We're going to see the Winston Zarya, we're going to see the Bubbles on Genji, and we're going to see Kurt on the Widowmaker. Like we stated before, on the attack, he kind of struggled against 12. What are we expecting here?
Well, he does have a bit more of an advantage now being on the defensive side, so it gives him a bit more time to be able to focus in on the targets in front of him. 12 is going to be looking at a lot more from his angle. That makes it a lot more difficult. He doesn't have as many places to go to set up. But, I mean, 12 has been winning the duels. I feel like Kurt definitely pulled it back later in towards that push there. But the thing is for 12, there needs to watch out for the Bubbles Genji, because Bubbles was all over him and he was doing a fantastic job basically. Stopped his influence after that first capture point, and well, they need to escort this one 3 places all the way, Quality, and NASA would be feeling pretty good about themselves to hold this one. But well, this might be the last time we see NASA in this series and in this tournament. They don't want to go home, and Kurt is going to start off pretty well with that one.
Kurt is definitely going to start off very well. He does find the early pick and forces out the Resurrect, and now 12 is going to be a little bit more careful because now he's playing with fire. As we're actually going to see Ghostly on the Farah here, just chucking in spam damage onto the front line. As 12 gets his revenge on Kurt, he actually finds Bubbles as well. Bubbles is not meant to die to the Widow like that. That's not the way that interaction is meant to go for NASA. As KRocket tries to find the Farah, they're trying to put as much energy and resources onto the Farah as possible. But in the meantime, Temporalic finds KRocket, and 12 manages to find another shot on Taze. Now he takes up a forward angle, and with a bubble in the way, Curve really can't find a good enough angle to try and contest the high ground and contest 12.
And well, this is exactly the kind of response that Quality are after. They have just rushed this one almost immediately, and I don't think there's even going to be a recontest, so they're going to have a whole lot of time with that one. The late one from KRocket to get in to possibly pause it is a bit too late, and he is going to pay for that one dearly. And all goes to another one. 12, he gets oh, that is probably wasn't the right call there from NASA to re-engage just towards the end there, and they are going to pay dearly for it.
Oh, they're just going to get staggered out here. Oh, no. Avert your eyes, kids. This is ugly as Ghostly manages to pick up 3, just chasing them down. I don't understand the call there. It seemed like they might have been able to get a recontest, but it seemed like only one person on the team wanted to go for it. That type of miscommunication can't be happening. And we're actually going to see 6 ults, well, 5 now as 12 uses the Infra side. We're going to see 6 ults on the side of Top Quality. This is going to be such a hard fight to win as we see Bubbles going over to the Farah to try and just face check Ghostly as he goes into the back line looking for Kurt. Manages to find him, but Bubbles finds Dysentery off alone. The Mercy has been separated. Diva Bomb manages to come in now. It's massive! Manages to get 2. KRocket and Bubbles going down, and with only the Mercy, they do invest a lot more ultimates than they probably need to with the Primal Rage going in and the Barrage. But overall, you've got 5 minutes on the board to capture 3rd point now. You can take your sweet time if you're Top Quality, and you're feeling so good with these stagger kills coming out now, especially.
Well, NASA are just struggling to really do anything, and yeah, KRocket investing the Primal Rage there as well. He's going to get taken out. Possibly before he gets back, he does actually manage to survive, but they're just being unable to stall. They're getting rolled. That is the only way to put it at the moment. They're just getting rolled on the defensive side as Kurt he's been picking up the Sombra and nearly gets displaced there, but the Jame gonna get the hack in at least. But yeah, they're really struggling to just get any sort of momentum stuff here. 12 is being chased down by Penguin and he might get taken down here. That's the pick they're after. 5v6. They should be able to work their way through this one as Ghostly. He's gonna get level 7 temp. Oh, again, he's just eating Penguin's ultimates. And Decentra's gonna get 12 back up as well. So now he gets more chances to go around. Temp's gonna get kick up Kurt. And unfortunately, even though they start with a 5v6, bounce back there from Quality. And well, they might just get this final push done here and now before anyone can get back out to contest. It's gonna be very close here. But NASA need to go, and they need to go now. They do, in the word of Bubbles. Bobby's going to take him down, though, almost immediately. And, well, that is all she wrote. Just like that.
What have we just watched? What have we just watched? That was an absolute slobber knocking coming out
I believe that's
from
what they call
top quality. A shellacking. What happened there? What happened to the team that we just saw roll through 3 points of Rialto? This map, you don't often see full complete of it, let alone with 5 minutes, 15 seconds left in the time bank. They seemed so uncoordinated and honestly completely outmatched throughout the entire time. I want to give a massive shout out there to Temporalic, who managed to eat the Graviton Surge from King Penguin. And while that was going on, Ghostly had received a nano from Jai and had just instantly taken down Bubbles. There's so many words I could describe it as, but I think I'm just going to say it's an absolute travesty and an absolute disaster right now for NASA.
Unfortunately for NASA, they just didn't really get the chance to... Well, they had opportunities to group back up, and even when they did, or even towards the end there, but I think the telling sign there of what they were doing on defense was after that first point just gets taken, KRocket jumps back in, and 3 of his teammates follow him, and you just have to, it's a real head scratcher, because I can see what he was trying to do, possibly pause the cart, but he was late for that, and then he goes down, 3 of his teammates go down around with him, and it's just an easy roll there for the side of Quality, who now only have to defend a minute's worth of attacking, and they've got ample opportunity to do so. And even if they do allow it to be pushed past this first point, they've got 5 minutes and 15 seconds, so they'd be feeling pretty confident of taking this one and taking the series 3-0 at this point.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so KRocket tried to take off the high ground and managed to get body blocked and taken down, but Kurt managed to find Ghostly, and Bubbles finds Dysentery. So he does get back on Bubbles though, and takes him out, and takes out Kurt as well. What is 12 doing to these people? He cannot be allowed to have this high ground for free. He's still there. The Resurrect does come onto Bubbles, and McMahon does go down, but 12 again manages to take out Taze. He's just been left alone on the high ground still. And now he finally goes down. King Penguin and KRocket forcing him off high ground and finishing him off. But, whew, that was a close one.
It's a really hard one there for the side of NASA, because you want your tanks in the front line, but you also have the Winston, who should realistically be trying to dive the Widow. And just hitting shots like that. Bubbles just, he may as well just not even get back in at this point. He's just getting absolutely knackered in this fight. And it gets taken out again! Oh no! Oh, sometimes it is just not your day, and Bubbles is not having a great map here. The rest of his team still pushing this cart though, as the Primal Rage almost actually pushes everyone off in time. Temp's going to pop out the Diva Bomb as well, and that is big. And that is it for this push. Temp gets taken, King Penguin, round 3 complete, and halfway towards that first one, NASA are going to find themselves done. And well, Quality, they just need to push it halfway through this first point with 5 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock to take this series out 3-0 and send NASA home without a single map win. They've certainly showed some better signs here, at least on Rialto, but they're unfortunately just looking like they're going to come up short.
Yeah, unless there is some absolute superhuman plays coming out from NASA. I hate calling it over, but I think this will be all she wrote. What do you do when someone like 12 is just on the Widowmaker and he is just plonking your head, especially as Bubbles? He's been the brightest spot for your team throughout the series, and he's just been hard shut down by 12 on the Widowmaker. It's an absolute disaster for NASA. Maybe
not a lot of fun. No. But I mean, for Bubbles there, at least he gets taken down, gets revived, and the moment he even just is allowed to move, he just gets taken down again. So I mean, you have to maybe question the revive being out in the open and him not being protected by like a Winston shield there or something. But I mean, 12 is just hitting their shots, and they're doing a fantastic job at it.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Reaper coming out now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm guessing Ghostly's trying to get these close ones, but Kurt always going to pick up 12, so that's what they needed in these early fights.
That's a confidence boost. That is an excellent confidence boost, as we do see the Resurrect come in, though, from Dysentery, and it's just a bit of posturing now for space, as we just see NASA give up the high ground. The Reaper just walks in, fades out, and now they're trying to contest the high ground. Now they're trying to just make sure that they don't allow these open sight lines, but 12 manages to find Kurt! This is not good. Now they lose a ton of sightline control. With the Reaper just walking in, they're also the front line is gonna be taking a huge amount of damage. Mech jumps in and he's being focused down, but he's being healed up extremely well. As we see, Not Bubbles get taken down by Giant, and despite King Penguin finding Ghostly, KRocket gets chased down by Temporalic, Mechman gets tased, and it's gonna be really difficult to re-engage here. We do see King Penguin actually managed to take out Temporalic, and Bradley built up the Nano Boost. So we're actually going to see a re-engage come in here. And what do you do to a Nano Boost with high charge Zarya? Well, you just send Ghosty into the backline to take out Bradley. No heals means it can't really sustain, but he built up the Graviton Surge so fast, he manages to pick off Mechman as well. This is insane gameplay from Ghostly. Giant manages to pick off Taze, from King, sorry. Giant does manage to take out Taze, but Bubbles finds Ghostly, and Kurt manages to find 12E, and that's going to be a fight win. That looks so close. It's so bad for NASA.
Well, I thought that was all she wrote there. You've only got a Diva, well, sorry, not Diva, a Zarya, and also an Anna pretty much left near the point, and King Penguin, that's just fantastic stuff there. The NASA, I feel like that first fight, they just need to be more aggressive. At this point, you're defending a 3 minutes. You don't have a lot to lose. You may as well try and keep that high ground as long as possible. Contest them up there. Make them go to the lower ground, because it means that they have to basically come in at a disadvantage as this fight getting underway here. Mecha Man is going to pick up Bradzi, and that is exactly what Koalas are after. 12 again. He just keeps landing shots. Kurt goes down. Nest slams Bubbles away into the afterlife, and now it is basically a formality, you would imagine at this point. KRocket will at least get James in the back line. Will he be able to get back to the cart in time? He will with Taze. They're continuing this fight, trying to get this going as long as possible. It worked last time. The Hanzo ult's just a bit too wide to the left, unfortunately. It doesn't really mean the quality have to push off that much. Taze is just jumping on side. Kurt's going to get 12 in the back line, and they're back in this fight. They will not give this up, NASA. And Ghostly gets the pick on the 12. There's revive on there. Oh, well, sorry, on the Branty. 12 is going to get revived as Ghostly gets one of the bubbles. Temp's going to be taken out. At this point, you have to feel like it's almost over. They will not give this up. 12 gets tased. Yes, he was just about to do the ultimate. Well, that is unfortunate, but it is a win to Top Quality. It is their third map, and that means the series is done at 3-0. NASA, we unfortunately have to say goodbye, but congratulations to Quality moving on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, most definitely, and it looked like they had some promising signs at some point. It looked like they had some signs of life, but just in the end, it's just I don't know what else to say about it that we haven't already said. I do have to give a big shout out to Mechman in that last fight for creating so much space with his Primal Rage and then using the Nano Boost to actually finish off King Penguin so he couldn't pull some heroic last stand with Bradzi again. It just... I don't know what to say about NASA there. They just seemed outclassed completely throughout the entirety of that series.
I think definitely they weren't probably up to Quality standard. That doesn't mean that they were poor in their whole way through. They definitely gave a lot of good fights on all three maps. It's just Quality just seemed a more better drilled unit. They were good at getting those early picks, and they were great at just jumping on the ones that they needed to. They'd get a 5v6, they'd get the roll through, and they'd just continue on there as quickly as possible. And you have to make sure that if you do get a pick early, you have to make sure that it's going to involve a roll, or just it has to put pressure on the enemy team, and it has to continue on like that. And they just unfortunately couldn't do it. But I mean, 12 he was outstanding. for Quality. He was just hitting shots left, right, and centre. And I must say, Kurt and also Bubbles did their job for Quality on the DPS side, and Ghostly at the end there for Quality on the Doomfist even. It was fantastic. But 12, I think the real standout, did a fantastic job. And well done to him, well done to Quality, and bad luck to NASA. They will have to, well, they'd go away, regroup, think about this one. You first have to lose to win, I guess is some sort of thing, and I guess NASA will might as well take that one to heart because that's what's happened in this tournament. But hopefully the next time this happens, they'll be back stronger, and I'm hoping for a few more closer games.
Yeah, we
That's all
really
we can
do.
say about it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're now going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be seeing Top Quality taking on Koalas. It's going to be an absolute banger of a match, and yeah, we'll see you there.
Hello and welcome back to the Koalas Esports All-Stars Tournament. If you missed what just happened, well, it was Top Quality taking out NASA, knocking them out of the tournament with a pretty solid 3-0 showing, and now we move on to the semi-finals. It is Koalas up against Top Quality. This is what everyone came to see. These were the two teams that played out the only best of 3 that went all the way last night. So Koalas, they took that victory. Top Quality, they unfortunately fell at the final hurdle in that map, and what was pretty heartbreaking circumstances, but they're back and they want to have revenge. They want to be the ones getting to this grand final up against ye old Goon Squad, and well, I reckon after seeing some of the displays they did, they've got a fairly good chance to give Koalas a red hot run for their money.
Yeah, most definitely. They're going to be coming into this game and they're going to be wanting to look for revenge. That is what is going to be motivating them here. They're going to have 12e again, just probably popping off like he did last game, unless Koalas can get a really nice shutdown against him. It's going to be very interesting. Obviously, from yesterday, there's been a couple of swaps around in the roster, with Neckman obviously going over to the main tank and doing what I'd say was a really good job, actually. He created a ton of space for his DPS and just basically allowed them to pop off.
I mean, it did allow, even with 12e being sort of the mainstay DPS hero of that last series, I must say Mecha Man and Temp did fantastic job on the tanks, and also Decenter and James. I mean, you've got to have everyone on the team doing everything they need to, even if you're not the flashy DPS. Sometimes you are stuck to doing that healing, and I've got to say, James, especially on the Ana, did some fantastic work with both the ultimates and also the grenades as well, just really hitting and forcing, I guess, NASA to fall back in a lot of fights that they probably feel like they could have got ahead of. But that's all in the past. Now they've got to reset and get ready for the Koalas, who, of course, they did go down to earlier, and they'll be hoping to switch that run around, but we're going to start off with looking at the top quality guys again. Of course, we have Temp and Mecha Man taking up the tanks. They didn't actually use Zarya and Reinhardt together during that one. This is, of course, their main. Doesn't mean they're going to have to stick to them. But they gave a good showing on the ones that showed that they could, I guess, rotate through others. 12e on that Widow was deadly in the last match. And also, Ghostly Nest didn't see much of the Pharah, but he had some very good ones with the Doomfist and the Pharah when it came out. Also picked up the Ashe at a few points there. James was actually the one that was sitting on Ana for most of the healing stuff there, but he had a very good map. And also Decentra, yeah, the cat made me miss. I do like that one. It's probably the best one.
The cat made me miss. Yes, I feel that. I've got mine on my lap right now as I'm casting. As we're going to see Koalas, and we're going to see Rikimaru taking up the main tank slot. He performed decently yesterday. We're going to see Kanakumi instead. There seems to be a little bit of a mistake on the roster sheet here. We're going to see Kanakumi taking on the off-tank role. We're going to see Tracy taking the flex DPS role. We did see him a little bit yesterday on Tracer. It looked really shaky. Hopefully today he'll be a lot better and a lot more consistent. We'll have Yeats coming in onto the Brigitte or just onto the flex support in general, and we'll see Corvus coming in maybe on the DPS again. He was on the DPS yesterday, but he could also be playing the support role, and we're also going to see May coming in on the DPS role, and it's going to be a bit interesting as we see we're going to Oasis once again.
Yeah, so Oasis is, of course, the first of the map picks that comes out for both teams. They're not allowed to pick that one. That's just the one that's done. But then the loser of the first Oasis map then gets to pick out of Hybrid, which is Iconworld and Blizzard World. We then move on to Escort, which will be either Jungletown or Rialto. The fourth map, if we need to go to it, will be either will be on Assault. It's either Volsky Industries or Temple of Anubis. And if we do have to go all the way to maximum number 5, it will be Nepal Control to finish us off. But we get ready here to jump into what should be, I'm hoping, a very close series. Both of these teams were neck and neck with each other last time, of course. And it was, unfortunately, for Quality, the Koalas who took out that one. They're here to switch it around as both teams prepare to attack this first one on Oasis. And We do have to think quality. They looked pretty solid here against NASA, but a different team, possibly a different comp coming into this one as well. It'll be interesting to see if they get aggressive early and try and take this point like they did the first time around.
Yeah, most definitely. And already we're going to see a change on Koala's comp. Instead of the Echo, they're going with the Farah, which we did see a bit of Farah from Ghostly on Rialto, and it did look quite clean. But now he's going up against another Farah, and he's going up against an Ashe, as well as the Monkey and Diva. And the Ana, he's going to have his work cut out for him as we start the round now. And yeah, it's just going to be posturing for some position, trying to get it as a direct hit actually does connect onto Ghostly, but he actually manages to find Tracy really early and manages to take out Yeet as well. Ghostly has just torn havoc on the 2 DPS from the Koala Roos here, and he's just able to create so much space for the rest of his team. That's an insane start for Ghostly Nest on this Farah.
And that's basically the first 5-1, just like that. Ghostly. Well, I gotta say, 12 was the one who was doing a lot of the damage in that last map, but he's gone, you know what? I get to get on my Farah, I get to do the work, and he's doing it pretty well there as the fight now begins for the first time this main one. There's a lot of backline jumping in there as Ghostly. He's going to get Tracy again, but Corvus is going to be a trade on towards 12. Temp, though, gets slayed, and a 5v4 situation. Mecha Man taking down May before they can get their revive in. Decentral will get 12 up. Yeet will get Ghostly at least, but Jame, also Mecha Man getting down Yeet there, and it's just the lonely Ana Corvus. He is not... Oh, he might just quite get away here. No, he gets to sleep in, but that is going to be all that he can do, and well, looking very solid here early on quality.
Yeah, most definitely. And we actually see Corvus get the D-Mech onto Temporalic here. So he's not going to be a mech for a little bit. As we see the misdiving, he actually finishes off Temporalic in the Baby Diva form. It's Ghostly coming onto that barrage now. He's just going to be looking for it. He actually just straight away takes out Yi and then goes for the barrage, but doesn't get anything. He's whipped the barrage, and despite that, 12 manages to get Tracy. Dysentery reses up Temp, who died earlier in the fight. 12 finishes off May on the Mercy, and Temporalic finishes off Slade and Corvus. That's just going to be another fight win off the back of Ghostly getting the early pick on Yeet.
And they've got 5 ultimates now in the bank as well. The thing is, both these teams are playing what is exactly the same comp. An Ana, Mercy, Farah, Tracer, Diva, and also the Winston, but they're the ones getting the picks, and 12 Corvus goes down. God, they're just not getting any chance to really just, I guess, sit down and try and get things going here for Koala Roos. Already at 86%. They will get the reload in, so it will allow them to jump on this fight, but they're going to be up against 4 ults. They do have a few of their own. Corvus going to be popping his on towards the Winston out the back. Well, it actually wasn't the Winston there, as it was on. Temp gets his own ult as well. It's just this fight in the back room here. Back and forth. Ghostly, he's going to get Yeet again. He is just running havoc at the moment on that Farah. The Diva Bomb goes out as well. It's going to pick up one. County's going to come back with one of the center, and Slade's also going to pick up Jame on the Winston. May's going to get the revive as well, so it does mean Koala Roos actually have the advantage in this one. But 12 and Mecha Man switch that immediately. May, Slade get them down. Yeet, though, responds with 2 of his own on the Mecha Man at 12. He's also going to take out Temp, and Yeet is the deciding factor in that fight. I almost thought for a second it could have just been a full hold there from the side of the Koala boys, but Koala Roos, they managed to get that switch just in time as they sit on 99% now.
Yeah, it was a massive resurrect from May, who just, in the middle of that entire fight, knew that Yeet had the barrage, comes in, res him, and Yeet just immediately takes revenge for all the times he's died to Ghostly. As we're going to see an engage come in. Stick onto Corvus, though. That's going to be the armor down. Now the Resurrect is coming in, manages to get away, but Tracy manages to kill himself. Tracy, what's happened? No! This is a disaster now. As we see, Temporalic and May just combine. Oh no! Oh no! Ghostly just comes in and cleans it up. Oh no!
That is well, that's the first one done, just like that. Unless well, Tracy's going to attempt to try and give back to his team of what he might have slightly stuffed up there. He won't even be allowed to get to the point though. And a very solid showing there for Koala, and maybe the Koala Roos just getting into it. They might be a bit rusty considering they haven't been able to play a game tonight. Koala have had the opportunity to already play 3, but overall, I've got to say, Ghostly, he is just having the time of his life over on that Farah, and because there's no real aim from either side to stop the Farah, it means that it just allows them to have open air, and unless the it's just the Pharaoh battles, and Yeet unfortunately wasn't able to win a whole lot of those. And I mean, Ghostly, even with just out the ultimates, he was hitting shots everywhere with his rockets, knocking people off the map. He'll be pretty happy with that one. It's going to be a few changes as well. Slade onto the Winston, Kanakami onto that. Looks like Zarya. So they've not got anything to deal with a Pharaoh, but well, there won't be a Pharaoh as Ghostly switches over. So this second one, different comps. Does that mean it's going to be Koala Ruse managing to get this one, or is it going to be Quality taking out this first map?
It's going to be so interesting right now because all Quality have to do is just play slow. They just can't get separated by the Mei wall, and they can't get frozen up. So all they need to do is just keep the spam damage. See the Mei wall actually miss walling off Mechman there, and despite the speed boost engage, it doesn't seem it's going to do anything. But as I say that, they do manage to get Mechman, and the Resurrect just comes in. That's a disaster. That is disaster for Koala Ruse. They're just going to keep moving forward, though. They need to keep the pressure up. Maywall actually locks Mechman out of the point in the backside for a bit, but Ghostly's already built up this copy. He swaps to the Reinhardt, but he goes down immediately. Mechman also falls to Yeet, and May getting Temporalic's mech, and Yeet killing Dysentery with W Slade, fire striking Ghostly, and finishing 12e off, getting the point flip early in that fight as well. It's looking good right now for Koala Ruse.
Yeah, very solid from the boys there. What they managed to do a lot better, they were grouped up on towards that point, and they just held it really well. And because they just had to control the point, it forced the guys over on Quality to be a lot more spread out than where they were. And you could see that Mecha Man, he was sort of diving towards the back of that Winston, which he's actually changed over to Orion. Now that he's seen that you want to go hammer to a hammer, and it's a lot more damage output as they immediately jump in for their second fight here. And Yeet is going to be the one getting work done early. Also with the May ult coming out as well there from Tracy, allows him to pick up 2 with his ultimate, 1 off the side as well. With just the gun, Mecha Man is going to be the one hitting the dirt.
What?
The Mercy ult gets used, I think, to possibly save the Ascent. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but I mean, they get taken down, and that's a bit of a waste there, unfortunately.
They have to be swapping here. Dysentery has to be swapping. There's no reason for him to be... No, he's sticking with it. What a wasted Mercy ult here. But at the same time, you also have to look at the ult economy now for for Koala Ruse, as they actually just use the Graviton Surge and the Coalescence and just burst down Mechman there. And despite the massive anti-nade that came out there from Jai, 12e goes down. But as I was saying, the previous fight, they used the sound barrier, they used the shatter, they used the mail, and they used the Reaper ult. And I mean, they win the fight, they win this fight, I guess, but now they've got nothing to combat anything from top Quality.
The problem is Quality only have the Ghostly nest ult here, so it's going to be difficult, but he's going to put that to use early, and he's going to get 2, both tanks down. That is exactly what they're after there. They want to get this one switched, they want it now. Corvus will get 12, but Ghostly, another 2. He is just having the time of his life on that Pharaoh. Yeet and Corvus disappear from this world. Tracy's gone as well from Temp, and the point just like that is flipped. Again, it's that to 99% for the attacking team. This time it's Koala Ruse, but Quality, a very good chance there to swap the round. They did, and now they can start to build up these ultimates. And both sides have none at the moment, so it's just going to come down to raw fights until they build them up and they're ready to go.
Yeah, and I actually think that really favors Quality, especially now that they've moved over to the Echo. They have so much more spam damage. What do you do as Koala Ruse here? You're not able to get anything. Dysentery does go really deep, but gets the bubble and manages to stay alive. Tracy does fall really low. Graviton Surge comes out from Temporalic, and W Slade's shield is gone. Massive anti-nade. Ghosty manages to pick up 3. Easy fight win.
That's
right there.
That's great stuff from James McFlurry. That is exactly what you want to be seeing. And well, I mean, for Jaya, that's exactly how you want to be playing that. It's just team comp. They get the Zarya rolled in. It wasn't quite doing that amount of damage, so probably after to begin with, but that anti-nade just completely did them in. And not too many ultimates spent there as well. I mean, Ghostly still has his. Jai has the Ana ult as well, which gets used now. And Ghostly goes big. That's 3. 12, he picks up 1. Ghostly with 5. Team kill. Boy, oh boy, Quality have responded big time after being down 99-0. They do use the 2 of their ults, but they've got other ones building up. That is just fantastic to watch. Ghostly's just having the time of his life.
He is having the time of his life, and there needed to be a swap ages ago. This Reaper is not getting anything done. He's unable to touch the DPS. They use the May ult here, and do manage to freeze up Temporalic, and an Earth Shatter comes in as well. They just layer those 2 ults, and they actually manage to get both tanks and 12e with the May ult. Yeet uses the Death Blossom there, doesn't really get anything. Ghostly picks him up. Jai goes down to a lone fire strike from Slade, and we're just gonna see Mechman get frozen up after Ghostly falls. Yeet swaps over to the Soldier to help his team as he's coming back, as we're gonna see the point almost split. No, Temporalic manages to get back. It's just gonna be the focus fire though, so he's gonna go down relatively quickly. And we see the copy onto May here from 12e. This might be a disaster. He manages to wall himself up. What a clever use of the wall from 12e. Manages to stall out for just a little longer as Mechman comes back, gets the pile driver in. Isn't really coming, no ults are really coming up, especially with Dysentery dead. It should eventually be the flip and the point win, but we still see the stall coming out. We actually see the flip finally, and that's the round win going over to Koalas.
Well, they probably made that a lot harder than it needed to be, but they eventually get that one. Would have been very disastrous for them to go to basically lose that from a 99-0, but that last push there, good ultimate use. They get 3 pretty much immediately, and then Quality just on the back foot. They're throwing everyone in there they can. Credit to 12e there. He was doing as much as he can with the Echo. He kept it on point for a fair while, but unfortunately they couldn't get the job done in the end, and we come down here now to the final one. This is what it all comes down to for the first map, and to go out to a 1-0 lead. I can't really put a gap between these teams at the moment. I mean, Quality looked a bit out of it for the start of that second one, and after winning the first one, and Koalas looked on top, and then Quality fought back. It's just, it really could just be another 91-100% here as this fight is beginning to start.
Yeah, it definitely could be, but we'll see. We'll definitely see as we see Temporalic just trying to hard focus down Yeet again. Tracy actually gets slept and just taken out immediately as Ghostly just falls onto Corvus, takes him out. 12e manages to get slayed as well, and despite Yeet's best efforts, he'll eventually fall despite the Mercy Pocket as we see Katakumi go down. And this should be eventually the cleanup on both supports as we see 12e pick off May and Corvus. That's just an easy fight win there for top Quality.
And there was that dive in the backline there from Slade. They went after Jai, and he was really low, and only his grenade, and then also his Zentra, realizing what was going on, really good healing to keep Vienna alive, and they couldn't get that pick. And then from there, they're just losing the other fights that are closer to the point. They eventually get taken back as Slade tries to jump back in as, well, it's going to be an early engagement there from you all. I was going to say, yeah, well, Yeet takes down Ghostly, which is what they're after. 12e, though, will get the trade on the Yeet. And Ghostly's going to get the revive as well with Z's Zentra, so they're still ahead here, Quality, with at least what they've got numbers-wise. Tracy will get James, and 12e's going to take down Slade. As the fight continues on, it's more towards the backline rather than the point. They're sort of stuck around the back as Neckman. They're just making sure they push the back. Tracer is the only one really contesting on the side at the moment as Ghostly picks up Corvus, and it's just forcing them back. They're getting really no opportunities, Koalas, to keep anything going, and well, Academy gets taken down below. Bobby's going to get the ult pick when they change the Farah there. Corvus and Yeet, the trace back on the 12 in the center, and that is a Mercy gone, also a DPS loss, and they might think about re-engaging.
Yeah, this is such a strange fight. This is such a strange fight. That fight seemed to go on for ages, and it really shouldn't have, especially with Yeet going down in a much worse space than where Ghostly went down. Ghostly went down in his team lines, so they just got the resurrect for free. They couldn't res Yeet up. And we actually see the Nano Boost come onto Ghostly now with the barrage. He actually gets slapped midway through as Katakumi was eating the entirety. Now Slay manages to find Jai, and Yeet finds Ghostly. The anti-nade onto Temporalic is gonna make it a lot harder, and with 12e just on point by himself, we're gonna see May trying to hunt down his counterpart, but he's not gonna find it. He tried his hardest.
And a good fight back there from Koalas. And I mean, Ghostly, he had everything he wanted. He got the ult, he got the Ana one together as well for the power up, and unfortunately it just doesn't really work out. And a really good sleep there from Corvus. That's just good self-awareness of what is about to happen. And he gets 0 from it. And they've also now got 4 ults compared to Quality, who only just have temps. As the Demon Bomb goes out from both sides, going to come, is going to pick up the Zentra, but Temp gets Temp trade on that. Tracy, though, will get a pick on the Temp, and they'll switch it back. Also, the revive on the Corvus. Yeet will get 12e. Ghostly, he will get Yeet. He's trying his hardest to push this one out as long as possible. Mechman's going to go down, and, well, now it's really just Ghostly as he tries to get away from the point. And even with that lovely 2k there from Temp, it is going to mean that they're going to keep the point there, Koalas. As May tries to chase down Ghostly with a few shots from the old Mercy gun. Not going to do so much damage, but they tick up towards 78%. They're about to overtake Koalas. They need to flip this point right now.
Yeah, it was a really clean engage. We see an engage onto the backline, but we actually see 12 and Temporalic focus down Yeet on the Farah, so they just take out the main source of damage so quickly as we see 12 actually copy the Winston and now going to the backline. We're going to see Ghostly find Corvus and Temporalic find May. Now it's just a focus fire on the Winston as we're going to see Slade just get juggled in there by 12 and it's just going to be, this should be the fight won already, as we're going to see Kanakumi stall out for as long as he can, but get demeched and eventually killed by Mech, who actually also had to invest the Primal Rage. We see the Mercy ultimate, the Valkyrie, invested as well. So they're really only going to have the barrage coming into this fight unless they take a lot of spam damage and can farm Jai up to his nano boost.
Temp's going to get some damage in quickly as well. They've got 3. Koalas give up the point, but now they've got 4 ultimates actually ready to go for this fight. And this is probably going to be the last one. 95. It's going to be 99% of pieces. Ghostly, he's going to get Corvus. That's a big pick early. Slade, they'll get the trade on a J. And now May is going to get the revive as well. And Kanakami gets go. Yep, that's what we were fearing. Kanakami gets Ghostly and Yeet goes big with 212. You get the trade there at least. But Tracy and May getting picks. Temp will get a Diva Bomb, but the point's been flipped back. And now it's just Temp fighting for as long as possible. They were trying to get back to the top, but they're not going to be able to do anything about it. Koalas, after being down 1-0, they eventually win Oasis out 2-1. And a really fantastic showing, 299 to 100s. And
Yeah,
it's on the losing side. He put in some fantastic ones here as we see this play of the game. But yeah, I've got to say, Harry, it's just, it could have gone either way. It's sort of the same as last night, but congratulations there to Koalas taking out that first map. I don't think Quality will feel too bad about that one. They might have thought they probably could have won it, but at the same time, they'll probably just move on to the next one. Still feeling pretty high on confidence.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you're gonna be, your confidence should be going through the roof, especially if you're Ghostly, who was so clean on that Farah on every point. Every point he was on that Farah, he would dominate the Koalas there, and it just happened to be that a couple of fights they'd invest maybe 1 or 2 more ults than they needed to be invested, and they just get rolled over by the ults coming out from Koalas, on the return. I really want to give a big shout out there to Rikimaru, Slade, sorry, not Rikimaru, Slade, who really made a lot of space, got into the backline and harassed Jai so much, shutting him down almost completely and just stopping the heals onto the front line of Quality. And like we said in the last game, Mech and Temp really performed like outstandingly. Honestly, they performed really well creating space, and even on that first map we could see hints of Mech and Temp just creating so much space and allowing Ghostly and 12 to do whatever they wanted. Now we're going to see Slade get subbed out though, which I find strange. I find that very strange that Slade is being subbed out here despite his, after he put in such a performance. We're going to see Rikimaru come in now on the tank role.
Well, I feel like maybe they've got something that they have on one of these, well, I guess for the next maps at least, here on Hybrid, which is either going to be Icon World or Blizzard World. It looks like MechMan is going to say Blizzard World is the one they want, but possibly they think Rikimaru handles a bit better on the Hybrid maps, because I feel like Slade, he did do a very, very good job on that Winston. But we don't know exactly what Koalas having planned, but they have the 1-0 lead, so I feel like them subbing someone out and being able to just rotate through the players here isn't really, for them, the worst thing in the world. They're still going to feel pretty confident going to this next one. But Quality, well, they had the chance. I mean, they were 77 to 22% up on that last one. I do have to wonder, that last one there, when they lost, I think it was 12 and also the Centro, the Mercy and the Echo, and they just sort of gave up the point because they still probably could have gotten it. The Koalas only had 2 players alive at that stage, but they fell back towards spawn and decided not to recontest, and in the end it actually cost them the game, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I 110% agree with that, especially because they did get the retake later on in the series. They definitely would have won that if they had have just stayed on the point for a little bit longer. It definitely was a weird call to me, but it seems like just something they wanted to be overly safe about, not giving too much ult charge over to Koala Ruse, and they probably felt that they could get the retake. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen that way. We are going to be going into Blizzard World, however, and we saw 12e on this map, and we saw 12e on this map just pop off, basically. He on this Ashe pick, he was absolutely insane. He was outplaying Kurt and Bubbles throughout most of the game. He did swap to the Widow. Towards the end of second point. But are we expecting that same level of dominance from 12e here, or do we think that because Koala Ruse seem to be playing up to quality here, especially with their tanks and supports, do you think 12 is going to have a harder time?
I mean, it's very dependent, isn't it, on whether or not they allow that space for 12e. I feel like NASA probably weren't aggressive enough towards him, and I feel like Koala Ruse probably wouldn't have, or they would have seen that. And considering that Slade was playing the Winston, which may be picked up by Rikimaru as we get ready to go here on Blizzard World, I would imagine there's going to be a lot more aggression towards him. He's not going to have as many opportunities, but going off the fact that even with his opportunities last time, he just still hit all of them, and even with, I would assume, a few more limited ones, he's still going to be a problem. So they need to deal with him early. As 12e yet picking up the Ashe, and it's an interesting one here. Like, I personally think Koala Ruse is a lot better at dealing with this than probably NASA were, but at the same time, 12e just, if they hit shots, you can't do anything about that as an attacking team. If they hit shots, they hit shots, and you've just got to make sure you avoid it as much as possible. That might mean going up towards the right room and just attacking from there rather than coming straight down the middle. But it will be interesting. I'm looking forward to this map.
Yeah, as am I. And of course, 12e is going to be having the positional advantage. Being on the defense, he controls the sight lines. He controls where and when he wants to peek. Whereas anyone else on a hit scan roll can't really do that, as we're actually going to see the McCree coming out with a dive composition and a Sombra. This is an interesting composition. I'm not 100% sure what they're going to be trying to accomplish with the McCree here. Maybe they just want to be able to have the ability to peel for the supports if a dive comes out. We're actually going to see Ghostly get spotted on the left side and almost get hacked and stunned up by Corvus and Tracy. They're just taking the high ground here, and a hook actually comes in onto Kanakumi from Temporalic there. They're not able to finish it off, but he gets dangerously low, and they're just building ult charge. The slower this fight goes, the better this is for top quality. As we're going to see Tracy just going around into the back line, looking for a hack on to 12. Actually, no, he just tries to go for the straight one flip, as we can see Ghostly managed to get the pick on Corvus, who was just left alone in the back line. He's just not able to get heals, as we see Temporalic go for a little bit of a nap here. We see a dive come in from Rikimaru, and he's actually just been slept immediately. Anti-nated, headshot from a damage-boosted Ashe. That's going to be the end of your Winston, and this fight should be over here.
Yeah, that was a fantastic sleep in mid-air on Rikimaru there from Jai again. Doing fantastic work on that Ana, and he was just thinking of 12, he just stood over him and just went bang, bang, bang straight in his head, and that takes out the fight. But Kanakami's also going to fall on Tracy, so that's going to mean that they're going to have to reset a bit here, but yeah, again, there's not a huge... There is a bit of focus on 12, but they did send the Sombra out the back to try and deal with it, but because of that, they sort of leave Corvus by himself, because he's trying to work with the Sombra to at least maybe take down the Tracer. And yeah, they need to get that flashbang stuff in, but at the moment, Quality holding pretty well.
Yeah, they are definitely holding well. And we actually... What just happened there? That was such a fast rotation onto the high ground. Corvus managed to catch out Dysentery, and we see the Bob come out from 12e, and he actually finishes off Corvus. There's no Resurrect available, no Mercy on the side of Koala Ruse, and we're just going to see the high ground given up immediately. We do see the swap to the Hog, though, and he gets slept. Rikimaru slept immediately and taken out. We see the nade used, but this, again, should just be the fight won, despite the early Mercy pick from Corvus. Yeah,
Corvus did what they needed to do. They got a very nice pick there on towards the Mercy as Ghostly takes down Tracy towards the back line. But yeah, they're sort of just struggling to get to side at the moment. Tim's doing some fantastic stuff with the hook with the Roadhog at the moment. But yeah, and also the ultimates, like even with these fights that have been going on, I mean, Jai and Essential are both to have 2 support ones. Temp has his hook one as well, and just the 2. It's going to be 3. So it's ultimates together, and this is what they need to do. They need to push it a bit quicker. That's what they've done. They've sort of pushed themselves all the way in the right room as this fight is immediately going to go towards side. 12 though is going to pick up Tracy, and that is not how they want to be starting the attempt. He's going to pop on, but he's going to be aided there, but the ults together. Zarya pushing them back. There is Temp, who will get taken down, but enough damage is done to allow Mecha Man to get Yeet done. Dissenter's also going to get the revivers. Ricky Maru takes down Ghostly, but Dissenter onto Corvus. That's a very nice pick, as he's gone off towards that Tracer. 12 gets Ricky Maru, and that's another one fight. 54 seconds and counting on the clock. They have not got a single tick here, and Koalas in a fair bit of trouble.
Yeah, Koalas seem extremely lost here. Ricky Maru has played 3 different heroes now. He's played the Winston, he's played the Roadhog, and now he's swapped over to the Reinhardt. We will see the EMP here, though. So it is going to be about how big this EMP is and whether or not Koalas can capitalize on this. I do actually like the Reinhardt swap, because he can just walk forward and take space without having to worry about taking too much spam damage. We see the Bob going to the back line. We see May actually getting the kill onto Mechman with his boot there, but Temporalic manages to find Rikimaru. The EMP wasn't enough. Jai picks off Tracy, and despite Corvus getting Temporalic, the Graviton Surge locks up 12 and Jai. It's going to be Katakumi trying to bring this fight back, but Dysentery with the Valkyrie, he just pulled out the pistol. He's going straight for May right here, but he might get taken down. May finishes him off, and despite the best efforts, no, it seems like it might still be going. Corvus is there on the point, but Temporalic comes back on the Wrecking Ball. Now we're going to still see as Ghostly is still on the Tracer, somewhere around, getting into the back line as we see Temporalic go down to Katakumi, and we see Mechman, the last person on point now. He's going to be focused down. So, surely he'll be focused down and killed. He does get focused down and killed as we see 12 go onto the high ground. We still see Ghostly hanging around in the back line. Dysentery goes up onto the high ground to see if she can get a res, possibly. No, she's just going to let it go, and now she needs to try and back up with her life as Jai manages to pick off Corvus towards the end. It won't matter. Dysentery falls down, and we'll get the late spawn.
Yeah, well, thankfully that Corvus actually went down there from Jai, because I was going to say it was probably going to be a 5v6 situation since Decentral got stuck out there, but finally, the final push, as it always is, Koalas, they get it done, but not in the most convincing fashion. And I mean, the thing is with that first point, if you get those picks and you manage to get like to a 3-on-3, the attacking team's always in the advantage with spawn-wise. Although, they're not moving too far forward here. Ghostly and 12 picking up picks on the Corvus, who's gone over to the Widow. Kamakami goes down from 12 Temp. Going to be picking up Ricky Maru, and again, they've just got them trapped there towards their spawn at the moment, which we saw a bit of that last night. It could happen again, but Temp thinks better of it and banks up.
This is an exact mirror of what happened last game. They lost the last fight on first point, and then they immediately start holding. But this time we actually see Corvus get the better of 12. That's not what happened last time, and the Resurrect doesn't actually follow through. Dysentery went too far away. Now they're going to be taking out some place, and a massive shatter! Both tanks go down. None of the mech to keep him alive, and he does stay alive for a bit longer. Uses the Graviton Surge. Bossman comes in, doesn't get enough. The sound barrier counters it out, and Yeet with 2 with the Coalescence. This is going to be the fight win now, going to Koalas.
That's well played from Yeet there, because the shatters got down towards both Mecha Man and Temp, and then they were focused on trying to stop the cart, and then, I mean, Yeet's just allowed there to push through, go for the more squishier players in the back line there, and pick up 2, also a 3rd near the end as well, so they'd be pretty happy with themselves there, as this cart might not even be stopped as the approaches right here for number 2. There will be a jump on there from Mr. Mecha Man himself. Trying to push this one back in. Ghostly's going to get a good pick on a Tracy. 5v6, and it could force Koalas to just give up this fight, and they decide to, because there's only 34 seconds on the clock. They're trying to get Tracy back in time, and well, now time is the factor. They need no one to die, and then to get this push needs to go perfectly.
Alright, you've just cast his cursed Corvus there. As you say, no one needs to die. He goes down, and we see the soldier swap actually from Ghostly. He's trying to get just a little bit more sustained damage, and he's actually all the way in the back line right now. He's just flanked around. Massive anti-nade. They managed to get Kanakumi and May with that, but it just doesn't seem to result in any kills on those people. But Rikimaru does fall down. May falls down to Jai. Ghostly manages to get Tracy. He's still in the back line, uncontested on the high ground as Temporalic kills Kanakami, and 12 gets Yeet. It's all over again, and again, it's basically the same point. I will reiterate, this is almost a mirror of what happened in the last game on Blizzard World.
It is exactly that. Koalas, unfortunately, just taking too long for that first point there, and it's always a tough ask on the second one because there's so many opportunities for you to fall off. Honestly, they had a pretty good push there. that last one, they needed to get there, but they lose a 5v6. They realize it's 30 seconds. They think, all right, well, we need to get everyone back for that. And then just as Tracy was getting back, Corvus goes down, and it's just like, oh no, well, we can't pause now. We have to go in. We can't stall any longer. We only have the 20 seconds. And yeah, some fantastic showing there from Quality. And now they need to try and get this one done to make it a 1-1 in this series. They've got plenty of opportunities to do so. It looks like it's going to be a Roadhog and Zarya on both sides. And Tracy looking like they're going to be picking up the Torbjorn, which I very much like. Love a bit of Torb.
I do love a bit of Torb as well, but I mean, what would it really shut down? I guess it shuts down the Genji a little bit, but there's still going to be so much poke damage going onto the Torbjorn turret that Genji is still going to be able to go around. And I guess what they're hoping for is that he does enough damage to the Roadhog and to the Zarya that they're just able to walk over the front line and not allow 12v enough time to get those kills. So we're just going to see the same compositions coming out basically in the tank line here. And we're actually going to see the Brigitte. I'm really interested in this Brigitte pick. They really want to be aggressive onto the front line here. They do not want to allow any time for a setup for 12v to pop off whatsoever. But Temporalic just straight away gets a hook on Tracy. Tracy was just out in the middle of nowhere. That is so greedy. Mater's managed to find Mech Man though, and Corvus does find Ghostly. But Rikamaru dies to Temp. Temp is still in there. May does find Dysentery though, and it's not really going to amount in anything despite the early pick onto the Torbjorn. It looked so promising so early on, but it's just all fallen to pieces.
Yeah, and you got to say Temp was doing probably more work there than his damage was. 2 hooks, 2 kills, he's doing fantastic work. Ghost was actually trying to go in the back line. He got all the way around without being seen. He got to the top. He had both Yeet and Corvus dead to rights in the back, but Yeet turns around, sleeps him, and well, a sleeping Genji is just easy prey there for the Corvus as he destroys him. Put the ball in his head and basically won that fight as they're pushing in now. Temp again, getting aggressive early, and Ghostly again going in the back line. They might be a bit more aware to this one. I think Tracy has spotted him, I think earlier towards the left side, and it does mean that they're still sort of fading this one out, trying to build up ult a bit more as Ghostly joins the rest of his team again. Temp getting this back line or the front line as they're struggling to sort of push through the first bit here. Ghostly getting tagged up by the Dynamite over on the side for Corvus.
Yeah, a hard engage from Ghostly onto the Brigitte there. That's not a matchup that you take the Genji in. And Bob's both used. But 12v manages to get Kanakumi this time. Despite his Bob going down early to Tracy. Corvus, though, manages to pick up 3! Corvus, just straight away. Ghostly comes in with a Nano Blade now, though. Manages to pick Corvus off and Tracy. And now it seems like they might be able to do it. But there's still the Ana, the Hog, and the Brigitte there. Temporalic gets hooked, goes low, Ghostly falls. It's going to be the end of the fight. But can they regroup fast enough to somehow have a numbers advantage? It doesn't seem like it.
No, they should get back in time here, I think. Or at least have 5 before they start the next one. Koala Rose. And again, it's just the Torb turret's doing work because these fights just keep going on and on as Tracy's actually going to pick up 12. That's, well, you take those any day of the week. That's a free kill. And it doesn't mean they're not going to be able to revive it either. And probably means they're going to have to wait this one out a bit longer. But they're still pushing in. Temp, he's getting really aggressive on May. And Mecha Man's popping his ult, but their ult, oh, that's actually a really good one from Kanakumi. Keeping them out from, I guess, getting aggressive on that. So both Zarya ults kind of wasted. But you say Kanakumi's probably works out a bit better as the Decentra tries to go for a revive. That's an interesting time to be popping that one. Doesn't quite go to plan, and that's the fight completely done there. And I'm just wondering where this turret is. Again, it's on the right side. They just want these fights on point because it means that they're distracted on the side of Quality from where that turret is. And now 40 seconds on the clock. Again, it's down to this last fight. This actually could be all she wrote here unless they get it going.
Yeah, that last fight was extremely weird. Mech threw the grab, but it was around the corner, and none of the rest of the team got aggressive. Now we see the Ho-Ho coming out, but Corvus again gets the better of 12v. Corvus has been absolutely destroying 12v. We see the Nano Boost going to Ghostly, but he's unable to find anything. He doesn't have the blade yet. He does actually manage to get Yeet. He starts going up to Corvus, but they don't get the kill. Corvus finishes off Dysentery with a Dynamite and throws a bomb onto point. Now it's the last 10 seconds. What do you do here? Ghostly pulls the Dragon Blade, manages to kill Tracy. but goes down to Rikamaru. Can anyone else touch? 12vy's back on the doofus. He's not able to touch though. He gets stuck at the wall. Mech also gets stuck at the wall. He just manages to get over the wall and touch. 12vy goes down to Corvus. May finishes off Jai, and Mechman goes down. This is going to be a full hold to Koalas.
And a big second map win there. You don't see a full hold on Blizzard World too often, but they have done a fantastic job there. And yeah, they just really get the job done off a couple of mistakes from Quality, but I mean, Corvus pretty much had free reign for a lot of that one, even with the dive in the back line from the Genji, but that turret as well from Tracy was just really useful in the end because it allowed them to, I guess, distract the Quality boys from getting the push in. And for Quality, they did so well on that first one. I thought they had the advantage moving in there, but unfortunately, even with these close fights, it's Koalas are going to be coming out with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, most definitely. And I have to question the sticking on Genji there. When you see the Torbjorn, it almost feels like you could go to a double sniper composition and have more impact. We did see a couple of blade kills happen, but only one nano blade happened that entire round of attack there. And despite it getting 2, it happened so late in that fight that it didn't really make a difference. As we're going to see Slade coming in now for Rikamaru, it seems like they know, it seems like they prefer Slade on the Winston here than they do Rikamaru on the Reinhardt. But, I mean, they're just swapping. It seems like they're just swapping around randomly now. I mean, you're 2-0 up. I guess you can afford to. As we are also going to be going to Rialto as well. What are we expecting here? 12v obviously didn't really have much impact. Corvus seemed to be shutting him down really well. What can we see here? Do you think we'll see a resurgence from 12v?
Well, you'd have to hope so because they go down here. We are done with this series, and it's been close so far. But I mean, Koalas, they're one map win away from taking it out. As we come back to Rialto, it's again, once I feel like the high grounder here is going to be especially important. 12e dominated NASA. I feel like he's met his match here in Corvus. There seems to be, the duels seem to be a lot more even, and Corvus definitely took it out there on that side. But 12e hasn't really had the opportunity to sit much on the Widow, especially on the attack there. They decided to stick with the Genji, and then they were all sort of playing closer together. And I have to say, I feel pretty bad for Temp. He was hitting hooks every single time on that attacking push, and there was just nothing to follow it up. So I feel like Quality, they just need to make sure, again, it's what NASA struggled with when they played them, of just following up the hooks and making sure that they continue the rolls when they get the picks.
Yeah, Temp played extremely well, and it was just very unfortunate that the DPS were just being shut down there. It seemed like everyone was doing their jobs. There were a couple of what seemed like miscommunications between the tanks as well, but hopefully they can figure these out. As we go into Rialto, we're going to see the Reaper with the Ryan Zarya and the Pharmacy. This is a really interesting comp, as we see Corvus actually going over to the support role instead of the DPS, and Ghostly just straight away goes, "You should have stayed on DPS, son," and boops him off the map. Gets a direct hit onto Yeet as well. And in map 1, when we saw this mirror, when we saw the Pharah duel, it definitely went in favor of Ghostly in terms of the actual duel itself. It's going to be really interesting, as both teams just seem to be posturing for a bit of space right now. They managed to get Corvus across the bridge safely this time, but Ghostly again, he's just up in the air. He's not really got a lot of pressure onto him as he's just spamming the front line, and we actually see 12e pick off Tracy there with nothing to contest him either. It's going to be so difficult for Koalas to actually push through on this first point. It's so open. The Widowmaker and the Pharah have so many good sightlines, as we see Mechman jump into the backline. Really nice dive. Gets Corvus, and now they should be able to get Kanakumi. They also finish off Slade, Temporalic finishing off both tanks.
Very good solid fight there opening from Quality. They get the job done pretty well there. Tracy almost picking off 12e there. Trying to push in the backline. He's already up to his ultimate as well, so he's just having the time. It's like, but he gets the pick onto the Reaper, and then once the Reaper's gone, it's just free game for him to basically ship wherever he wants. So Tracy needs to make sure that if he's going to be teleporting, he's going to be getting close, he needs to do it in a way that it needs to get the pick, otherwise things aren't just going to work out that well. And because Corvus is so far back, it's just difficult for him to do anything. As Ghostly in the back. Oh, that's an add-on with him as well. That's 3-4. And that's the end of what was a pretty short fight on the point there. And Quality looking the goods pretty early here.
Yeah, again, Yeet just has no pressure. Ghostly just has no pressure on him. And with the infrasight that comes up there, what do you do as Corvus or May? You can't peek out of a sightline, out anywhere. Because if you peek out behind a wall, Ghostly is going to fly over and is going to find you. And if you peek a sightline, you're going to get headshot by 12E. It's a lose-lose situation. And now we see 5 ultimates coming up on the side of Koala Ruse, as we see a Diva Bomb actually just thrown straight in by Temporalic. And a big shatter coming out. Actually doesn't really get anyone. He goes down instead. Temporalic comes back and kills Kanakumi. Tracy does get Jai, but it seems like this fight might be over as he does find Ghostly on his way out. Corvus goes down. Dysentery gets the resurrect without dying. 12E actually again gets a headshot onto Tracy. Ghostly though dies yet again. That's 2 times in a row now. He dies to Yeet. And they still have 4 ultimates to work with. As we see Slade move over to the Winston.
Yes, at least even with losing those fights, they've kept their ultimates together pretty well. And Tracy there, that's what he wants to try and do. He got in the backline towards it as well. It's going to be the dive in onto both healers. That is a great Zarya ult. Slade gets the nano boost as well as Jamie and Centric go down, but it's still a 4v4. Temp's going to get one onto Corvus. 12 gets Yeet, and now Temp's got May. So even with getting both their healers down, they feel like they're still going to lose this one. Corvus will get Ghostly, and the Reaper ult gets nothing as they all get away from that one.
Zoning Reaper ult there.
Onto Mecha Man.
Reaper ult has zoning Reaper ult. They never get nothing, they're just zoning. As we're going to see Ghostly actually... as we're going to see Ghostly coming out with the barrage here. 12 does fall the Kanakumi, but did get Tracy before the fight ended, before he could teleport, onto him. And we see a Resurrect actually coming in onto Corvus with the Valkyrie pop. We see the Nano Boost thrown onto Ghostly, and Dysentery actually goes down. Now it's just up to Ghostly. He's in the back line, trying to get as much work as he done, but Slade and Tracy combine to get the tank and the honor. And despite a Diva Bomb, Temporalic still living, trying to focus down this Mercy. Is he going to be able to find him? This might be able to turn it around if he can find the Mercy. A sleep onto 12E from Corvus, and a direct rocket, 2 direct rockets onto 12E, finishes him off. As we see a rear gauge actually coming in, though. Ghostly manages to find Corvus, and a Resurrect comes onto 12E. Barrage comes out from me, but he doesn't get anything. He gets slapped. Temporalic is still there. He's still alive. They managed to find they managed to pick off Kanakumi. 12 is still there. Mech finishes off Kanakumi, and now it's just going to be a cleanup. Primal Rage coming out from Mechman, and now we're going to see Slade coming back with the Primal Rage as well. This is absolutely bananas now. This is going absolutely bonkers. They don't touch the point.
Oof,
oh no!
One big final fight. And a very nice Primal Rage knocks all of the Koala Ruse remaining players, well, into the stratosphere. They cannot touch. They cannot do anything about that. And, well, I thought they'd almost brought that one back. It was a really nice revive from Mai earlier in that fight. He got that one. He gets Corvus. They get the 2 healers together. They keep it going. And I thought they had it. They were really close. But Temp, he was on a mission to kill May. He was on a mission to get the Mercy, and he did. He sacrificed himself for it, but you lose that healer, and it's just so difficult from there. May doesn't have anyone to go with from spawn, and they do a fantastic job there. Quality. And now they have the 4 minutes. They got, well, when they were playing NASA here before, they went. Iggs just bang, bang, bang onto all 3 points. This time, they only don't even need to get 1. They need to get close to it. They don't even need to go the full way. They would be feeling pretty confident of making this a 2-1 series. And Koala Ruse, if they want to take this out 3-0, they've got a lot of work on defense to do, as Slade just dies as well. So why not?
Slade just died. Yeah, Temporalic has to get a massive shout out there. He stalled for so long and put so much pressure onto the back line that allowed the rest of his team to come back and just pop off. That's absolutely insane work from Temporalic. As we're going to see the game start, we're going to see the Farmer duel yet again. And this time we're actually going to see the dive coming out from Koala Ruse. It doesn't look like there's going to be any boop off here. It's just going to be a normal crossing of the bridge. If you're Jai, you're thankful for that. We're going to see a dive onto high ground right now as they just fight over it. They're just trying to contest. They're trying to buy this high ground space for their sniper here. But At the same time, we see Slade try and go a little bit deeper. He might get picked off. No, he's fine. He is fine. He will just live. He goes very low. He's getting healed up. Kanakumi almost goes down, but Yeats is the one who finds the kill, finding 12 on the side. 12 was trying to take an off angle and just was found out. Now it might just be a hard disengage until the Resurrect comes in, though. And now 12 is just back on the sideline. Again, Temporalic actually finds Slade. He went too deep in. Not going to get Kanakumi. Nade comes in now from Corvus, and it's actually massive nade. Manages to not only keep him alive, but anti-nade Mechman. We see a self-destruct come in now from Temporalic as we see Mechman finds May. But in that time, 12 again went down. Mechman gets anti-nade and then just blown up. Dysentery is still there though, keeping the healing on Temporalic, and this might just be a disengage here. They know they've got the spawn points there, and they know they can keep this fight going for a really long time. They're just building up the ultimates now, and we see the nano boost actually online for Jai. Corvus used the nano boost in that last fight, but we see a barrage online for Yeet.
Yeah, and it's just really good stuff here from Koalas that I think someone like NASA struggled to on that first game, is that they're trying to hold that high ground because they know that 12 is going to be trying to get up there. They want that space. They want to be able to shoot down from above. They're not allowing that, and they're being really aggressive towards 12, which is exactly what you want to do. As Slade goes in really deep towards the back lines. He's actually sort of just out of the fight at the moment as he jumps on towards 12 now, and 12 is just sort of stuck on the ash out the back with a big gorilla jumping around behind her. Amazing to get the revive onto Tracy while all that's going on. Slade finally coming back towards the end there, and he has just been bullying 12, who's managed to stay up thanks to the work from Decentra. Kanakami's going to take Temp out of Mech, but Mecha Man and Ghostly going to get trades there. Ghostly with the pick. The ultimate as well. He's gone back towards their spawn. He's doing fantastic stuff there. Kanakami will take down Temp at least. And he's got himself back into the Diva suit as well. 12 will get slayed though. Now Kanakami knocked out, and that is finally going to be the push. And this is probably going to be the last fight coming up here. And they're going to be missing a couple before they get it all the way to the end. Both teams regrouping up. Tracy with a lovely pick on the 12. That's going to incentivize Koala Root to get in there a bit more aggressive. The Diva Bomb comes out the back as well towards the entrance. Temp gets 2! Oh no! And Decentra also revived 12. It's a 4v6 and Temp gets May. Yeet will at least get one of the Mecha Man, but that's all she wrote. You'd imagine Ghostly gets Yeet as well. Temp gets slayed, and now it is just a lonely Diva left on side. Kanakami, the Tracer, can't get there in time, and Top Quality get their first map of the series. It's 2-1, and they do a fantastic job there, courtesy of a very nice Temp Diva Bomb.
Temporalic, if you are Top Quality right now, you better be thanking Temporalic for that. That is a hero bomb, especially with Mechman being as low as he was. Healers weren't back yet. It was just 12, and then as soon as 12 goes down, I actually thought that fight was over. I thought that Mechman would have to walk away, but no, the Mercy comes back, gives him as much healing as she can, keeps him alive for just long enough for Temporalic to come back and get the double kill with the not the rocket barrage, sorry, the self-destruct. That has to be heartbreaking if you're Koala Roos to feel like you could almost full hold them and then just be blown up.
Well, and it's also interesting because that is possibly the greatest Diva Bomb placement you could get, because where that is just underneath the bridge bit there. Like there's either you usually would go over the top and around the back, but somehow teams managed to land it right on the cart, basically right next to where everyone was trying to hide from it, and you get those 2 picks. And the fight, Koala got everyone back. They got the early pick there on towards 12 as well, but then he gets revived up while all that's going on, and from there it's just an easy run. But Quality, they did well holding them from not getting a point, and then they did what they needed to do on attack, and they make it 2-1, and that means we are moving on for the first time tonight onto an assault map, which it looks like is going to be Temple of Anubis.
It's not just the first time tonight, it's the first time this tournament. We've not seen a map 3 on stream yet. To see this, it is quite rare, and this game is definitely delivering. Like you said, we are going to Temple of Anubis here, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more Sapper play here. I think we're going to see 12 on the Widowmaker or the Ashe even. And we might see either Dive, or we will see the Roadhog Zarya composition, which Top Quality have shown they want to play as much as they can.
It's going to be, I feel like for this map as well, this is Koalas. They had the chance to take it out there 3-0. They miss it. Quality just too good for them in the end there. And now that's just when that doubt starts creeping in. You get the first two, you sort of get rolled a bit on towards the last map, and you start thinking, oh, well, maybe we don't really have all the answers there. As Slade also gets subbed out again, this time for Ricky Maru. And they've just gone back and forth with that. So I feel like they've just got plans for certain maps for these two, it would seem. That or they're just giving them a break for each one, so it feels like everyone is getting their fair share. Anubis is interesting. The first point is always the one where if you get the first roll on there, you get the first point pretty easily. It's the second point that's always the hard one. I remember the last tournament we did for the in-house, there were a lot of times that you'd get the first one very quickly, but then you'd struggle for 3 or 4 minutes to pick it up on the B point, I guess. For quality, it's going to come down to, at least on defense or attack, again, 12 and Ghost are getting those picks, but also Jai and Decentric keeping up with those healings. Because I feel like most of the time, when it's come down to it, their healing seems to have outputted Koalas when it has really mattered. And even though Koalas are up the 2-1, I feel like there needs to be a bit more out of Corvus and May. And you do wonder why Corvus has gone to that healing. If there was an internal thing where they wanted something to change, or whether or not it was just Corvus saying, you know what, I feel like I'm going to be doing a lot better here on the healing side of things. Even though he did probably pop off in the first 2 ones as well.
Yeah, oh, he definitely did. We are going to see... what do you think is going through the head right now of top quality? Obviously, you've just come off being full held on Blizzard World, and then you manage to full hold back. Like, that has to be such a confidence boon, and right now, comms have to be popping off. The communication between these players is massively important, and if you have confidence, I always find that you will have more efficient comms, and you'll just be overall more you'll be highly invigorated in the game. Do you think that's going to have a massive? Do you think that'll have a major impact on the gameplay for top quality?
Well, I mean, quality is showing that I think they just have really good mental fortitude. Considering if you get rolled on a map, it is always very tough to come back from. But they basically did it the reverse one on the Rialto just beforehand. So I feel like they should be feeling pretty confident. I don't think they'll be thinking why they would be able to hold this first point the way they were looking there before. It is going to be pretty interesting though, as it's going to be Ricky Maru on the Winston again, and going to come in on the Diva. So it's a bit of a dive comp here. Tracy also picking up. Well, I was going to say Genjin. I was going to say Yit was on the Ana, but he doesn't last too long there. 12 gets a mini pick, and another one onto Corvus. Corvus actually has changed over back to the DPS, and he's been greeted with a ball straight to the face as Ricky Maru trying to get something done there in the back lines, and well, Mecha Man and the fellas aren't going to have anything done with that. It has been a pretty easy first fight one, and now it's just it's just time being wasted at this point, as it does look like Tracy is stuck in the back lines as well as their May.
Yeah, May is in the back line. He actually finds Dysentery. The Reddit Lucio of the dreams has paid off here. Manages to get a hook on I can't speak. I can't say the word. Kanakumi, and we see a dive onto the opposite high ground now from Ricky Maru. They're trying to put pressure onto this Ashe as we see Kanakumi actually get the kill onto Ghostly, but as a result, and now 12's been sandwiched. Now it's going to be difficult to keep any sort of pressure on Corvus, who now has just open sightlines. We do see the Bob come in and put as much pressure as we can, but Ricky Maru is just in the back line doing whatever he pleases. And as we see Corvus get a headshot on Dysentery, and that is going to be the fight win, with May getting the initial pick on the Lucio.
Oh, that's just... If you're Dysentery, that's a thrown mouse, a smashed keyboard. That is not what you want happening. And that's... I mean, it's great for May, like, getting in the back line. I don't understand how anyone could have stopped that, and how Dysentery actually managed to be picked off there if he didn't realise. They seemed to be aware that he was around that area. 12 going to be replying to May as he thinks about maybe going the back lines again. He says, you know what, mate, you just sit down and have a bit of rest towards spawn. Ghostly going in towards the right side as well, trying to get a bit more aggressive as, well, Koalas are just, I think, building up ult charge at this point as they wait for May to come back from spawn, and here he is, ready to go.
Yeah, without the speed boost and without the healing, you definitely feel a bit nervous coming into this point. As we see a dive attempt actually happen, but Temporalic just straight away just managed to interrupt the jump, and now we see him go even further in. Rikimaru pops the Primal Rage, and he's in their spawn, but a quick swap from 12V, who grappled back into his spawn and swapped over to the Reaper. Now we see the Dragon Blade pull from Tracy. He manages to get 12V, but Ghostly kills Corvus in the backline. Now we see the beat come out from May, and the Dragon Blade doesn't really get much else. They've just taken residence on the point right now, but have yet to get a tick. They're so close to getting it, as we see Temporalic get DMX after Jai gets resurrected. Mech manages to finish off Yeet. A self-destruct bomb, a self-destruct from Kanakumi manages to finish off Dysentery as May finishes off Temporalic and Baby Form. Nano boost onto the Genji, comes out with a Nano Blade. Ghostly manages to get 1, 2, 3 kills for Ghostly. Make that 4.
That's a great showing from Ghostly there. I didn't mind what Koalas are trying to start off with. They dived very deep right to get on top of 12E, and they pushed the 12E and also Jai all the way back in towards spawn. 12E then does a quick pick over towards the Reaper to try and get some more damage in close there, and he's going to stick with it as well. But in the end, it was just a real scrap until Ghostly gets that Genji ult, and he just flies through them all. 4 picks and ends it pretty cleanly. As now they're coming in towards the right side here. It's going to be 12E trying to get some damage towards the back line. He does shift away before he gets done. Now it's Ghostly jumping in the back line. And Mecha Man 12E got picks while that's all been going on. Ghostly might find himself... Oh, he gets slept, but 12E comes in to save him. As all the others are pretty much gone. 12E will get yeet. 10 picks up May as they get sort of stuck towards fight, or towards the fight side there. Ghostly going to pick up Tracy as well. And now it is just a lonely baby Diva who's going to be stalled as long as possible. 12E might just get them. Temp does. That is going to hurt because that's going to be valuable seconds wasted off the clock there.
Yeah, it definitely is. In that fight, we saw Rikimaru really want to go deep into the backline, but as soon as he jumped in, 12V jumped into his backline, and it forced Kanakumi to make a choice. He either leaves his supports alone or he leaves his main tank alone. And in this instant, he left the main tank alone. Rikimaru gets purpled, and he just gets blown up while 12E jumps into the backline and then Wraith forms out. Now he has his ultimate. He's going to be looking for the perfect time to use that, as we see a rotation actually onto the left side, of the point. But at this time, it doesn't seem like much is happening. We see the Sombra swap, but again, Rikimaru just jumps in only to die. Kanakumi wasn't really with him. Bit disorganized there. As well, Kanakumi just falls, and now it's going to be a stagger again as Tracy manages to get Ghostly, but Mech finishes off Kanakumi. It's not too much of a stagger, but they do get Tracy. That's a late kill, and that's probably another 20 seconds off the kill board as they actually find Corvus. Corvus is caught out, and he goes down as well. That's another 20 seconds.
That's quite unfortunate. And again, I'm not sure what quite happened there. Ricky dived in early, but then he just didn't have any backup. Kanna was a bit late following him in, and he didn't really have any healing around him at all, and he was just instantly dogpiled, taken down. And then again, just some late picks from players that really didn't need to be near the fight. Like Tracy, he got a pick on towards Ghostly. He probably just needed to get out back towards spawn. He gets taken out there, and then Corvus, who's being aggressive up to the right, I'm guessing he wasn't thinking he was going to be seen or spotted. He does, and that's the end of that as Ghostly picks up May, and again, it's just a 5v6 almost immediately, and an anti-grenade towards the back as well is going to mean that the Anna and also Diva on the side of Koala Rose are going to have to back up pretty fast. It's just more time on the clock. There is only a minute left. They have got to go now. They will at least have 4 ultimates for this fight, but on the other side, it's 4 ultimates as now it gets big, and here we go. Tracy's going to be the first picking up with his Genji ult, but Ghostly is going to trade back on the May. Decentra also get the revive on the Giant, which is exactly what they needed. 12's not going to pick up anything with the I should say the Reaper ult, as Ghostly is going to pick up Tracy as well. 12, he gets Rikimaru. Ghostly picks up Corvus. They are winning this fight outright now, and this is going to be struggle town here for Koala Rose. Also the D-Mag on the Kanakami. Don't stall him out that much at all. He just gets taken down, but 27 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the last fight, and Corvus is the only one with an ultimate.
I have to give massive props to MacMan there. He just managed to just stay alive. There's no support, there's no defensive ult on the side of top quality, and they still managed to withstand the Nano Blade because of the focus fire that came out from Mech onto the backline to stop any sort of dive coming in. Now we see the EMP come in. It's a big EMP. They managed to pick off Dysentery and 12 straight away. Temporalic uses the self-destruct, but doesn't get anything this time, as we see Jay McFlurry, get just absolutely dove on by both the Diva and the Winston, taken out, as we see Temporalic now just trying to stall out. This overtime push might be working, but Dysentery manages to get a res on McMahon. What has just happened there? 12 can manage to get back and gets the kill on Tracy. That res should never have happened. Ricky Maru does find Dysentery this time, though. So now it's a lack of healing again. But 12V's still alive. Not anymore. As I say that, May picks him off. Purple onto Ricky Maru. Doesn't really result in anything there. McMahon falls down. And this should still be the end of the fight as we see the Coalescence come out from Yeet. Ghostly pulls out the Metal Blade. He managed to find Corvus. Now he's dashing in. Can he get any more? He needs to get more here. To fade away from Yeet. He's not able to get more than one with that. Ricky Maru manages to pick off 2. Self-destruct comes in. Trovy with the Death Blossom manages to pick up Yeet and Tracy. This is still going on. This fight is still winnable for top quality. Sound Barrier comes out from May this time now. Ghostly is still alive, manages to get down and get the Mega Health back. Mex pops the Primal Raise. He's able to stall out for so much longer. Corvus is back on the Sombra though, managed to hack Ghostly. Giant McFlurry managed to go down to Rickamaru, but McMahon gets May. Dysentery manages to get a res on Giant McFlurry, and again, no one's on the point. No, they managed to touch back in time. Giant McFlurry picks off Rickamaru with an anti-nade. Temporalic manages to get Kalakumi out of suit. Torvik finishes the Baby Diva. Ghostly finishes Corvus on the Sombra, and Giant finishing off Sombra leads to the end of the fight.
Well, that was just these big fights towards the end. It's just a scrap, and Koala Roos, they would have thought they'd be feeling pretty hard done by it. They had the advantage of basically all of that, but that spawn of where it is, it's so close to the point there for Quality, and they managed to get it done. As you can see, Corvus with some lovely language about 2 CP does very much like that. You know, you do like to see it. In the end, they did a very good job holding that one off, but I mean, they were so close, Koalas, together, and that I think they do get a bit of it. They don't even get a tick, so that is really great work there from Quality. Because there was just back and forth. They probably had 2 members in those fights at max most of the time, and really no ultimates for the first and probably second third of that map, or towards that fight at the end, and they do get the job done. They make them stay at 1. Don't give them a single tick across. And now they've got to do it themselves. If they can get 1 and then a tick, well, then we will see them even this all up at 2-all. Meanwhile, Wallaroos, if they can hold them completely here, they'll win this map outright. And if it's a draw, then, well, I don't actually know. I guess we move on to a 5th, and then we might have a 6th map in store. Because, well, you never know. The 5th could even out at 2-all. If this one stays a draw, as there is a pause coming in. Not entirely sure what that is for, but I'm sure it will end in short time.
Yeah, it should be like that, but we have already seen full holds from both teams, so we might see it yet again. But hopefully not a full hold, at least for top quality, as they need this map to stay in this tournament. Going back to that stall, it has to be the Resurrect onto McMahon that is highlighted there, because that Resurrect allows McMahon to, well, A, come back to life, and B, build up his own Primal Rage, and then Dysentery live for another 10 or 12 seconds longer after the Resurrect came in. The Focus Fire just wasn't there for Koala Roos, unfortunately. And when 12E comes back, he puts so much point pressure, he has so much point pressure, especially on those tanks, that he just melts away any point pressure that Koala Roos have, and it just ends there. It's just, there's nothing you can do when there's a Reaper and a Primal Raging Monkey on Anuba's second point. It is insane. Even with May's heroics on first point and trying to get the sound barrier, it just didn't work out for Koala Roos. It's highly unfortunate. Do you think that after that hold, after getting so close, and especially having like 5 minutes in the time bank going into, or 4 minutes, sorry, going into second point, do you think that has an effect on their mental?
I would assume it definitely isn't going to sit very well with them. But at the same time, I feel like Koala Roos are going to feel like they can definitely do what Quality just did to them. And there's no reason they can't at this point. It's so close, both of these teams, just back and forth each time. And it comes down to, I guess, how much time you can get from the first point and how much you can get then to attack the second objective. Because then you've just got more time to just slowly break through as we're getting ready for this first fight to commence. Both teams sticking with basically what they had previously. It's pretty much the same across the board, except we've got Reaper on 12E, and it's going to be Tracy with the Genji and Corvus again, looking towards that Ash, at least for the first point to hold this one out. It's going to be a push in over from the left room side, getting immediately the high ground up there, but there's 3 basically above the point early. Is Ghostly. He's going to get Tracy to Ricky Murray. Because they're all split up, it does mean it's an interesting one. They don't allow them just to come to fight and get that. The revive is actually coming from May. That's not a bad revive, unfortunately. They get their life for it, but the anti-grenade was pretty good there. Ricky Murray will pick up Temp. 12 will get Yeet though, and Mecha Man is going to put Kama coming out to suit. Corvus will get Ghostly. Mecha Man, another pick. It's just sort of back and forth, but it's looking like the Koalas boys are going to get what they need. So Ricky Murray is still alive and fighting. The problem is he has absolutely no health. Doesn't mean this contest goes on a bit longer than it probably should have. I would have thought Koalas would have this one by now. But they're still fighting this. 12 will take down Ricky Mara and then Mecha Man onto Tracy. Now it feels like that should be about it. It's just jumping into this point. Spinning around on the Diva. He's trying to do as much as possible, stall it out. But that is going to be all she wrote for the first objective. 5:30 now to get 1 tick and take us to a 5th map. It's all up to quality at this point.
You have to be feeling good as Koalas here. You know you can't lose this map. You know that no matter what, you're going to a map 5 now. So now they're not
they've got as well. That's going to be big for this fight.
Because that fight went on so long, and because the recontest came in from Koalas, they've actually managed to build up ult. As Ricky Murray jumps really deep in and is forced to use the primal raid, he gets slept but immediately woken up. So he's not in too much trouble here. As May is just kind of skirting around on the walls, on the ceiling. Primal Rage didn't really get much use though. He just stayed in their backline. Now we see the Nano Blade come out. And is he going to be able to find something? He does find Yeet. This fight could be already over. He managed to find Corvus as well. That's 2 for the Nano Blade and Genji. Ghostly trying to look for a 3rd. Might not get it there, but does he really need it? He gets it anyway. Gets Rikimaru. Self-destruct on point, along with the Reaper roll. And a self-destruct from Kanakumi. Gets Jai. Now we see the Nano Blade come out on Tracy. He managed to get Dysentery. This is insane. Ghostly manages to get Yeet. Jag manages to get Corvus, who swats over to the Doomfist and managed to pick off 12E in that fight. But Tracy's still alive. He manages to get 3 in that fight, and he managed to come back and end this fight completely. Surely this should be it. As we see, every member still low, but there's not the numbers here for top quality. That's the end of the fight.
I'm going to be honest, I thought they had that. They looked like it was a 3v6. They had most of the picks there. And then the Kanakami bomb, it gets Jai, and that just completely throws around. Because when that happens is when Ghostly gets his ult. Or not Ghostly, Tracy gets his ult, and Yeet also with his. And the combine there is just enough to rip through them enough and get those picks. They swing the fight in their favor. They have the spawn.
Oh, Ghostly
is going to make sure this fight's not going to be going on too long, although 12E is going to pick him off, and the revive comes in, so they might think about re-aggressing. They just need the 1 tick. This is such a hard point to get through, because the spawn is so close for them to come back from this one. 12E's going to put Kamakami out of mech, though. He's using himself pretty well with this one so far on the Reaper, and Mechman's going to pick Kanakami. So that's one of the tanks gone. Diva's gone. 12E's also going to pick up Corvus. Ricky Mara going to trade on the Corvus, but Ghostly, with the Genji again, and that's enough, everyone. They can't get back on towards point. Quality, they take out map 4. We are going to a deciding 5th. Whew.
This is an absolutely insane game. I didn't think that they would actually be able to get that there. And we have to remember, top quality was in our first game of the day. They came in at second last, and now they're showing their worth. They're showing why that first game against Koalas was so close. It's the clutch gameplay coming out from Ghostly and Dysentery, especially in that map. Dysentery performed extremely well, getting all the key resurrects that he needed to, and keeping his team alive with good usage of ultimates as well, especially with his Valkyrie. It's beautiful to watch. It is beautiful Overwatch to watch. The only downside that I can point to that is the fight where was the first engage on that fight on second point. They came in with 6 ults, they used all of them and didn't get a tick because of some last minute heroics from Kanakumi, who with the most awkwardly placed bombs still somehow managed to find Jai. And then I think it was Tracy coming in with a Nano Blade and managing to clean up the rest of the fight. It was insane. This is an insane game of Overwatch.
It's been very fun to watch so far, and you've got to put it down to it's just the small things that happen there. Anything can just switch a team fight around very quickly, or it can just result in a roll. I've got to say, every time Ghostly has gotten the nano boost from Jai, he has just put it to work every single time. He just doesn't miss with it. He gets 3 or 4 people, and he just makes them pay. And I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to use those 2 ultimates together. It's very, very hard to get through it. And they didn't make it look easy, but they definitely looked at the better one there on Anubis as we go into number 5. So of course it is going to be Nepal Control, and this one's for all the chocolates. You can't draw this 5th map. This one is going to go, well, we're going to have a winner. It's either Koality or Koalaroos. One of these guys will be going to the final, where they're going to meet Goon, who are waiting for them with open arms. This is it. This is what these teams have been playing for to get to that grand final. If you're going to show up and do what you need to do, it needs to be right now.
Yes, this is the final countdown, you could say. We are going to... Obviously, we're going to Nepal, and we're going to start on Sanctum as the first map. And I'm looking forward to seeing the Lucio here from May. He's really been hard locking this in every composition almost. And it doesn't provide the healing. It doesn't provide as much healing as, say, the Honor or the Mercy would. But it does provide an amazing ability in the speed boost. And it supplies a defensive ult as well. On the other side, we're going to see the Zarya Hog from both teams, but we're going to see the double hit scan from Ghostly, Ness, and 12, which is very odd considering that Ghostly has had a standout performance on the Farah today. It's going to be very interesting as we see Tracy actually swapping over to the Reaper off of the Symmetra, who's just letting his team teleport forward, and Yeet already falls really, really low. Needs to be really careful. He's going to see that these guys have a double hit scan now, and he will need to play on corners constantly. Tracy's going to be looking around for the flank, and Temporalic's just going to walk into the room. Temporalic doesn't know what's waiting for him in there. He almost goes down immediately, but actually some really good peel from Mechman there and Jai as 12 manages to pick off May. That's a massive pick. Now they're missing all of their healing. Corvus is still on the Moira, but is it going to give them enough here? Are they going to have enough sustain? They managed to pick off Tracy. 12 getting 2 kills out by as Temporalic picks off Slade, and McMahon picks off Kanakumi. And now, are they going to be able to get Yeet? Corvus just, well, yeets himself off the edge, as you could say. And Yeet is still in the back line. No, Yeet is dead.
That's late. That's a late pick, and they'll take that one. And he know the weak quality. Again, that was just really interesting. The problem is with the Farah pick at this point, it's an enclosed space. There is a bit more like higher up towards the sky, but you're not really going to get that high. And the 2 hit scans as well is going to make it really difficult. They get May early as well, which means Yeet is basically useless at that point because he gets any hits down and then has to go find a health pack somewhere. He doesn't have the Farah or the Mercy close to him, but also they went in that right room. They just sort of just came out one by one. They were just sort of asking for 1v1 fights. They got them, and they lost every one of them. That's a nice pick from May, though. Temp goes flying off the edge, never to be seen again. Bob gets slept, and he almost gets knocked off. He's just sitting on the edge. Now he falls off again. Kawakami is going to see the death of him. Decentra also got the Ana ult, which I don't think was meant to happen. 12 is going to pick up 2. May and Yeet both go down. Yeet's going to get at least the trade on the Mecha Man, and Kamikami's going to Decentra. Ghostly will pick up Kanakami. Slade is on the point slept. They are trying to switch on this one back. They don't exactly have a lot of tanks. Temp is finally going to get back to a contested. It's like they're just sitting in the room there. They're not really wanting to contest. They don't want to get on towards the point. Now they sort of do. Slade's going to be there, but again, it's just these 1v1s. May's just sitting there by himself. Tracy at least is in the back line. He'll be able to pick up Mecha Man, and now he has Decentra sort of all to himself, but they finally realize he's there. Temp's going to pick up Slade. This fight is just going on and on and on. They're not really engaging in big ones. It's just 1v1 matches happening all over the place. It's going to be Yeet stuck on the side there with Temp. He's getting healers though from Decentra, and that's going to force Yeet to fall back. 12 gets Tracy, and it's just the May sort of, well, it's the Lucio sort of around the back, but he can't really do much, and that fight's over. Not that it ever
What a sleep! What a sleep just coming out there from Jai onto May. Who's going to be able to touch? Is there a ball that's going to be able to touch? There is a ball that is going to be able to touch. He actually knocks Temp off the map. The grab is whiffed. The grab is whiffed. He forces the grab. He almost moves the bomb off the map. Wait, Ghostly's off the map as well. What happened to Ghostly? Mayo comes into the back line. It doesn't really catch anything, but Kanakumi manages to find Dysentery. What on earth has happened? How have you managed to throw this? Kanakumi picks off Mech as well, and it's just going to be the point flip. How have you managed to throw this, top quality?
I mean, the good thing is here they've got 99%, but yeah, well, I mean, everyone just went and decided to go straight off the map. It was a good knockoff of Temp there from Slade on the hamster ball, which you do like to see there. And then Ghostly, I'm not actually sure what happened to him. He just fell off. I'm assuming he got bumped by something. Bob also got knocked off again. It's the second time that's happened when he's been set on the point. And now they only pick on the Temp as well. They get to sort of sit back and have a bit of time towards that point, upwards of 26%. It's going to keep counting. As ults get built, and this next fight's going to begin right now.
It is going to start right now as the Graviton Surge gets invested. Temporalic actually finds Yeet. It's a 2-for-2 trade, and Hall comes down. He just gets slayed in the corner. But the beat and the Death Blossom from Tracy, who gets 2. And now it's going to be a 1 fight. Maybe. Ghostly does pull the High Noon and actually manages to find May. This fight is still going. Tracy uses his Wraith Form. Temporalic's going to get a hook. Actually misses it now. This time is going to be really close. Kanakumi's caught out on the left side. He's going to get sandwiched here. Temporalic is just going straight for him. This might be over. This might be over. No, they managed to actually keep... He manages to keep himself alive, and now the reinforcements have arrived for Koala Ruse. Ghostly goes down to Slade, who manages to just roll into the back line. 12 manages to finish off Yeet with some dynamite, and a minefield on the point is going to stop the point capture now. And it seems like this fight should be over. Although, as I say, that Tears of Tree manages to res Jai, but no, they're just going to back out, especially with Temporalic dead. There's no point presence. But 12 getting a late pick on May means that they should be able to recontest relatively quickly.
Yeah, that's a nice little pick there. Again, it's just, they're being very aggressive, Colorado. They're just sending out 2 or 3 people. There's no group fights at the moment. It's just fights happening right, left, center. It's all just happening in different places. No one really wants to have that big contest on the side. And this is the last one that's going to happen. Tracy's going to pick up 12 and Ghostly will get Corvus, so it's a 5v5 situation. They've lost their runner as well. That's going to hurt. 12 also getting Kanakumi, and the Mercy ult comes out. Temp is going to get May. Slade falls to his death. Ghostly will pick up Yeet. This one should be done. Tracy now just the last one really fighting on point if he can even get there. Ghostly will get him though. The point is going to be flipped across and Koala will pick up the first one here. 199%. And now we're just 1 away from taking this series out. Oh boy, that was a close one.
That was extremely close. And it comes back to 12 throwing his bob out just before he dies to Tracy there. He manages to put it on the... He manages to put his bob onto the point, and for the first time this round, it doesn't get booped off the edge. It actually manages to finish off Kanakumi, who almost lived thanks to some amazing peel from Corvus with the nano boost. But unfortunately, he's just unable to keep him alive through all of the damage, especially with a Bob who just kind of aimbot tracks onto him. It is so close. And we're actually going to see the pause coming in from 12 here.
They're nervous. Everyone's nervous. They don't know who can take this one out at this point. And, I mean, for both sides here, it's been really just back and forth, the hundreds and 99% for both controls, especially on the first one we did earlier in this series. No one is taking a step back, and it makes it very difficult now. You will see a lot of the Pharaohs use here. This is where the Pharaohs are going to get a lot more use, because Yeet tried it inside there for the temple. It didn't really work because there's not as much space. You don't have a lot of open air to really be able to maneuver around through. Also, 2 hit scan firing at him probably didn't help too much, and it's not going to be the same here. 12 will stick on towards the Ash, but this does allow, I guess, Yeet to have a bit more freedom, considering it's only the 1. But he's got to be careful, I mean, because 12's been hitting their shots all through these 2 series that they've played so far. And it's still going to be this sort of dive. Temp is going to stick on that road. He's doing great work with there. So that's going to be the one difference. Kanakami is going to be on that Diva. Tracy on the Tracer, which is always very nice. Corvus and also Jai stick to the Anna and Decentra, and May stick to the Mercies. It is, well, this is it. Really, if Koala can take this one out, they take the series 3-2 and they do the reverse sweep, which is no mean feat at all.
No, it is not a mean. It is an amazing achievement to have the mental fortitude to actually do that. We're going to see the Forest duel again and again. Ghostly has had Yeet's number this entire time. We're actually going to see a bit of a separation in the team here, as we see the Winston the Winston Diva mirror match, but we see Slade, coming in from the left side and actually dropping straight onto Jai. Despite 12 managing to pick off Yeet there, it's just a much better trade there. But Ghostly actually manages to find May. Temporalic does get demeched by Kanakumi, and now the fight is still going on. Kanakumi does get demeched by Ghostly Nest. McMahon does get Corvus, and Ghostly gets Kanakumi in Baby Diva form. Yeet finally wins a Farah duel, and Slade picks off Dysentery. Torby does get Yeet. It's just the Winston the Tracer here, though. Are they going to allow the point to get caught? Slade is under half health. They need to try and push it. No, Tracy's caused enough disruption in the backline to keep the rest of the team off a point. As we see Temporalic now and McMahon, as well as 12 onto point, and we see 12 actually again pick up Yeet. Ghostly picks up Tracy. There's no DPS here now. Despite the reinforcements and despite the 16% gain, the point does flip again. And a late nano boost invested. Oh, you're going to want that back in your Corvus.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why I decided to use that one. But it's happened. I'll have to move on with that one. But there was pretty good work there from Tracy, actually distracting enough, basically like 1v4 in the backline for as long as possible. And Slade manages to do fit the point. They still do have the 3 ultimates to go on this one up against the 3 of Quality, but again, it's none of them really. They don't want these group fights. Everyone is just so spread out. It's these sort of 2v3s or 3v2s or just 1v1s that are happening everywhere. And Yeet, well, he's going to get Ghostly as he tries to get aggressive in towards their spawn. And Kanakawa's going to pick up McMahon as well. 12 will get a trade back on the Slave, but still a 4v5 in the favor and make that a 5v3 in the favor of Koala Rose Temp. And, well, the revive is on to Mega Man's not going to do much. May will get the one on the Slade, but while that's been going on, the point actually going to be flipped back over to Koala Rose, but they'll take that because they're still in charge of this fight, which means they just get extra charge there. But Ghostly with 2, that's big. Corvus may go down. He also gets Kanakumi. How on earth does he get that 3rd? I have absolutely no idea, but he's done it. The Winston ult's been popped by Slade, but he can't really do much at this point with not much around him. He does get the center, and Tracy will get Ghostly. And they're still trying to fight this one out, but even with those 2 picks, they still can't quite get it. Yeet will get Jai. Mecha Man will get Slade. Yeet's going to go down to Temp. Temp gets another one to Tracy. May is going to get a revive to make sure they can get this fight going quickly as possible. And they're going again. It's just been so back and forth so far.
It has been very back and forth. I'm very curious to why they're trying to fight this. They're down both their DPS. They do pop the Valkyrie, but I don't know if it's going to help that much or not. Kanakumi does try and go for the fire there, but he's been caught out. Now a nano boost onto McMahon, and a nano boost onto Slade as well. McMahon does find Corvus, but Yeet finds 12 and Slade manages to demech Temporalic. Slade also gets Jai. So this fight is actually turned in favor of Koala Ruse now. Yeet finishes off Temporalic as a res comes in onto Corvus, goes to the Spanners to find Tracy, and now it's just an all-out brawl. Yeet uses the barrage, cleans up McMahon, and that's just going to be the point flipping back over in favor of Koala Ruse. Now is the time to get out of your top quality.
And yeah, well, I reckon Ghostly does get away. 12 he won't, so that's going to mean a restart there, which is going to waste valuable time. Koala Ruse will take that because that means they can build up the point. And again, I would have thought, you would think that they would be a bit further behind, but the fact that they've been able to flip points during the battles, even when they've ended up losing them, is just great. And Yeet, that's a big pick early on. It goes again, it makes them reset. Or well, at least makes Decentra use the revive, so that one's gone for the next fight, at least for 20 over seconds. And oh, this is what it's going to come down to here. 77% each as they tick above them, pushing in towards from this left side. Ghostly going to respond on the Corvus. That's what they wanted. And with the Diva Bomb coming out, it's going to mean that they can't really get the revive. They will there, but may sacrifice themselves. Ghostly will get them. It's a 5v6. Another Diva Bomb coming out. This one from Kanakumi. That's big. Both the healers gone to Center and Jai. Temp will get onto Corvus, but now Yeet. He can pick up Ghostly, who doesn't have that Mercy with him. Mecha Man still gets Yeet, so they're still fighting this one, even without the healing. It's gonna fall short though. Kanakumi gets Mecha Man and Temp, and that is gonna be all she wrote, just like that. From holding that one on from about 50%, and they don't even really get to have that big fight on point to finish it off. It's just done, just like that. Round 2 complete, 1 apiece. It is all down to this.
It is all down to this, and that was so unfortunate for Ghostly, who managed to not only pick off Corvus early, but then pick off May on the Mercy. But as he was trying to kill May on the Mercy, he was just unable to do it before the res came in. So when the res came in, after he killed May, He used the barrage instantly. Corvus had a brief second of invincibility after being rezzed and just slept him while mid-barrage. Then the bomb came in and he was unable to get anywhere. That's just an amazing play from Corvus and May, and just really unlucky from Ghostly. We're going to see the same composition coming out from Koala Ruse, but we're going to see the Hog picked up now for top quality. This is it. This is for all the marbles. This is what we play for.
One of these teams is going to the grand final. The other one is saying goodbye to this tournament. Here we go now. Ghostly. Oh, well, he says, you know what? I reckon we want to be the first ones. He's going to pick up 2. Slade and Corvus gone, but Yeet's going to respond with 2 of his own. Giant 12 gone out of this world. Temp's going to get the hit onto Yeet, and Decentra's going to get the revive, meaning that it's swung back into Quality's favor. Kanakami will get Ghostly, and the revive onto Yeet. So they're still keeping in this one. Mecha Man, though, that's May gone. That's a huge loss there for Yeet. He doesn't have that healing or the extra damage. Mecha Man's going to pick up Kamakami. They win that fight out. They get the early flip of the point early. It's already going up towards 10%. And now Koala Ruse are going to have to play a bit more aggressive to take this point back.
Yeah, Temporalic gained so much space, and every hook he did there managed to hit someone. He managed to hook Slade to start the fight and drop him below half health, which just allowed Ghostly to freely go about wherever he wanted to and just do as much damage as he can. Now he's having a little duel with Yeet right now. He does get a direct hit, but it's not able to follow it up. But 12 manages to pick off Slade with a help from a hook from Temporalic yet again. Ghostly finishes off Corvus, but Jai goes down to Tracy, and Ghostly actually falls now to Yeet. Corvus gets res, but Dysentery also manages to get the res on Ghostly. He does fall to Yeet. However, Temporalic manages to demech Kanakumi. 12 manages to get a pulse bomb kill onto Corvus, and this is going to be the cleanup from Ghostly, 12 and Temp again.
The moment you think a fight is won for one team, it's just flipped around immediately. It's just back and forth with the kills. There's no real roll on from either of them until right there at the end for Quality. They get the 3, manage to win them that fight. 61% counting upwards. It becomes really about time. They've got to be thinking about that percentage now. Koala Ruse, they're trying to come from bottom right a few, and 3 come down the middle. That includes Yeet, and he's going to be taken down from Ghostly. The revive will at least, no, it won't come in. Mecha Man's will get eaten up. Ghostly though, he is going to take down May. Slade will trade onto Jai, and Corvus will get Temp. So it's a 4v4 situation. Corvus going to take down Corvus. That's big though. They lose a bit of healing there. 1v healer each, and Decentra is going to revive Jai as well. That's big. Ghostly picks up Kanakumi. They should have this fight won again. They're just controlling them. Every time you think Koala Ruse, they have that opportunity, they lose it out, and there's only 8% left. It's 93-0. Are they actually going to be able to get back? And
Yeet goes down!
Oh, that's big. They've still got a chance to get the fight. This is it. They need to get everything going right here.
Yeah, they do, but it doesn't seem to be going right. Tracy got hooked and instantly killed. Temporalic with a hold managed to pick off May, and Ghostly got the kill on Corvus. Kanakumi with the self-destruct does manage to get Dysentery, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Kanakumi gets demech now by Temporalic. Ghostly managed to finish off Slade, and it's just Yeet on the soldier. He's unable to touch it, and top quality complete the reverse sweep, and now going to our grand finals.
They get revenge for the other night in the best of 3, and what a series it was. 3-2 all the way, and well, you couldn't ask for much more from Quality or from Koala Ruse. They gave it all, their best effort. And in the end, Quality, they roll on the last pick there of the maps, 100-0. Just too strong. They just couldn't really get through their Koala Ruse, unfortunately, on that last bit. Could not flip the point. And yeah, you just have to say, what a fantastic showing from both sides. But congratulations to the guys over on Quality. They're heading to the grand finals. Koala Ruse, unfortunately, are going to say goodbye to us here. But nevertheless, a fantastic showing from them. And wow, it's just good fun to cast. And I'm sure it was good fun to watch as well.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot of fun to watch. It was a very entertaining game. We had multiple pop-off moments. It was thrills and spills all over. It was an absolutely exhausting game, and I'm sure both players right now, both players from each team are proud of themselves. But like you said, top Quality, congratulations. You'll be going to our grand finals where they'll be versing Yeo Goon Squad. This is amazing because top Quality didn't really... They started in our quarterfinals, They started in our quarterfinals against NASA, and then they've moved their way up into Yeo Goon Squad, who last night, they managed to go 3-0 and not lose a single map. This
And
is
you got to say, I mean, Koalas would be kicking themselves considering they had. It was 2-0. They seemed to have a lot of the momentum getting into the third map, and then from there, and quality, it just shows that. I said earlier, the mental fortitude you have to get a reverse sweep is always very difficult, and they delivered in spades. They looked like at few points there they were going to give it up, but they get the job done. And Koalas, again, kicking themselves, but they will take what has happened here. I'm sure they'll move on and learn from it. But yeah, so we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, it is going to be the grand finals, and it's not a best of 5, it is a best of 7. This one is going to go all the way you would hope. We will be right back after this.
Hello and welcome back to the Koala Esports All-Stars Tournament. You're joining us just after an absolute banger from Top Quality and Koala and now we're coming into the grand finals where we have Yale Goon Squad coming up against Top Quality. And Yale Goon Squad yesterday absolutely dominated the proceedings. They won all of their games and they didn't drop a single map. It was an absolutely insane performance from all of them, and Top Quality today have gone through from the quarterfinals, ran into the semifinals, and then did a reverse sweep 5-map thriller against Koala Roos. So they've got to have their confidence up in the roof right now. What do you think? What are you thinking coming into this match? Do we think that Top Quality can perform one of the best underdog stories that I've seen in a while?
Well, there's no reason they can't do. I mean, they've looked pretty solid. They put aside early on NASA pretty easily to 3-0. They did the reverse sweep on the Koala Roos 3-2, and this is their final and biggest test here up against the Yale Goon Squad, who yesterday just basically ran through everyone. But yesterday was yesterday, so that doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Now is now. Quality, they've got their chance to do it. And the thing is, for Goon Squad, they have not played a game so far tonight. I'm sure they've been doing a bit of practice, but Quality now, they've had 2 series, 1-3-0, 1-3-2, so they've played plenty of maps. They've gone through the entire pool. They know which ones that they can do pretty well at this point. And for Goon Squad, they've got to be careful. They might be a bit slow out of the gates, depending on how they're feeling. It does take a bit of time to warm into these games of sorts, but they would be hoping at least that they'll be able to get the job done. And well, they said at the start of the night that they were going to be the winners very easily. So they'd be hoping for a 4-0 sweep. They'd imagine. And Quality, well, they'll be here to stop them, and they'll be here to prove that they're the best one of this All-Stars tournament. I am looking forward to it very much so.
I definitely am looking forward to this as well. Something I want to point out here as well is that Top Quality, they've played 2 games today. They will be getting tired, but they'll also be feeling warmed up. Yale Goon Squad, they haven't played a game today yet. They might have done some warm-ups, but it's not the same. They're coming into this cold feet, basically. Do we think that's going to have an impact on their performance? And do we think that could shape the outcome of the game at all?
I mean, it can sort of be back and forth between this one. Sometimes, I think last tournament we had, the winners of, or the ones that got through to the finals, can't remember which exact team it was, but they got swept 3-0 when it came finals time. So it definitely is possible. I feel like Goon Squad still, I would hold the advantage considering how they went yesterday. They were very, very solid. But, as you said, Quality, they're warmed up. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to pick a few maps off here and there and possibly take this one out. I feel like, look, I'm going to say Goon Squad is definitely the ones that you'd be backing in. But at the same time, I wouldn't say that Equality are out of this before it even begins.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're going to be going to the rosters now. We're going to see Top Quality's roster. And it's the same old story here. 12E, Temporalic, Mechman, Ghostly Nest, Jai McFlurry, and Dizentry. Sorry. What are we going to see here? One of the highlights, obviously, from the last couple of games for Top Quality has been Ghostly and his absolutely deadly Farah. Do we think we'll see the return of that here?
There's a pretty good chance for it, especially on Oasis, where you've got a lot of open areas and you're fighting at those close points. And I mean, Ghostly has been looking very nice on towards that Farah, and especially on those fights against Koala Roos, he was the main difference maker for them. So 12E was the main guy, sort of in the earlier matches with the Widowmaker, and also a use of the Ash at some points. And I mean, I haven't seen what Goon Squad are going to be offering up to us yet, so it remains to be seen what they're going to throw at us. But I would imagine the Farah is going to come out early here from Quality, and then from there, I would see them either moving, if they have to, if they are getting pushed out fairly early, maybe going back towards possibly a Reaper, if they're trying to play close proximity of the control, especially maybe the first point here, at least on Oasis, where it is a bit more closed in. But yeah, I feel like the Pharahs is going to be definitely important. Ghostly's going to have to do work, and they've got to make sure they keep their healers and alive. I'm interested to see if Temp is going to stick with his D.Va or Roadhog. He's been doing pretty good work on both. There hasn't been as many, I guess, D.Va bombs as I would like. I think I've just gotten so used from the GOATS tournament to just seeing D.Va bombs being the only way everyone was dying that I just expect to see like 4 or 5 big just D.Va ults from every single player. But
yeah,
we're going to be moving on for this one, I believe.
Yes, we're going to be looking at the old Goon Squad with KSY coming in on the tank role here. KE9 as well on the tank role. We've got Lazy Q, Exel, Agno, and Diag rounding out the rest of the roster. And one of the players I want to direct the audience's focus to is KSY, who yesterday played a lot of Wrecking Ball, some Zarya, and then also moved over to the hit scan and projectile DPS, popping off on every role that he was put on. He is quite literally, at the moment, the ultimate flex god, and you have no idea how much that pains me to say it. We're also going to have a look at a member by Diagonally who received a lot of nano boosts yesterday as well. He continuously gained those nano boosts, got those frags in the backline, and then was able to still heal his team. It was something to behold. We are going to be going into Oasis, obviously. The map pool will stay the same for the first 5 maps, and then when we go into the next 2 maps, we'll be going back around into some of the maps that haven't been selected yet. So, if a team selects Eichenwald as the hybrid map, we may go and see... we will go and see... I've already forgotten the other hybrid map, Blizzard World. That is it. So it's going to be very interesting whether or not map selection comes into any heavy play here on some of the strategies put in. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Blizzard World while our top quality are here. What do you think? Do you think that Goon Squad will stay off of maps like Blizzard World, where top quality have shown dominant performances, or do you think they're gonna start going back there?
I mean, it kind of depends on who wins out this first map and whether or not they get the chance to pick those ones. But I would imagine they would feel like they can still match them on that one if they want to. I don't know what they've... Well, I mean, we haven't seen them on any of these maps yet, and we haven't seen them earlier in the weeks either. So it's very hard to say whether or not they'd prefer or would go against the grain. I guess when looking at Blizzard World, they might take into account that they haven't done Well, to be fair, Quality haven't done extremely well on them, but they've done enough to make it look like it's probably their favored one. So they might try and get the change over there. It's going to be interesting to find out. But we focus now on this Oasis battle as the first one coming in there. It's going to be KE9 with that Rhine shield getting up close and early. We haven't seen a bit of Rhine play in a while. Getting that Zarya bubble as well as this push in towards the top. They've immediately got control of KE9. He's going to be in a bit of trouble, and 12 is going to get Acno in the background. Temp gets KE9. Ghostly's going to take down Lazy. Diag goes down to Temp, and well, there you go. That's being warmed up. They immediately are jumping all over the top of the ye-old Goon Squad, and they take the point pretty early on.
Yeah, they don't seem frazzled at all. They know what they're playing for here. They know this is the grand finals, and they know they have to show up, and immediately they just end that fight so quickly. And it's such a rough composition for Goon Squad to run right now because they're running the Reinhardt. His shield is going to get broken so quickly as we see them trying to rotate into the right room, trying to just take a bit of cover from the far end, trying to get a Lazy Q and Exel onto the backline, and they manage to do it successfully. John McFlurry goes down to Exel very quickly. Exel is very low. Ghostly invests a barrage but gets instantly taken out. Torby does manage to kill Exel, and Temporalic manages to get Lazy Q. Resurrect comes in from Desintra onto Ghostly Nest, but it might be too little here, especially if Temporalic gets booped into the pit by Diag.
That's a really good boop there from Diag. He knows that because the healing was still coming there from Decentra to keep Temp on point for a bit longer, but really nice stuff because it means that he can't get back up towards it. They do have a few ultimates going to this one, but on both sides, it's going to be looking like the ultimate I guess Currency or the Bank is going to be looking better towards the side of Goon Squad. They're almost going to have 6 for this fight.
Yeah, they are almost gonna have 6 possessions. We see the Nanoblade come in, an instant hook onto the Nanoblade of Genji, but he still manages to get 2. He still manages to get 2, and he's still. Oh, that's a really rough fight there. But they have to invest more ults than they probably wanted to. KSY using the Graviton Surge there with the blade, with the Nanoblade. It's probably an overinvestment. They didn't get the cleanup that they wanted to originally, but they do win the fight in the end. But now the ultimate advantage is it's still in favor of Yeol Goon Squad, actually. The ultimate's used by top quality. This is a very strange fight to witness as we almost see Ghostly getting picked off. It's going to be such a rough fight right now. Coming into the Earth Shatter with no shield and the sound barrier. It is the Earth Shatter. It actually whiffs. He whiffs the Earth Shatter. 12 manages to get Exo. This is a rough time. K9 gets swept, and now the Anti-Nade is going to be coming in onto him. He gets bursted down. 12 with 2 kills in this fight. KSY manages to finish off 12, but it doesn't matter. Diag hasn't invested a beat yet, so I don't think they're going to be. Akino goes down to Ghostly Ness. Temporalic does go down to Lazy Q, and there's no res available. 12 does finish Diag now, though, and it's just KSY and Lazy Q. They both go down very quickly. Exel coming into the back line, trying to get as much done as he can. Goes down, and now it's just K9 sitting in the corner with his shield up, waiting for death. The inevitable grasp of death is about to get him. There we go. 99% gained, though.
Well, they do pretty well there, Goon Squad, to at least delay it all the way. They get to 99, so if they only need to win to one team fight and flip it to get this first one done. But there's going to be a few ultimates over on the side now of top quality. There's a few of their own now building up here for Yeol Goon Squad. The Ghost here with Ghostly goes penalty. The Zarya all together with that. That is huge. Both of them just come together. The Ana ult didn't even get used either. That was literally just the Zarya and Genji ult put together, and it gets the job done. So they saved the Ana. They've still got 12. His Temp's about to get his. And while there are more ults being built up on the side of now Yeol Goon Squad, this is probably the last fight here. This is what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, this is definitely the last fight. As we see the Nano Blade coming in with a bubble. He's unable to get the hook. The Nano Boost comes onto 12 though. They actually managed to finish off Exel though. He manages to use the high note to kill him off. Megman does kill himself, but Ghostly manages to get Acno. Temporalic with a whole manages to find K9. A boop onto 12 gets him off the edge and stop the res as well. Laser Q is back on the Doomfist. Manages to find his intra. Now Ghostly manages to find KSY. Diag is still alive in the back line. He is causing havoc. Manages to find Jai. Manages to find Temporalic. He manages to clean up the fight, and Lazy Q and Diag stand tall on the point.
I thought Goon Squad were done there. I literally thought that Quality had that one down to the point. It looked like they did. It seemed that they'd won that second fight. They got the 2 early picks as well, but then it was Mecha Man dying to himself, suiciding, and then from there, Goon Squad managed to flip it all around. They did a fantastic job getting those picks. Decentra was trying to get that revive in. Gets pushed off that, gets killed. You're losing your healer there. They'll lose also Jai pretty quickly after that. And unfortunately, Yeol Goon Squad are going to get that one there for Koal. I guess Quality's going to be disappointed in themselves, but 95 to 100, very close one as we move on here to the second.
Yeah, well, remember, Yeol Goon Squad didn't lose a map yesterday, so getting them that close it has to be a confidence boon as we see both teams trying to take the high ground now. And it's going to come down to a Pharah duel. No, we don't see the Pharah coming out from Ghostly. Instead, we see the Genji, and it's actually paying dividends. He manages to find the Akno really quickly, but Dizentrop gets caught out by Exel. And now the Resurrect can come in by Diag if he wants to. They don't actually get the Resurrect. Akno respawns just before it can come in. But the Engage is still here. They're still trying to get this fight. Ghostly is trying to chase down the Tracer. But in the meantime, KSY on the Diva gets in the back line. He's dipped his hand in the cookie jar. End of the fight coming up right now as Lazy Q gets Mechman. Ghostly does manage to get 2, but I don't think there's enough time for a re-engage to come in here. No, Ghostly goes down really late. He's staggered himself out, so they're going to have to wait, or they're going to have to engage really quickly while it's a 4v5.
Yeah, and it was just good push there from the back. It was K9 did the early jump there towards it was 12 and also Jai who was sort of just caught out the back, and then also KSY jumping in to finish them off. And you lose your healer, use one in DPS, that's an immediate win for you there. As this fight's already begun underway again, it's getting that, trying to get that early high ground. They're not going to be giving it though, and 12 is going to go down to Lazy Q, making it a 5v6. They're just controlling most of this map so far. Yell Goon's got K9's going to get Jai as well. Building up Old Child, all this is going on. KSY is going to get Ghostly, K9 popping the Primal Rage, going to knock around Mecha Man, and also Dissenter has switched over to the Moira. And, well, that fight's pretty much done as Temp jumps to his doom, 50% gained, and it's been done so pretty easily.
It was done really easily. I find the Moria swap here by Dissenter really, really confusing because there's so much high ground on this map that needs to be taken. What does Moira do if the rest of her team goes onto high ground? She doesn't provide enough healing. Ghostly is going to be coming up on the blade though with the nano boost, so it's going to be up to whether the nano blade can get more than the nano barrage, which Exo is currently looking for. He does go for the barrage, doesn't need the nano boost. Self-destruct comes in, he does get the nano boost in the end. The self-destruct does find Mechman, but 12 finds Agno and Temporalic finds Lazy Q. This is a 2v2. This is a 2 for 2 right now, and the ultimates we use. Resurrect comes in from Diagon to Agno, and K9 does find Dysentery, which should end the fight here. But no ults were used on the side of top quality, and they come in with a nano boost.
Problem is they need to go in right now, and they need to make sure they're a bit more grouped. They've been so spread out when they're doing these fights, and again, it's just this dive in from the back of Winston as the Diva Bomb comes over. It's not going to pick anyone. Lacy Q, K9 getting the picks on Dissenter and Temp, but Ghostly with his old pick, he's going to get 3 there.
Ghostly.
Big. Again, he's just proving he's been one of the best players so far in all this series. His work on Genji has been fantastic. He's going to get caught out towards the back, but he will manage to get away there. 12. He's going to get K9, and well, KSY, is he going to get away from the cars? He's not. He gets run over by a Ford Falcon. That is not what you want to see there from the Chief. And he is down and out, and that means they're going to take a while to get back to spawn. The ultimates, though, will still start to come in. 25% and ticking upwards. They need to hold this one all the way now. Quality.
Yeah, they do, and we can see a little duel on the side from 12 and Lazy Q. Whoever wins that duel gives their team a massive advantage. McMahon did fall low, but it won't really matter right this second. Diag does have the Valkyrie, and they are seeming to farm up towards the barrage. There's the Valkyrie engage. Now they get onto the back line. Jai falls down. Now, Temporalic trying to get after Zafara. Koalas comes through. Ghostly manages to find Akno in the back line. So there's no nano boost online. There's no nano boost to be charged up here, but it doesn't really matter in the end. We're just going to see the end of the fight coming up. Self-destruct comes in, cleans up Dissenter, and K9 with a Primal Rage finishes off Temporalic in the Baby Diva form. Lazy Q finishes off Ghostly. Can anyone even touch to get back in this? I don't think so. That's going to be map 1. Going over to Yale Goon Squad. They continue the streak.
Well, they still have not dropped a match, but they were pushed. They were pushed definitely by Quality, but in the end, they get the job done. And it was just the backline duels there. Both tanks, everyone sort of just jumping in both backlines. And Goon Squad in the end doing the better job as we see probably to play the game there from old Ghostly.
But he actually managed to get Diag while he was using his beat there. That is really unfortunate for Diag.
Well, he'll take those any day of the week. But again, he was proving why he's, just so good on that Dragon Blade. He does what he needs to do every single time. But, yeah, for Yale Goon Squad, they continue on what they did last week. They get the map 2-0. Definitely had to fight for it, but in the end, they were just a bit too strong with those, I guess, side fights. And again, it was just about the split. And I guess for Oasis, especially on that map there, you are going to be a bit more split up because you're looking at different directions. But you have to remember, you have to try and get that sort of group effort towards each other. Otherwise, it then just becomes really difficult for anyone to get stuff done. You have to rely on a Ghostly to get those picks with the Dragon Blade when he's going in by himself with the Anarol. It does make it difficult. So that's something they might need to look at. For Yale Goon Squads, a couple of times there, they got sort of caught out with, I guess, how fast the Quality got back towards point a few times. But mostly, especially on the second one there, they held pretty strong on defense. They'll take it. And our next map, of course, is going to be either between, drumroll please, of course, because there's so many to go through, Iconworld or Blizzard World. Now, it's been Blizzard World so far. It'd be interesting to see if Quality will pick towards either Blizzard World again, considering how well they've done there, Or maybe they switch it up. Maybe they think Eichenwald is how to do it.
Well, I have a little bit of a spoiler here. It looks like Temporalic has said Eichenwald as the map. So we will be going to Eichenwald for the first time this stream.
Well, there you
Which
go.
is
So
really interesting.
I think, well, yeah, actually, because Koala have had the pick of it. Blizzard World first time they actually didn't have the pick of it because it was given over towards the side of NASA. But then the second one they had the pick, they decided to go with Blizzard World. And I guess they did actually lose that one, so maybe they think Eichenwald is the one to change it up. And since we've seen some pretty close ones on Blizzard World so far, Eichenwald, a favourite map of mine, so I'm looking forward to seeing how well things go here. Also, I believe there might have been a substitute. Ixel is going out, and I believe Shadow is coming in for Ye Old Goon Squad. Meanwhile, Quality, of course, not having their together. Well, actually, might be KSY. They can't really decide who's going in and out at the moment.
We see Casey going out and Shadow coming in. So what that normally means is Shadow will play the off tank. Generally, wait, Shadow. I am
Back and forth on it. They can't decide who's going out. It looks like KSY is, but you never know at this point.
Yeah, we might see KSY actually play. So generally what happens here is Shadow will play the off tank, and yeah, it seems like so we might see the KSY main tank coming out here.
That could just be a flex at this point. Maybe they just think we're that good. You know what? We're going to play this man whose role really isn't that, just to go out and do it. We're fine with it. It's easy.
It is sub-roulette right now. It seems like K9 will be coming back in and Exo will be subbing out. So what that normally means is KSY will be taking over the projectile DPS position, while Lazy Q will stay on the hit scan and Shadow will go to the off tank.
And now Exo.
There we go. we have the roster locked in. Locked in, guys.
Back and forth, around about we go, and finally it looks like it's been locked in. Okay. Although they could still change, who knows? They're very indecisive here, Goon Squad. They just cannot decide, do they? What kind of goon are they after? But it looks like that is going to be this set one there. As we come into Eichenwald, it is a favourite of mine, as I just previously stated, and you can see why. Look at it, absolutely lovely map. And it's, well, it's not the 2C breed, sorry, it's the hybrid. So you start off trying to go towards the point early on, you get that one done, you jump on a cart, you push it all the way around about, you get towards the castle, break through there, get it all the way to the throne, try and get 3 points on the board, and then stop the enemy team from doing the same.
Yeah, and something I want to point out about Eichenwald is that it is a favourite for Farah players to actually play on, because of the big clock tower in the middle of first point. Now, it seems like that KSY is going to be taking up the Farah and Ghostly is going to be taking up the Farah, which is, I found it weird that last map, they didn't run the Farah at all. They actually just entirely ran Genji, despite Ghostly's performances on the Farah in the past. Do you think that was just a strategy for that map?
Well, it might have been. They might have thought that they would sort of be after towards Ghostly, considering how much he's played Farah tonight. They might be playing in towards that. I think they did earlier. They had a McCree, so they sort of got around that one early on. But now it's just open, and you've got two Farah Mercies going right at each other. It's just it's all bets barred at this point. Everyone's just going to be fighting each other. You've got the two in the sky, and then you've got the 4v4 down and below the ground. And Ghostly is going to be picking up the first there. Acno, absolutely no idea where that's coming from, and he's going to get the dirt. Revive will be able to come in, though, since he's away. But, I mean, while that's all going on, Jai's going to get Lazy Q as he's slightly out of position. He gets hit down with the anti-grenade as well. So, looking pretty early. Pretty good here so far. On a 5v6, they're still trying to somewhat commit. Mecha Man's getting pretty aggressive towards left side underneath the buildings there, but he thinks better of going in too far as now. It's going to be a swap from Lazy Q to the Ash, so...
Yeah, the Ash is just overall... The Ash overall is just more pinpoint damage. Ghostly actually falling really far behind Casey despite getting the earlier pick. So now Casey is coming up on the barrage. K9 does fall really low with his dive attempt. Big dynamite coming in now. Sustained damage coming in. And KSY actually falls to it. 12 with the first kill of that fight. And Shadow goes down to Ghostly Ness after getting DMAC'd earlier in the fight. And Temporalic finishes off K9. 12 gets Acno on the way out. And Ghostly manages to get Lazy Q.
Pretty good hold here so far from Quality as Diag just falls to their death, not wanting to extend their pain any longer. But I mean, 2 minutes left on the clock. They're looking pretty solid so far, and they haven't really had to use any ultimates. They're all building up here for what should be at least 6 for this next fight. That's all the same on both time. And Lazy Cube, that's a good pick on the 12. The revive should be able to come in though, so they will get that. This means Decentral has to leave the Pharah there for a second as Ghostly, he'll get Acno and Lazy. He is just too powerful on that Pharah at the moment. 12 as well gets K9.
Oh my!
Diag going for that revive while he left KSY alone for a few seconds. He died while he was doing that. Temp gets Shadow, and the fight is done again. 1 minute 48 and counting down. They're looking very solid. And still, no ultimates have been used, except for the one on... Well, actually, no, sorry. Giant used Tears and 12 I think must have thrown out the Bob at some point there, but... I mean, apart from that, they're still going to have 4 ultimates for this next fight. Meanwhile, it's going to be just the one in 12. He's just having the time of his life against Lazy Q as well.
Lazy Q, just don't pick that corner ever again. You just... 12E just has that corner on lockdown. Ghostly does manage to get Acno and the res does come through, but we see the swap over to the Reinhardt from K9, which confuses me so much. You're being destroyed by this Pharah and this Ashe. We do actually see Lazy Q get revenge now, and a Bob coming out now from Lazy Q goes all the way behind the point. Now it's forced Jai into a really poor position. Casey swapped over to the McCree and managed to pick off Ghostly. Rez does come in onto 12E, but Bob starts doing some work, manages to get Temporalic and 12E, and Lazy Q also managed to pick off Temporalic there as well. So now, finally, they take the first point, but it was a really valiant effort to hold that point by Top Quality.
And unfortunately, they probably had a chance to go there as Deception pops ult, so I'm not sure that might have been a fat finger there, unfortunately.
Oh no.
And just as Ghostly has their ult as well, that's very unfortunate. It might have, maybe it was a bait, maybe they were just thinking, maybe they'll run away if they hear that. Give them a few more seconds, but very unfortunate there. And now that means they're short one ultimate in this fight. And they didn't get to use the ultimate in the last fight either. So now it's literally just Ghostlies. They might have Jai. Probably building theirs up pretty quickly. As this point just continues to move forward. Ghostly and that shield does great work from K9. Acno's going to get the anti-grenade on the Ghostly, and Mecha Man's going to go down from K9 as well.
Yeah, that was a really optimistic barrage right there. 12E does actually get Diag, but my initial question was going to be, what do they do to stop them on the high ground? A Bob gets thrown in, and KSY, he just executes it with the high noon. McMahon does drop in behind, gets the bubble over KSY, but it doesn't matter. He goes down. Ghostly does manage to finish KSY, but Valkyrie comes in. Shatter gets nothing. K9 again has whiffed another Shatter. Temporalic, though, caught out a little bit. Might get finished up by Lazy Q, he does. 12E does get Acno in return though, and Ghostly does finish off Shadow. Now, there's no D.Va Mech to contest this high ground. There's nothing to stop Jai from just pumping in all the healing in the world, and from stopping 12E from just doing all the damage in the world.
It's very hard for K9 to do much, because he feels so lost, because everyone's playing so high on the high ground, and he's just stuck down below, and he can't really afford to push up because he needs to stay back towards the cart. And now this is what they're going to try now. They want to get up and contest that, and they're going through the bottom room. And this is where it's going to happen. K9, use that shield to at least allow them to push up forward. That Dynamite might actually do a bit of work there, and they actually managed to avoid, but Ghostly gets Diag again. Diag's just getting picked off left and Temp is going to get K9. KSY now onto 12, at least be able to trade it back. KSY's been moving this cart forward very nicely.
Casey just got so much meterage on that cart there. He pushed it from all the way on the first corner to under the bridge. That's one of the hardest parts of Iconworld, to get the cart to past.
Well, it was such a good C9, I didn't even know what was happening.
I definitely saw it happening, but I was letting you do your thing there. As we see wholesale swaps coming out from K9, he's had enough of the Reinhardt. He's decided he needs some mobility. He swapped over to the Wrecking Ball briefly, but now he's over onto the Monkey. This is just going to allow him to have more sustained damage than the Wrecking Ball would. And he just immediately jumps up, gets the nano boost. He gets antied immediately though, and McMahon actually finished off KSY. There's a lot of damage missing. A Valkyrie used from both Mercies, but 12E gets the better of Lazy Q. Now a nano boost, and then Blade comes in. Ghostly manages to kill Shadow. McMahon uses his Primal Rage to get the Bob off the edge. 7 seconds left. K9 and Akno are flanked all the way around the back, but K9 gets anti-nated. Diag gets taken out by MechMan, and despite KSY finished off 12 and gets the big post bomb kill. Temporalic uses the bomb, doesn't really get anything. Dizentra gets the raise on MechMan, but KSY's still there. Manages to finish off Dizentra. Is he gonna get more? He's still there, contesting the point. K9 gets MechMan. KSY, what have you done? How have you managed this? Yo, Goon Squad, continue pushing this car all the way to the second point. Remarkable, are we gonna get there? Is it gonna be a recontest? No, it looks like KSY has just saved this for Yo Goon Squad.
That was done. Then KSY had absolutely no right to do that, and he did. That is just fantastic stuff. That's heartbreaking for Quality. They thought they had it. They had them stopped before the second point, and now they're in real danger of getting pushed to wall 3. Already one down, but the Central's going to revive 12 there as this fight's coming. They're trying to push towards the car here. Temp and also Mecha Man trying to do with the least damage and push them away, which they will allow there. And Goon Squad are going to fall back slowly, but they're going to immediately re-aggress. K9 back on that Ryan, and he's swinging his hammer back and forth there. Mecha Man still trying to contest on, and Shadow's going to get him. Ghostly gets the ultimate, and the Ana boost there. He gets Acno, but Lazy Q meanwhile gets 12, but Ghostly again. KSY, K9, Lazy Q, they all go down. This man is an absolute animal when it comes to the Genji ult. He does it time and time again, and he pushes back the old Goon Squad. 30 seconds, they're going to have one last big push at this to try and get this all the way to 3.
Yeah, from one DPS carry to another, Casey gets a massive amount of kills, and Ghostly just says, you know what, I can do that too. Pulls out the Dragon Blade with the Nano Boost and just cleans up. Now we're going to see a few ultimates missing on the side of Yo Goon Squad. They do have the beat to engage on, and MechMan gets purple. He might just get bursted down immediately. Gonna get around the corner. Pulse one missed, and MechMan manages to live. Great retreat there from MechMan, and great peel from the rest of the team. B comes in now, and Primal Rage comes in as well. Diva Bomb used as well, trying to displace the rest of the team. Huge! Shadow managed to get 3 with his Diva Bomb. Spikes everything. It looks like Yo Goon Squad in overtime are going to complete Icon Bolt. Casey manages to pick up 12. He Lazy Q picks up MechMan, who was in the back line after the Primal Rage had worn off. And can they recontest at all? Temporalic might be able to get there. Yes, he can. 1 meter left. Can he stall out for as long as he can? K9 gets slipped. Shadow. Ghostly missed. He comes in. Gets the Dragon Blade. Frag goes down. KS9. K9 with a big Shadow manages to finish off Temporalic. Nano boost onto Shadow. Bob onto point. They're trying to stall this out for as long as they can. Totally gets Casey. Shadow still alive on point. Finish us on MechMan. Lazy Q gets Ghostly, and they finish the player.
Oh my god, this is why you watch Overwatch. What on earth was that final push there? The fact that Goon Squad should not have even been in that situation to begin with. They should have been done at 1.5, honestly. They managed to get that push with the KSY ult there from the Tracer, the Pulse Bomb doing major work, and then you thought there, oh, well, maybe they'll be able to hold it for the last one. Goon Squad again pushing in. They get that one done. And then you thought, well, I think they might actually be able to stall them out again and stop them just before they get 3. With, 12 getting picks. He shot, I think it must be KSY in the dome as he was blinking across his Tracer, but then no one gets on the point as they all get pushed away, and holy Jesus, that was something to watch. And after all that, well, Goon Squad, they get the 3. They probably feel like they'll take that one, considering they don't have any time on them. They thought they were probably done at 1.5, and Quality, they'll be disappointed they couldn't stop them, but again, if they can get their own ones rolling and they can get some extra time on, that's what it's going to come down to here. But damn, I mean, Goon Squad just showing why they've been the best team so far. That was an insane final push. There's both teams now setting up for what should be a very good push here, you'd imagine. Well, it has to be from Quality. They lose this one, they go down 2 to zip. It all comes down.
It has to be heartbreaking right now. It has to be heartbreaking for top Quality to get so close to holding this team on second point, only to be undone by Casey on the Tracer, and then eventually on third point, undone by Shadow's Diva Bomb. as we're going to see the Roadhog Zarya coming in. K9's going to have his work cut out for him, trying to dive into the backline as we see Ghostly just do a full wraparound. But already, Lazy Q noticed that was happening, noticed they weren't there, and starts immediately trying to put pressure on. Lazy Q does fall low in that, though, especially with the Mercy Pocket. 12E does fall low as well, and now the dive comes in. Now they're trying to force the Ashe and the Ana all the way back, and they've managed to successfully do so. They're separated from the team. Now it's just going to be cleanup. 12E actually goes off the map. KSY, he's still there. He's just flown into the back line. There's nothing you can really do about it. KC already has 60% to his barrage, and with Temporalic going down, that's the end of the push.
Yeah, and that was really good work there from K9, and also I think it was KSY sort of towards the back. They just pushed back the Ashe of the Ashe over there, and also the Jai on the Ana, and 12 is going to actually switch off from that as well. Going towards that Widow now, which he had a very good luck on against NASA early on in the best of 5 quarterfinals. So he needs to find some picks earlier. It means if he can get some space, he can do work, but he's already been spotted as Ghostly, though. Will take down KSY. That means that Diag is probably going to try and go in for that revive. They're going to try and get on top of that, and actually they're covering it. They won't allow it, and 12 gets Acno as well. That's a lovely pick. That's exactly what he wants to be doing. He gets another on a dive. There's 12. There's that Widow we saw earlier. It's going to be the Primal Rage Bop there as well from K9. He gets Ghostly, so he'll take that one, but it's still a 5v3 situation, and 12 gets Shadow as well, which just hits him right in the dome. And now it's literally just K9 really just trying to stay on, but KSY gets 3! How on earth does he manage that again? Oh my god, every time you think Old Goon Squad has given it up, how? How does that keep happening? And, oh my god, I just don't understand it. Quality, they have that dead to rights, and they're stuck on 2 ticks.
The Primal Rage from K9 was absolutely insane. 12 actually just gets a really early pick onto Lazy Q and pops the sights immediately. They're forced to use the bow. 12 again! 12 has managed to take out both DPS again. Can they convert this though? Can they convert the 2 picks that they've gotten? 12 again gets Lazy Q. He is actually just popping off right now. Diag just goes down to the Valkyrie. Some great mid-air rockets from Ghostly Nest. Mechman with a Primal Rage takes out Acno, and Temporalic managed to kill Shadow. That's going to be the first point going to Top Quality.
Well, they finally get it probably a minute after they would have wanted, but they get it. And it's about the same time that Goon Squad had on theirs. So they'd be pretty happy with that as the car continues to miss. But it was just these small fights again, and finally they get it done. I mean, to be all honest, Goon Squad, these ultimates from a few of them have just been crazy good. Just the singular ones to keep them in fights as Neckerman sort of stuck out towards the back there. He's going to be good there. Lazy Q takes Ghostly as he tries to perform an ultimate of his own. He's going to get absolutely nothing from that. Gets his dome blown off for it, in fact. And now it's a 5v6, and with that DPS gone, they're just going to try and move it forward. The Diva Bomb goes up in the air, and it's going to pick up Acno, who wasn't ready for that one. And Decentra's going to revive Jai as he gets taken down there by Lazy Q. Diag will get at least the revive with the Acno as well. So they still hold the advantage here number-wise, and with the healing, you'd have to say it makes it difficult now for Quality to really keep this one forward. And K9 for Goon Squad gets Jai again. 12 goes down to Lazy Q, and this fight here is pretty much done.
Yeah, but during that fight, Mechman was on the point the whole time, so he managed to get it basically towards the bridge. So now they're not fighting more of an uphill battle than they were originally, but there's a lot of ults online for your Goon Squad. I think this next fight is going to either have to come down to Ghostly getting the blade extremely quickly, record-breaking time to get this blade, or 12E hitting some headshots, which we've already seen him do in the past. Can he do it again, though? We do have the nano boost going up to Ghostly just straight away. He just invests it onto Ghostly. It's just a dry nano boost, but he doesn't really get anything. And 12E went up to the high ground, but Casey was just camping there the whole time. He just knew where 12E would go to try and get the sightline, finishes him off, and Casey also finishes off Ghostly. Usage of the nano boost onto the Winston is very questionable. He almost goes off the edge as well to Mechman's Primal Rage, but I don't think it was
very lucky save that he was those planks are there, he's dead. He lands on them perfectly, but yeah, well, the first time Ghostly hasn't really got anything with these with the nano blade, which is something that has usually done wonders for the side of Quality, and unfortunately for them, They're going to find themselves needing to push this one pretty quickly. 1:16 left on the clock. Card is just sort of stuck about a quarter of the way out from the first point.
Yeah, this is really bad. Jai's been caught out of position really quickly. Diva Bomb comes in, but it's just eaten by Shadow's bubble. As Bob comes in as well from Lazy Q, who's actually found by Torby on the Hanzo, who's on the flank. Now he tries to finish off Diag. He needs to finish this kill. He does finish it off, but the rest of the team is falling around him. As Jai goes down to K9, Lazy Q manages to get res, pick up Torby and McMahon, and that's just going to be the end of the fight again. 45 seconds left on the clock.
And there it is. Decentra goes down, unfortunately, on that Mercy, and that always hurts because as good of a shot it was for, I think it was 12 at that point to get towards. Was it? Yeah, it was 12 on towards Lazy Q. He then gets taken out immediately after the revive, even though he does get the Mercy. And now this is it. This is the final fight here. 20 seconds on the clock. This could be 2-0 here for Yeo. Goes to a Ghostly. That's what we want to see from him. That's the first one on the Lazy Q, and he gets Acno as well. So that's 2 down. That means the Mercy is only going to be able to revive one of them. She will go towards Lazy Q rather than the other healer. Probably gets Shadow, and K9's going to get a trade on Temporal. 5v4 situation. The pop there from Mega Man on the ult there. He gets a KE9. The Centra's going to pick up Temp as well. 12, he gets KSY. They're starting to get this one. A Lazy Q goes falling down below. Mega Man gets him, and they've got to push this one all the way now. But you would imagine there's going to be a recontest here.
There is going to be a recontest, but they don't really have much to work with. Both support ults, yes, but they don't have the Bob yet, and they don't have the Primal Rage. They need to focus down K9 before he can get that Primal Rage, otherwise it's going to be really tough. They get Shadow, actually! Shadow just gets anti-nated, he overextended! He went out without the rest of his team! They need to stay on this point, though. They got to remember this is an overtime. Nano Boost goes on to K9, but a Nano Boost onto Ghostly finishes off Acno. Now it's just utter chaos. We see the Primal Rage in the back line from K9. He's on Jai, but it doesn't really make a difference. Both support ults were used and the Primal Rage was used. He's just trying to batter them off point, but Temporalic is just spinning around. He knows he can't leave point. He knows it's overtime. They finish off K9 and they actually get into this third point of Eichenwald here. I'm expecting a swap to the Reinhardt, much like the attack. Much like what happened on the attack, as Lazy might go down. He might go down. No, he just gets healed in time. Oh.
Well, I don't know if there's even going to be time for any real switches. K9 at least does get that Ryan switch, so I don't think on the other side is going to be anything done. Lazy Q gets 12 as well. That's big. 1:07 on the clock. They're going to have to. They fall back. Yeah, they don't want to invest into this fight because they know that they've probably only got one more realistically in them, and they just try and get everyone out before they go down.
Oh no, that's bad.
And that is the exact opposite of what they wanted. Diag's going to knock down Temporal all the way down. That's going to waste valuable seconds.
Oh no.
And Mecha Man goes down as well. 43. They can just basically spawn camp them for most of the next 20-30. It's literally just going to come down to one push. You cannot die if you are on the side of Quality. You cannot go down. You must stay alive. And Mecha Man, he switched over towards that Reinhardt with a shield. They're going to be pushing in towards that card. It needs to go now. Mecha Man is by himself, so he needs to be careful here. He will get least. The KSY! Torby and Decentra go down. He gets another Lazy Q onto Jive. And the pop comes down to Mecha Man. Ghostly trying to fight back. He gets 2, but Lazy Q. The Bob is going to be enough, you would imagine. Now they just have to dive on. They are fairly close here, but they're being pushed out. And get Temp. And the Rhino there. They're not going to be able
Temp's just on point by himself. Graviton Surge on the door. It doesn't really matter. Can Temp stay alive for a bit? Big comes in from Diag. It doesn't really matter though. In the end, it's just going to be game over. This map 2 goes over towards Yo Goon Squad, despite the best efforts of the flanking backcapping Zarya.
And a fantastic showing in the end for Yo Goon Squad on that defense. Again, it was for both sides. It was that second bit which struggled. Both of them struggled on the attack to get to the doors of Eichenwald. But from there, it was Yo Goon Squad who were the ones who managed to push it all the way to the end. Unfortunately for Quality, as close as they have come so far, they were just a bit off from getting that one. And it is going to mean it's a 2-0 lead now for Ye Olde Goon Squad. And they will be hoping to try and get... They just need 2 more now to take out this series. Of course, we're playing the best of 7 for this one. So the next map, even if Quality were to lose, they would still have a chance to go on. But Goon Squad, just when it matters, when it really comes down to it, they're just having those players have the moments that they're coming together as a team. They're just doing a bit more than Quality. But man, oh man, it's been some fantastic Overwatch so far.
It really has been some fantastic Overwatch, and God, you have to feel sorry for. You have to really feel sorry for Top Quality here. I think we're going to be going to Rialto here, which has been a good map in the past for Top Quality. The last 2 games they've gone there, they've managed to basically full hold, and it's been really, really rough for them in the last 2 games. They can bring it back. This is where they started their comeback against Koala Ruse. But your Goon Squad is a different beast entirely, and this is where we're really going to see their mental fortitude come out here.
Well, this is where it all comes down to. You have to imagine for Quality here, they need to get this map at least. They don't want to be down 3-0. They don't want to have to try and reverse sweep again. As much as it would be, I think, good for them if they did do so, because they'd be feeling pretty confident they can. It is very difficult to see them coming back from a 3-0. But they managed to hold very well here last time against Koala Ruse, not even letting them get the 1 tick. As it looks like for Rialto 1, this is where they need to turn it around. It needs to be right now. Otherwise, Goon Squad are probably going to run away with this one. As it doesn't look like there's going to be... Yes, there is. Looks like XL is coming in for KSY for this map. Well, no, now it's there. The moment I say anything, it's just back and forth. They just go, oh, you know, instead, oh, no, it's the other one. Oh, no, it's this one.
Do you know what we're going to see now? We're going to see the KSY support right now. He's been on every role so far. It is... This is absurd. This is absurdity. Someone stop this man. But I'd like to point something out that Rialto is it's been the perfect map for Top Quality because it leans into both Ghostly's hero pools and 12V's hero pools with the Widowmaker and the Pharah, which we didn't really get to see too much of the Widowmaker from 12V in the last map because he was just constantly shut down by Casey because it's just not as good as a map for Widowmaker as say Rialto, as say Junkertown, for example. So I'm really curious to see on this more Widow-centric map if he can get more work done.
Well, this is where he needs to light up the stage and do it all completely.
It really is.
You have to look at it for this one. I mean, for Goon Squad here, you'd have to imagine they're feeling like pretty confident that they can make this a 3-0. They would have probably watched how it was done earlier on from Quality, considering how well that they did manage to at least appear on both times they've been on this map. The 3-0 stomp against NASA, I guess you can't really look into that one too well. I'm guessing NASA, probably the weakest team out of everyone so far tonight, but the way they held defensively against Koala Ruse, you'd have to think you'd be feeling a bit worried if you're on the side of Goon Squad about being possibly held out from getting that first, at least just the one move of the cart.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard composition coming out here from Top Quality here. Your Goon Squad running the Tracer instead of the Widowmaker, so there might not be as much to contest 12E. However, they are running the dive composition, the dive tanks, obviously. So it's going to be a battle for high ground, I think, at the start here. It's, like always, it's just going to be who can take high ground and who can keep it. And at the moment, it's just both teams just posturing for the space here. They're just waiting for the spam damage to come in from both teams. Again, no Pharah this time from Top Quality here. Instead, opting for the Genji, for the more straight-up damage. This could be the wrong move, but Ghostly has had extremely good moments on this Genji so far. So we could see him absolutely pop off and potentially carry this game as Jai is just being harassed. But 12E manages to find Exel and Ghostly manages to find KSY on the Mercy there. Ghostly also finds Akno. Both supports are down and there's going to be a lost fight now straight away as Shadow gets D-Mech. He might get staggered out a bit as well here. So actually find Laser Q as well.
I feel like I can see why they're keeping Ghostly on towards the Genji. And you saw right there what happened with the fall down there of Exial was actually switched over to the Genji himself because they were trying to focus, I guess, because 12 had the line there on the Pharah. He gets there, then when the Mercy thinks about the revive, Exial just, well, I guess Ghostly's just immediately on top. And again, it just changes around now. KSY over towards the Lucio, and as I said, Exial was the Genji. It's Mecha Man. We get the first pick on the K9 though, making it a 5v6 situation. They're stuck and they're pushing into the high ground. They want to attack them. They want to get these picks. 12 gets Lazy Q with a lovely shot down towards the bottom there. Shadow gets knocked out of his mech suit by Temp. And again, this fight has already swung in the favor of Quality, and they're basically just going to give it up and allow them to have it. 2 minutes remaining on the clock here. And already this hold looking pretty solid here from Quality. And Ghostly just says, hello son, how you doing? Gets another 2 picks. 3! K9 goes down. Temp's going to pick up Escal, and that fight's just gone before it even really began. It's almost too good of a thing because it doesn't really take much time on the clock. It allows them to come back a bit faster. But Ghostly, damn, he is just every time with the Nano Blade. He just puts in the work, gets it done, which you should be doing with that much amount of damage. He just keeps delivering as the fight continues towards the top here.
Yeah, he really does keep delivering, and it's just great play in the end here. Coming out from top quality as we see the Nano Blade coming out now for Exo. He manages to find 12, but he's not found too much else. Bubbles, the Tiva Bomb lands straight in the bubble, so he's not able to get anything, and a Resurrect from Dizentra actually gets onto Jai. He immediately goes down directly after, but it buys a little bit more time as Temporalic finds Shadow, and the fight continues to rage on. K9 manages to get Ghostly, and Casey falling really low as McMahon props the Primal Rage. He wants this Lucio dead, and he gets it, but K9 in the meantime has found Dezentra. As McMahon, still with the Primal Rage, is in the back line onto Acno right now. And it's still causing so much space to be gained as Shadow and the Baby Diva is just slowly pushing this cart forward as McMahon actually manages to get out from the back line, get healed up, and this should build Jai McFlurry's Nano Boost extremely quickly. As we see the recontest coming in now, McMahon gets slept, but the Antinate is eaten by Temporalic. But McMahon, so low on health, actually goes back in. Trying to get the dive on the back line, but Temporalic goes down. McMahon goes down. K9 actually jumped off the map. Casey gets the boot kill on Temporalic, but it's not going to matter in the end. This should be it. No boost goes to the Ghostly. Dizentra's actually going to get a resurrect on McMahon. McMahon on the Wisdom is back. Blade is pulled out by... No, Nano is pulled out, sorry, onto the Diva. And Casey cleans up with a 4K in the end.
I actually like what Ghostly did there. He could have popped the blade, he could have gone through with it, but he decided, you know what, it's better we hold it and just wait until the next fight. And that's probably the smart thing to do there, because they had that one was basically lost for them. And a good push there in the end from the side of Yeon Goon squad. They just do enough to really just keep that one moving from that last fight. But also a decent hold. I think Quality will take it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds here on the clock as it's the high ground again that's been contested, and Lazy Q's going to get 12 in the back on that. It's a big pick, and that allows then K9 to jump in the back. The Lucio also keeping him up, and now they're going to get really aggressive. Temp's going to pop his ult as he manages to get away there, but it's only just for spacing. If anything, Jai will get Lazy Q, and Temp's ult actually did knock Shadow out of the box, well, out of his mech suit, and Mecha Man, he's going to get 2. Shadow and Acno go down, and they've managed to flip this one around very nicely. Ghostly will pick up K9, now it's just really just in the back line of what's going on. KSY will get Ghostly. He tries to find him around the back, but 12 will get Exel, and he'll also get KSY as well. That's some nice picks, and it means they're going to have to wait a little bit longer, Goon Squad, to get going for the push.
Yeah, most definitely, and it was a really early beat drop from Casey, obviously showing his, showing that he doesn't really have the proficient skills on Lucio that he does on the other heroes that he's played so far today. It allows the free blade to come in here for Ghostly with the nano boost as we see the self-destruct go on, but Ghostly straight away gets KSY, gets Acno, both supports down, and despite Dizentra getting down to the self-destruct, Ghostly also manages to get Shadow, and it's just going to be the fight win here. Jai does go down to Lazy Q, but McMahon manages to get K9. There's not enough space here. Lazy Q actually manages to find Ghostly as well. Lazy Q uses the Pulse Bomb, isn't able to get anything, it gets stuck onto the outside of the Winston bubble, and Dizentra is back. So now there might be a fast recontest as we see the res happen onto Ghostly there. Is Lazy going to go down? Yeah, Lazy goes down. So now they're missing the Tracer. It's a 5v6 coming into this next fight. And
they're still going to contest it here, I'd imagine. And they lose the Diva. Shadow just gets absolutely rolled up there. Will manage to get away, but now she's out of mech, and so she'll have to wait until she gets some damage in to really get much done. And again, it's just been 12 with the 2.
12.
That's big. That is so big. Forces them back again. That's a lovely pulse bomb. Ghostly. Shadow is going to go down from his blade, swords, throwing stars, whatever it might be. And 13 seconds, it's all or nothing here for Yeon Goon Squad. Each time you think they're out of it, though, they pull something out of the hat.
Are they going to be able to touch? Who's going to come touch here? It looks like it's going to be the Brigitte and the Diva here, and Lazy Q as well. The Nano Blade comes out here and actually manages to get 12, but a bomb comes in and finishes Exel. He's not able to get more done with the Nano Blade. This is happening again. This cannot happen again. Temporalic gets left, but now K9 goes really, really deep. He has the Primal Rage, so he's going to be able to survive. Shadow does manage to pick off Ghostly, so this fight is not over yet. McMahon invests the Primal Rage. He wants this fight to be won. He's trying to keep these people off of the payload. Temporalic gets DMX, and Jai goes down to the Primal Rage from K9. Laser Q on the Tracer has managed to get back into the fight, and Exel's going to be back very shortly as well. There he is. There's so much healing here still. This fight is still going, but Zizentron goes down. McMahon, it's really deep, gets anti-nated. He's going to go down eventually to Lazy Q, who's managed to pick off 2. Exel gets Temporalic, and they're going to start pushing this payload forward. They may be able to get to second point. A little bit of slow from 12, so there might be time for a Nano Blade engage. The Nano Blade is still available here for Ghostly and Jai. This is going to be an extremely close. They do invest it. They invest it. He gets stopped immediately. What a sleep from Acno. He's managed to keep his team alive for much longer than it needed to be. 12 does find Lazy Q, but Shadow manages to get Dysentery. The Nano Blue squares off, and Shadow manages to get the E on 12's Pulse Bomb. KSY managed to get Ghostly, and K9 managed to get Giant Flurry. Exel finishes off McMahon. 12 goes down to Shadow, and it's just going to be a cleanup on Temporalic. They tried. They really tried, but it's going to be the second point picked up for Yeo Goon Squad.
Well, just every time you think the Goon Squad is done, they respond, and they did it there again. They pushed all the way to the second, and I honestly don't think that Koalas doing those investment ults was a bad idea. They wanted to stop it for the second. Unfortunately, they just couldn't win the fights out. Ghostly couldn't get the picks with the Nano Blade, and now they are really in trouble. Temp's still, he's got to work his up. Him and Mecha are going to be the closest, and they're still at least 15-20 seconds off from getting them. And the ult there from Exel gets close support in the background. He's also going to pick up Mecha Man as well. Ghostly's going to go down to KSY. And now it's just a spawn there. Well, it's a stall from Trollby to keep it going as long as possible. And this is it, the final push. Are they going to get the 3-0 again with no time? They've done it once. They're looking to do it for a second. As both teams diving back on Mecha Man, he's going towards this fight immediately, and he pops the Primal Rage as well. He's gone straight after Acno, and he's got him stuck in the back lines there. Acno's in a bit of trouble. He can't really heal his team at the moment on point, but they still are managing to put this one forward. As Mecha Man, he runs out of the Primal Rage. Will he be able to get back in? He tries to, and he will get to point. Torby in the meantime is going to go down to Exel, and now here comes the ultimate from Ghostly. He needs to get some picks. He gets one onto Acno, but Lazy Q gets Temp, and K9 gets Jai, and Ghostly's going to go down to KSY. It's happening again to the boys over on Koalas. Oh no, not again, not like this. It's the Hammond now from Mecha Man to stall as long as possible. Diva Bomb comes out and pushes him away. It's going to mean that Temp gets his Diva suit wrecked out of complete proportion there. Jai is still running around. Ghostly gets back on Jai. And now it's Mecha Man. He's just spinning around the point, trying to keep this one going for as long as possible. But the anti-grenade's going to get rid of him. 12 around the back line there. And Decentra now back on with the Brigade. He's going to go down. 12 the last available. And that is all she wrote for the first round. Goon Squad get it done again. Another 3-0 with no time left on the clock. Well, it can't keep happening. It's tough stuff.
It can't keep happening like this has. It's absurd that they're able to come into these fights where they shouldn't be winning. They shouldn't even have a chance of winning. They don't have the positioning, and Exel gets blown up by the Diva Bomb with his Nano Blade, but they still manage to take the second point? That's absurd, especially with a sleep on the Nano boosted and blading Ghostly Nest from Acno to completely save and completely... It guarantees the second point capture with no deaths. It's... I feel so bad for the Quality group. It's got to be rough here, but you've got to keep your heads together. You're still in the grand final, and you still can bring this back.
It's definitely tough for them. I can almost... you looked at it there, and again, like it's the same as the previous map, that they had them stuck at 1.5, and that's where they should have stopped them. and unfortunately they let it slip and it goes to 3. Again, there's no time, but still getting to that 3 is always just so difficult because you think about all those fights you might win or lose, and it'd be playing on them, but they still did a pretty decent defense, and now they've got to get this one done here, otherwise they're going to find themselves down 3-0 and needing to do a reverse sweep. And even though they've been so close so far in these games, they just can't get there. Lazy Q waiting for 12 on the outside. He's going to get a nice early pick there, meaning that 12 is going to have absolutely no chance to get any sort of pick himself. Sentra's going to get the revive, and I think they know that 12 is waiting around that corner. He's going to, well, Lazy Q, I want to say, he's going to get away with that one as 12 falls into the water. That's the second time that's happened. Wonder if that was because of disconnection or not. I guess we'll never know. As they're fighting back towards this one, 12, well, he's laughing in chat, so I'm assuming that might have been a mistake on his part. Personally, just going to pick up K9, who got a little too aggressive in the backline. They're not really needing to do that, meaning that it's going to be stuck in a 5v5, and 12 is going to come out of this one. Spawn pretty quickly. Again, you look in the background there. Lazy Q gets slept. Oh, this could be big. Is that a kill there for Jai? No, he gets away with it.
12-y?
12-y, meanwhile, gets Agno and Exel. Well, he doesn't have the tracer going in the background.
Oh my
He's
god.
doing whatever he wants. He also puts Shadow out of mech as well. He's responding after falling into the drink just previously. And they're getting this cart moving forward towards this first one with plenty of time left on the clock as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of time on the point on the board right now, as Exo actually managed to get revenge onto 12y, and despite K9 going really low, he still manages to get back and get some healing. Temporalic actually gets put to sleep, and a resurrect comes onto 12y now. Now the dive attempt comes in, and Ghostly just straight away manages to finish off Lazy Q, and now they're just trying to put pressure onto everyone. Temporalic gets the post. Gets the Diva Bomb kill onto KSY, but Bob comes in and finishes off Dizentra. And now it's just a nano boost onto K9. Now it's just the tanks on the point. Can they keep this up? Can they keep this defense up enough to get the rest of the team back? It seems like they will. Lazy Q back on the Tracer, and they finish off Mechman. This fight's lost. 12e got slept on the high ground, so he was unable to stop people from coming back to spawn. He managed to get 2 straight away, though. 12e is still alive. He just wanted to flex them a little bit before going down.
I don't know how the hell he got those 2 picks, but yeah, it was a good sleep there from Agno. And he must have thought, oh, well, we've got that one finished off fight, and they sort of let their guard down for a second. 12 woke back up and went bang, bang. Still, again, a decent hold again. It's just when you think that they've got those fights, one culture, it's just ye old Goon Squad. They get it every time. And you can see that, I can also see the Tracer sitting down by Lazy Q. He's waiting for them to jump past, and if no one spots him, that is going to be a whole lot of trouble. Especially on Anna all by himself. He goes around the back line, he's immediately on top of 12e. Ghosty will get the Exo at least for 12e. He's in a lot of trouble. Jai will manage to save him up with a bit of healing. Lazy's just putting so much pressure on him. He doesn't have any time to look around. And Shadow, meanwhile, is going to pick off Ghostly. K9 gets tamped. Shadow also gets off Wreckman as the Central manages to get the revive him, and it's not going to matter. KSY gets him, K9 gets 12, Lazy Q gets Jai. Ghostly falls into the drink by his own measure, I'd assume, just to get back towards spawn quickly. And 52 seconds, and they've looked pretty good in the pushes so far, Quality, but now they're 47 seconds away from giving up this map. They need to push it, and they need to do it right now.
They really do, and they're trying to take the high ground now. They swapped over to the Genji off of the Pharah. He got slept in the middle of his ultimate while Nano boosted, and then immediately taken down. It was a really good sleep by Akno in case he popped the Valkyrie at the perfect time. He now has Valkyrie again. This is insane build from Casey. He goes low, he pops the Valkyrie, he manages to stay alive and keep his tank alive as well. 12 does manage to find Exo on the Tracer though, and gets slept immediately. Akno again has just had 12's number. He actually manages to live for a little bit, but no! Akno manages to kill 12 off completely. And now the Nano Boost goes on to K9. Akno has been playing out of his mind. He has shut down one of the biggest threats on this team single-handedly and has provided so much support for the rest of his team. Ghostly does manage to find him eventually. Laser Q blows himself up with his own pulse bomb. Mechman is primal raging on point right now. He's very low though. Ghostly goes down, and the Valkyrie from spawn. Disatra is back on the Valkyrie, but doesn't get the res. She flies out of range of the Resurrect. She can't res mech up. There's no tank on the point now. This is probably going to be over here. Jive goes down. Temporalic is back on the ball just to recontest. Disatra is still alive, pumping as much healing, but she'll eventually fall, which she does to K9. Pulse Bomb goes wayward, sticks to the Wisdom Bubble. Lazy Q trying now to clean up as much as he can. Temporalic goes down to Shadow. Hexel manages to get 12, and the Valkyrie will seal the deal here as McMahon gets slept, antonated, absolutely blown up. Casey finishes him off. Casey manages to get McMahon. Hexel gets Jay, and that's map 3, TL Goon Squad.
And Goon Squad just showing why they have been the best team so far this tournament. A fantastic hold. They did what I guess Quality did to the boys over on the side of Koalaroos earlier on in their last match, and it doesn't feel like it should be 3-0, but it is. I mean, Quality definitely haven't disappointed so far. They've done fairly well on all 3 maps. They've had their moments, but they find themselves needing to do the reverse sweep to keep themselves alive in this game and to, well, keep you guys entertained for the next, well, what could be the last 20 minutes of this stream. Because, I mean, Koala, there wasn't really a lot that they did wrong for the first start of the push there, but again, it's just Goon Squad just know they just seem to have their number on a few things. The Lazy Q was he was such a nuisance on that Tracer. He forced the switch out of 12 from the Widow because he just couldn't get any clean shots or picks away. And then KE9, just the diving in from him on the Winston was fantastic. You have to look towards Acno. Good healing from him. KSY, the Valkyrie. And unfortunately for Decentra, he had a chance to pop his Valkyrie on the point before he actually went back to spawn. He missed it because everyone just sort of fell down around him. And even, I've got to say, Quality actually managed to keep that going a lot longer than I expected on the stall out on the point. But at that point, it was just people diving on. And Goon Squad, they've proving so far that they cannot be beat. They said it was going to be easy, and so far, even though Quality have given their best efforts, it is sure looking that way, as Temple of Anubis is going to be up next. Could it be the last map of this tournament and this series? We are about to find out. It's all there for this Quality. They can't make a wrong step. It's got to be bang, bang, bang all the way.
It really does. With the way your Goon Squad have been playing, though, the clutch potential that they have is outstanding. The 3/4 of these maps, two of those maps should have already been over. Like, they should have been won by top Quality, but they just could never close it out. As we see KSY staying on the support, there's no substitutes this time. Wait, no, there is a substitute. I lied. Diag has come in for someone. I don't know who. Wait, Lazy Q is on the main tank now instead of the. Oh god, it's an absolute. Yeah.
They might just be trying to give him a bit of a shot at this one at this point because
this is happening.
Unfortunately, it's not looking great here for Quality. I mean, the thing is here, 12, well, he's actually going to stick towards the Tracer, which is interesting. I would have thought that he'd probably prefer the Widow early here, but I guess they want something for closer fights and to contest the point rather than the Widow up towards the top right. So
yeah,
he'll be back in the action. He's going to be on that Lucio. Exiel on the Genji. KSY, he's going to be on the Widow. And Ghostly is on the Genji over the side of Quality. Well, this is it. This push here needs to be stopped in its tracks. And Quality, they've got 4 minutes to defend it off.
Yeah, immediately a really nice anti-nade forces the tanks on the back foot straight away, and they just have to give up the high ground. Hook actually just gets broken immediately, but Ghostly does manage to get the pick on Acno. 12 managed to get KSY, and this fight should almost be over. There's no contest at all for anything that's on the high ground right now, especially with Lazy Q going down and Shadow being DMAC. Dizentra does go down though, which is really, really bad for top Quality. Now they're down one healer.
That he's sort of stuck back towards spawn, so he'll be able to get there pretty quickly. But these fights, again, it was pretty good picks there from, you'd have to say, from the side of Quality. They get the ones early after they had to be pushed back off the high ground. As the end, well, isn't quite back, and no one's actually going to pick him up as well, so that's going to make it difficult for them to get all the way back. As well, the fights are sort of going to them as 12 and Ghostly get way too aggressive there. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there. And now the Decentra goes towards them to try and get the revive, but realizes he can't get in that area. And now the Genji ult from Exel, well, that's going to get nothing. Mecha Man actually just takes him down completely. The Zarya doing the DPS work there and now it's just fighting in the backline. Descendra, he's going to go down. Lazy Q going to get him as the ult comes out on the side of James. He's going to be ulting there towards Temp. He's trying to put to use that nano. Doesn't really get too much, but it allows him to go off there. Ghosty will get back in. KSY gets James though, and Akno gets 12. Temp now onto KSY. It's just a brawl on point. It's just Temp and also Ghostly left, and Temp is going to hit the ground now. Ghostly trying to win that 1v1 in the Genji department. Lazy Q comes in and says enough of that. He goes down, and that is the point over towards the Ye Olde Goon squad.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting fight. So, Ghostly and 12e both tried to play extremely aggressive because they wanted to try and at least get one of the supports and not die. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen that way. And a massive hook from Temporalic. That seemed really, really long. And that's going to be the fight over with Casey falling earlier in the fight. It's just, that's it. That was an outstanding hook. And now you're coming up on 5 ultimates for top quality. And 5 as well coming up for Ye Olde Goon squad. If they play just a little bit slower, it would just be an absolute slobber knocker of a fight. As Lazy Q is just posing in the choke point with his bubble, protecting him.
And well, here come the ultimates. They're all out now. Ghost is going to be the first one to dig. He gets 2 extras, going to get Alicia trying to mech me, but Ghosty with 4! Every time he gets it, he goes enormous. That's another one. The fight's over, and a hook there as well from the side of Temp. Stops X on his track. Ghostly hits him in the big back of the noggin, and down she goes. The ultimates, they get put in, and well, you'd have to say the major winner out of that one is Koalas.
Oh, definitely. Especially because the beat never actually came through. It was used, but Ghostly knew where Diag was and just instantly beelined it for him and managed to take him out before the beat got dropped. Now he's reset the charge on that. It's going to be really interesting seeing the engage as we see Lazy Q straight in the backline, gets Anti-Nator, uses Primal Rage, he gets hooked up, and he's being absolutely deleted. Temporalic is the first to die, though. This is insane. Did the job with the Valkyrie, does manage to get the Resurrect. Self-destruct comes through, doesn't really get anything, but KSY manages to get the pulse bomb kill on Disinterest. Now it's going to be up to Mechman, who is really, really high charge and got the nano boost as well. Now they're just moving forward, and they should be able to win this fight with the picks that they've gotten, especially with Shadow and Lazy Q going down. KSY goes down to Ghostly, who managed to get 3 in that fight, and maybe 4 if he can pick off Exel. Surely they get Exel here? Yeah, Ghostly gets 4 in the end. Really good fight there for Total Quality, who now have the Dragon Blade.
Well, I've got to say there was really good stuff from Mecha Man in the back. He did a lot of the hard yards there on the Zarya, managing to keep them away. And they've already managed to wipe out 2 minutes from the timeout, and they're doing a pretty good job. Ghostly, he's waiting up with that ultimate. If they don't see him, this could be trouble. Diag might have spotted him up top, and he comes in behind. That's what he's after there. He goes right after the Anno, and Akno all by themselves. That's the pick he was after. He gets it. That's all he'll get from it, but losing the Anno is always hard. Descenter and Mecha Man, though, they go down while they're on their backline fighting. Ghosty gets Exil, though, without anything. Just the Diag will get Jai. 12 gets Shadow. It's back and forth as Lazy will pick up 12. It's just these fights going about 12. 10 manages to get the ball towards Lazy Q, but still gets killed from it. And Lazy and KSY, they managed to get the first tick down here. Decentra going in for the revive and will just survive that. The Zarya bubble saving him from that Tracer pulse bomb. And they should have this one dead to rights. There, stuck in the back lines. He's going to try and get some damage done, but he's going to get taken down from Jai. And a tick is done, but they still need 2 more. There's 1:50 left on the clock.
Well, like you said, a tick is done, but this fight is still Total Quality's fight. It does the tick, giving away the tick is a little bit sore, but I mean, Ghostly's already 70% to his blade, which he used in that fight, by the way, and they're coming up to the nano boost as well. They already have the Graviton Surge to stop Exil's nano blade, which is coming in now. Nano blade comes in, but he gets 2. Graviton Surge wasn't used originally. Now it gets used, but it only catches Lazy Q. It doesn't really matter. It's just been completely negated. Now the sound barrier gets dropped by Diag, a successful one this time, and it just pushes them over the edge. Here comes the Dragon Blade, doesn't get anything done, and that's going to be the end of the first round. They managed to... it looked so good. It looked so good for Total Quality, and it just didn't work out. I
think they'll still probably be happy with that. I mean, if you're going to lose the first 2, having 1:10 only left is something they'll be pretty happy with. The problem is here and you noticed it from the back, it was actually Ghostly. He had that second Nano Blade, but he went to the back line again, but this time Akna was ready, got the sleep on him, and just knocked him out of the fight. Just as Exel had popped his as well, and he went on site. He got 2 immediately, and then from there it was just picks that they needed there from Goon Squad. They get it down. All of them are dead on point. And then, of course, Ghostly, he tries to recontest, but he doesn't have the Ana with the Nano ready for him to go. He just has to pop it, dive on point, doesn't get anything, he dies, and that's the end of that one. But a minute 10, they'll be fairly happy with that. But now they need to get this and push the other one. They didn't get the second, they just got the second point last time we were here. It took them a while. So they definitely will be feeling like they can do it. And for 2CP, if you can get on a roll and do it quickly, they might be able to get themselves 2-2 and possibly with 3, 4, even 5 minutes. But they've got to get through the first at least after if not the first fight, then immediately after the second.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not they can come back mentally from just that. It was a good hold. You're right. They do have a minute and 10. They brought them down to a minute and 10, which from 4 minutes is great. But you have to be thinking you got first held earlier. Can it happen again? As we see the dive starting to come in now, and it's just a bit of posturing. It's just scouting out, forcing out some abilities if you can. As Toby takes the high ground on the right side, almost takes Akno's head off as a result of it. But he's really not got any contest right now, as we see Diag actually the one to go after him as Ghostly tries to peel for his Widowmaker. The dive now comes in from Mech. He tries to get onto the Lucio, but doesn't really work. Now the bubbles are being used. Dysentery is the first one to go down, actually, though. Casey manages to pick him up. Diag gets Temporalic, and this fight should be over with Temporalic fully going down now. Unless 12 he can pull off some miracle and pick off everyone. He does get the body shot at Akno, but unfortunately, that's just going to be it, as he gets Goomba stomped by Lazy Q.
It's been a really rough one for Dysentery, and I think I thought they were going back for it, but they have just been targeted so hard. And when you're a Mercy, it's always very difficult, because you don't really have a lot to defend yourself. You're just focusing on healing your team, but Goon Squad have just immediately gone after them every single time that they've shown their head. And, well, that's the way you want to be doing it. You want to get rid of the revive, you want to get rid of those heals for at least the close one, and even just that extra damage you can possibly put in. This Mecha Man, he goes diving into the top bit there. He's going to get anti-grenade as his Temp. No one really quite going down there. Mecha Man is going to pop one there. The ult there from Diag is going to keep Goon Squad alive for the time being, and Lazy Q goes after Ghostly and lands it, and now Jai is all by themselves. They get taken down, and the split, unfortunately, they got stuck in the room as well, means that it seems for Qualatron, they're pretty much done for this fight. Again, they're just not quite getting the ticks that they're after, and, well, 158, and they haven't got a tick yet, and someone is stuck around the back. Is that 12y? Is he the one all the way around there? He's just
12's a good soldier.
I don't know how the hell he's there, but he's that actually
coming into this fight. There's 5 ultimates though that you have to be scared of, and he just gets slept. Graviton slurs. The Nano Blade gets nothing. Pulse Bomb comes in. KSY gets 2, and the Nano Blade was completely negated. 12, despite getting KSY, is still all the way in the back line, and is eventually going to go down as soon as they actually decide to fully engage onto him. He actually wanted to sneak out. Can he get out? No! He isn't able to get out, but he will get rezzed.
Yeah, that was...
He went for a marathon run there.
This didn't go quite together. Ghostly doesn't really get what he wants on the Nano Blade, and the ultimate there from Shadow, bringing them all in, and then anti-grenade. Everything's just not working. Exor pops his, and he says, you know what, this is how you do it, Chief. He gets 3, knocks Temp out of Mech as well, as he goes down to Shadow. Akno gets 12. 52 seconds. Is this the end of the All-Stars tournament? It might be here, because unless Koalatron, or Koala T, I must say, get to this point and get it in the next 40 seconds, we're going to be done here.
Yeah, it could be done, but they still have a chance. There's no ultimates on the side of Goon Squad, as we see the self-destruct come out to try and buy some space. They do have the visor. If they can get 12E to the high ground, but no, he just pops it. No, he doesn't. Now he pops it. Now he's going forward. He's trying to get as much work done as possible. They force Shadow into the room on the side. They actually manage to pick him off. Dysentery goes down. Dysentery goes down though, and the beat is used, but it only captures Acno and Diag. Now Lazy Q goes down to Temporalic, and McMahon gets Diag. Joe McFlurry actually goes down to Casey, but Exel goes down on the point to McMahon. We see the Pulse Bomb, used by KSY, but it's not enough. He's not able to get anyone. He does kill McMahon at the last second with just his pistols, but Ghostly manages to get KSY, and now they're going to go on to second point.
Well, they save it, and they keep this one going for the time being. 3 minutes and counting down now left on the clock. But now, Quality, they need to get this done, and they need to get it done right now. Because if they don't, we're going to be saying goodbye to them and saying hello to you, Goon Squad, as your champions. 2 minutes 36. They only have the McMahon ult. Ghostly's close to his as they knock around. Lazy Q trying to be close up there. He gets immediately pushed back to point. He's going to have his. So there's not a lot going on here. And the Nano Blade is ready to go. Exel goes down. This is their chance. Ghostly, he's going to pick up Diag. He needs to get the swings in. 12 will get a Shadow. And now Ghostly's going to pick up KSY. Lazy will at least get a trade onto Jai to keep this one at least close. That's the healer gone. He's going to get pumped back to point, but he keeps getting knocked off. He can't get away.
That is amazing play by Dysentery. Temp.
Koalas pull it back. They had no time on the clock after getting that first one, but yet lead after the second round. 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock compared to Ye Olde Goon Squad with 1 minute 10. And that's what I was saying earlier. If you can get a roll on from the first one to the second, it can work. But that was just perfect timing. They picked up Exel. He was gone. There was no Genji. And then they got Nano Blade together just in time. They put it to good use. They get the picks. I have to say, I mean, if you're KSY and you're the other boys there, that hurts. I mean, Lazy Q, he dives on. He thought he was on point, but they just kept booping him back. I don't know how the hell they kept him off, but they did. And now, it's still on. It is now Koalatron have laid down their plan. They've put it right down in front of the Goon Squad boys and said, you know what, now it's your turn. You show us what you've got, because we're leading this one and we're not going home without a fight.
Yeah, definitely not going home without a fight. I love the determination they had there to be able to get that early pick onto Exel and just switch in their head to just say, this is it. This is where we need to go. This is where we can win this map or get this point. And they do it in one take. That is absurd on Temple of Anubis of all maps, especially as we see Exel actually take a shot from 12 almost straight away. Actually, 2 shots. And Ghostly actually gets the dash in onto KSY. Under a minute now, and there's no Tracer. Are they gonna try and force a fight here, or are they gonna try and back out? As Ghostly's trying to get onto Exel. They actually collapse onto the Genji. Are they gonna get him? They do get him! Can they get the Zarya? The Zarya has quite good charge at the moment. Doesn't seem like they're gonna get it. And it seems like Dysentra is a little bit out of position, but she's fine for now. Shadow was so low.
Well, like 1 HP, he managed to get out of there just in time. That saves them a bit. 27 seconds, this is it. This is the last push here, Ye Olde Goon Squad. If they want to try and get towards this second point, they need to push in now, but they're not going to have any ultimates to do so. Acno might have his blade, but Exel hasn't had any time to charge up his blade, so he's going to be nowhere near that. It's just going to go straight onto someone, and that someone's going to be lazy, but he gets slapped, then woken back up. Torby gets Diag before he can even get near the point. Goes in the back line. Torby on the campfire. Those are the picks you're looking for. He's just getting shots. Temp will get Lazy Q. Exel goes down to Ghostly, and now it seems like they are done on this the second push. It is all she wrote there for Ye Olde Goon Squad. They cannot add anything to what they did in the first round. And now, it comes down to top quality. Have 2 minutes and 8 seconds to get one tick to make this 3-2-1. And well, at this point, Ye Olde Goon Squad, if they can do anything, they can tie it. That would make it still stand at 3-0, but quality, what a fight back this has been. I thought they were done. I thought this was it. I thought we were going to say Ye Olde Goon Squad were the Koalas Esports All-Stars champions, but to their credit, they've fought back after a great push in that second round towards the second point. And now the ball is in their court. They have the opportunity to make this 3-1 and continue this series on.
12 clutched up in that final fight, getting the pick onto Diag, and then getting the really nice close range flick shot onto KSY, who was just trying his hardest to contest him and make sure he wasn't just free firing. That is absolutely insane gameplay from 12, and he's given his team a shot in the dark to win this map and maybe even come back in this series. We're gonna see the same composition come out here. We're gonna see Ghostly on the Genji, 12 on the Widowmaker, and it's up to the tanks and Exel to contest this high ground and make sure that 12 isn't just able to do whatever he wants to do. He needs to look for these shots. He gets Ekno! That is a massive pick! There's no resurrection available for them. The pick is massive. They start getting aggressive now. Exo into the backline, gets anti-netted. He goes down to Ghostly. This map could well be over right now. Just with the pick from 12, as we see the Mega Health Pack get stolen under Lazy Q's nose. Right there. Lazy Q manages to get back though. Manages to get health back from the Mega Health Pack and still stay alive. But Giant manages to get Casey. Mech gets Diag. In this game, this map should be over. 12 yet again finishes Shadow, finishes Lazy Q, the hero of quality.
And we are going to continue in this one. Quality, they fight back from what looked like, well, an unwinnable position. But they pull a rabbit out of the hat. They do what they need to do. It is now 3-1, and Quality keep us going. That reverse sweep could still happen. It is still on the table. And you have to say, fantastic stuff there from 12 waking up at the end, getting those shots in. And I thought it was done. I really did, but all credit to Quality. I mean, they did what they had to do. And all wells that ends well. But now they've still got to win another 3 in a row. And Goon Squad, they'll be disappointed they couldn't capitalize on getting the clean sweep as they probably hoped for after what their captain said earlier in the day. But they'll still be feeling, I would assume, fairly confident they can get this one out. As we move on now to map number 5, which is going to be a choice between... actually, what is the choice for this one? I think we're going back to Hybrid for map number 5. So that means...
You may be correct.
That means there's going to be Blizzard World up next, since Icon World has already been played. I'm assuming that's how that's going to work. And then if Quality can get this one done, we will move on to Escort, which will be either Junkertown or Rialto, which will have to be Junkertown. And then finally Nepal will be the last one in. So
it is.
This is it.
Yeah, it really is. I actually think I think we're going to Nepal first. I think we are going to Control first, and then we'll be going back cycling through our maps. Yes, that is correct.
See. Well,
okay.
That means that it's going to be one big biff to end this one down.
It is going to be one big biff, and for Yeo Goon Squad, after that map, you have to be a little bit scared now. You saw what happened last time Quality had momentum on their side. They just came back and they made sure that they did not lose that game. We could see it again. We could see this happen again. And if 12 is playing like he did on that last map, then Yogs are in a lot of trouble. That's all I got to say to that. As it looks like we will be going into the map now. I'm expecting the same compositions from Quality as they did last time they played Nepal. So maybe some of the double hit scan on Sanctum and then some Farah on the other two maps. From Yeo Goon Squad though, we see KSY going back over to the tank role here and Shadow being subbed out. Do we think that is going to have an impact on the team communication and or game plan?
Look, I feel like at this point they're going to know what each other are doing, that they should be fine with that. I still think Goon Squad are the better team out of the two, out of what we've seen so far. But Koalas, they finally capitalized. They'd had so many rough moments where it looked like they'd won fights, and you look at it, they could be the ones up 3-1, or they could be almost have won this tournament. The amount of things that have almost gone right for them, but as it stands, they still are down by 2 maps, so they've still got a lot of work to do. As it's going to be interesting to see what the compositions are. A bit of a change for the DPS, it's looking like, although it's a good chance that they change around just before we actually start the mate. Lazy hasn't even picked a character yet, but he settles on the Tracer, and it's looking like that's what it's going to be. The Echo, we haven't seen since the first series, going to be coming out on Ghostly there. K9 on the Reinhardt. It's going to be Exel on the Doomfist. We're getting this one early, and they're going to be on the point pretty much immediately here. The old Goon Squad taking control of that high ground. Exel dives in, but Temp says none of that. Gets the hook in. The anti-grenade as well means he is going absolutely nowhere. It's a 5v6 immediately. Akno, though, will get 12 with one of his own there. 5v5 on the point. It's going back and forth here. Both teams trying to go in there. Lazy Q getting a lot of stuff there done in the backline as the Tracer. As K9 gets slept, they can't really get on board with it though. He also gets his shield on back up, and Tamp, he's going to be anti-grenaded. That's going to see the end of him. Mechman does get Lazy Q though, and the revive will come in. KSY though will get Mecha Man while that revive is going on. He gets another one. Jamie is just rushing forward. KSY doing some good work. He will be finally taken down by Ghostly, but he's done the damage. Jay will get 12. Exel will get Ghostly Nest, and now it is just Tamp trying to fight on point. He will go down, and looks like in the back line,
Dysentery is having a 1v1. He loses it eventually, but it was a valiant effort.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, the Mercy can't really beat a Genji in a one-on-one.
Yes, so that fight went on for a really long time, and it's actually allowed Akno to basically build up his nano boost. As we see a pulse bomb just go a little bit wayward, unable to hit the honor on the high ground there. But we see Ghostly coming up on this copy. He may look for a copy on the Reinhardt here and just walk forward. Akno looking for the nano target, I'm sure. No, Genji, in fact, is the copy for Ghostly. And there's the nano boost and the nano blade. The beak comes out as well. There was so many ultimates invested just because the copy was invested. I don't know if I agree with that, Haz. I think that was way too much of an overinvestment. They do win the fight. They do clean it up. But yeah, like I said, it seems like it was an overinvestment on ults.
Yeah, look, you say that, and it's a bit too much. But, I mean, when you're in the heat of battle, sometimes you're just going to pop ults if you feel like you need to do it for it. And it's unfortunate, but they're still going to have K9s. Lazy Q is going to be online pretty shortly. But over on the other side, as K9 calls for a pause, it's going to be Jai, Decentra, 12e, Mecha Man, and Temp. They've all got these ultimates. Also, Ghostly is going to be going back to the Pharah.
Yeah, it looks like it's only a short pause for us. It looks like he's already good. So we will get back into the game plan. But yeah, like you said, there's a lot of ultimates coming up for Total Quality right now. So it should just be an easy fight win here. And if you're top quality, you want to try and save a couple of these ults for the next fight as well. As long as K9 doesn't hit a big shatter here, you should be fine. But of course, there's no shield. And in fact, Corvus on Surge, he shatters Mechman by himself. Huge pulse bomb, 12 gets 4!
Oh, that's enormous from 12e. And that's why you get the Zarya ult together with something. It's either, well, you'd either do a Hanzo, or you might just pop a pulse into a middle and then bang. Bam, wham, thank you, man. That is going to be the point flipped over to Koalas.
Yeah, and just like I said, they saved ults.
Yeah, they've still got 3 ults, so they're looking pretty good, and still nothing on the side of the boys on the old Goon Squad, because K9 invested his in the last fight, didn't really get much. So this fight is going to be pretty rough for them, you'd imagine.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We see the whole hook coming out now from Temporalic, and he's just shredding K9's shield, and eventually takes him down. Mech manages to get Akno, but there's no ult's been invested. There's only been one ult invested. Now we see the Valkyrie coming out as Laser Q manages to kill himself by just jumping off of the edge. Mechman finishes Exel, and Daya goes down to Jai. Again, 2 ults and a fight win. They still have 2 ults left in the bank as well. They have the Pharah ult, and they have the Nano Boost, as we see Lazy Q actually going over to the Widowmaker. He's basically said he's had enough of this Pharah. He's taken things into his own hands. Now, he'll be looking for an off angle.
Because the ultimates together here is probably going to be the Nano Blade and the Pharah, so they've got to watch for it. They go a bit early, but Jai doesn't use it on him, so that's fine. They still keep the Nano Blade available. Ghostly just keeping them blocked in, 67% and upwards. And got to be careful here, but Ghostly's gone after Lazy Q, who's just in the back line there. That's a big pick, 5v6 now. Is everyone really stuck in the back line? Oh, that is an interesting ult there from KSY. It actually is going to do huge damage. He's going to get both. That is so smart from KSY. The Mercy and Pharah both gone, but 12 is going to get the trade on the Acno, and so is Mecha Man on the Exenor. KSY still doing huge work though. He gets Jai pushing in. He is just doing everything in the mode, pushing in with that Zarya boost. Well, just the beam up and going, but Mecha Man's going to get K9. He wants to do something on his wall, but KSY, another pick. This one on the Mecha Man. He's doing big work. Unfortunately, his team isn't really following him because 12 gets KSY and Ghostly gets Lazy, and all of a sudden, they need to get something back on here. It's just Exel on the point. He goes down. They're jumping back on as much as they can. Acno, he can't do anything. And now it's just K9 on the Hammond. He can't do that. And that is going to be Koalas after being down 81-0. They flip it all the way around to 100. And they lead 1-0.
That was really interesting because, like you said, it looked extremely smart. But during that time, while the pharmacy was grabbed, the rest of the team just rushed forward because they knew that Casey would have had to have his full focus on the pharmacy to do anything. And despite his best efforts, it was just the Hog staying on point, staying alive, eventually getting the whole Hog. And then when the Nano Blade came in onto Exel, he just wasn't able to get in because he couldn't get past the whole Hog. And then when the whole Hog eventually got slept, he just couldn't do enough damage to anything. A res came onto the Roadhog, and then it was just over. It was insane. It was an insane fight. It was so messy. And now we see the same composition, basically, except 12 now coming onto the Tracer. It's absurd to me. This composition, though, doesn't really have a lot of point presence, whereas Yale Goon Squad, they're playing the Zarya, they're playing the Moira, never mind, the Moira is dead. The Moira is gone. Ghostly finds the Moira. They were too slow on the rotation. 12 gets absolutely destroyed though by Lazy Q, and now it's just gonna be whoever can get the most spam. There's a Resurrect that comes in onto 12 from Dysentery, but now the May wall is gone. They've lost all their point presence. What are they gonna do? They're surrounded by so much shield damage. Temporalic manages to get K9, and Ghostly kills 4 people in this fight. Can he make it 5? No. Temporalic takes 2 instead. That was a really interesting rotation, especially with Acno getting picked off early. He can't build up the coalescence.
Yeah, and it's really just nice stuff there from, I guess, on Koalas, because they allow the point to be taken over. I think they were fine for that, and what they have here for Goon Squad is definitely something that can get the control of the point rather than looking for like the outside fights. The problem is now they don't have control of the point. They need to try and get back in, and there's just Ghostly up above on that Pharah. That means Lazy has to focus on that. Also, possibly losing Acno early there makes it really difficult. Ghostly gets Acno again. He will get traded out there by KSY. The rebuff might come in for this Sentra, but Lazy was waiting for it. He knew it was going to happen, so him and KSY waited out the back. And you have to say it's a bit of a misplay there from the Sentra. Lazy Q also picks up Mecha Man. Probably will get a trade onto him. But at this point, it's very hard to see the Quadron holding on to anything here. Jai is going to go down to K9, who they were chasing him up top. And now it is just a lowly Tracer running around on point. She can't do anything, and that is going to be the point flipped over after 53% is taken there for the fellas over on Koalas.
Question, how long do you think it would normally take in this composition for a Moira to build up its ult? Because right now, Acno has been in 3 different fights and has not built up the coalescence. He is 80%, but he's just dying so quickly. Whether he's not with his team, not using his fade abilities correctly, or if he's not getting enough peel because the Pharah just is uncontested for too long. Despite Lazy Q's best effort, Acno does actually manage to pick off 12 with help from Lazy Q, and we see the Mayol get used on point. Now it's just going to be rolling over as they get McMahon, they get Jai, and they kill Temp. Exel, big Mayol, and big shots as well, managing to take the Pharah out of midair.
Ghostly had kind of just given up at that point. He tried to get over the top of that building, didn't, and well, Exel was like, alright mate, I can finish you off, no worries. Gets that one done, and up towards 70% they go. Starting to get on pop here, although there's 4 ultimates coming out now for the side of Koala True. Or Koala T, but there's 5 on the other side, so it's going to be one big fight on point, you'd imagine, unless they go and try and go top right. But they seem to be censoring at the moment. And the ultimate from Zarya, a bit early. If they can really pick off it, it might be able to do something. And well, that's why I guess pulled in, he manages to get away. McCree, crazy Q, that's what he's after too. Both DPSs, Ghosty and 12 gone, and now at 93%. They need to go in now. Oh, the Shatter's big as well. The Zarya manages to save a couple, but Agno gets the central. Jai goes down, and now it's Mecha Man gone as well. Temp just needs to try and get towards the point. He will not have the chance. The objective is secured, and it's 1-all. Ye old goon squad, even it up. And this might be the final time we see these two teams as we come into the last one here. The big old temple.
This could be it. This could be the moment that Ye Old Goon Squad secure the grand final and walk away as the victors here. But we could also see even more outstanding play coming from top quality, and we could see them continue the reverse sweep hope as we actually see the ball coming out now from K9 and KSY on the Winston. We've not seen Casey on the Winston yet. So let's see. Mech is actually playing the ball, and we're going to see some hog and ball. We're going to see double hit scan as well with the Mercy Emiata, and both balls just fly past each other. And in fact, the soldier just checks the ball, make sure it's not in its way. Exo on the Farah is going to have a much harder time. Casey just instantly dies, but 12 also dies. Now they lose a lot of pressure on the Farah, especially because Ghostly's trying to push onto the back line. Now Exo gets res, he's anti-nated, gets res, 12 gets res, Exo gets anti-nated, and 12 manages to find the pick-off. And this fight has just been an absolute, really scrappy. It shouldn't still be going as Casey jumps onto the point. Now they're just contesting point. Temporalic's going to wait for the shield as we see 12 get laser Q. Shield goes down. Temporalic is going to be looking for this hook. He gets slapped on point. McMahon rolls in now, trying to get as much pressure onto this Winston as they can so they can finish it off. Exo dumps into the back line, but it just doesn't do anything. Casey now goes in, but they're just going one at a time. There's a big anti-nade on both tanks, and Akno actually gets Tempo. That's not what should happen there. Diag gets Dysentery, and the supports of Ye Old Goon Squad are bringing it back. Dry, though, manages to finish off Diag, and 12 gets K9. Now the fight is still going. This fight is going on forever. McMahon goes down, and it should finally be the end of the fight.
Well, I must say, I don't mind a bit of hog and ball torture, but unfortunately there, for Koala T, they don't manage to hold on to it for too long, just the 13% on the point. As K9 again on the ball is going and making problems, but Ghostly picks up Diag and Temp gets KSY, and that's exactly what they're trying to do there. Lazy will get at least a trade back onto Ghostly in the back lines to make it a 5v4, but they're trying to take this point. Excel's jumping on, but oh, he gets hooked there. Temp is having none of that. 12 gets K9. Lazy Q, few firing shots, but he falls back towards his team, and the point is switched over again. It's been back and forth so far on this final map of Nepal.
It has been very back and forth.
Ticking up.
It has been very back and forth, and I expect nothing less from these two teams at the moment, especially with the way that both teams are playing. We see the Bob come out, and the Nano Visor manages to get two. Lazy Q's just literally running into the backline. Run as fast as you can, Mercy. You're not getting away from him. K9 boops the Bob off the map, and this should just be the instant point take as Diag cleans up with 2 kills.
It's literally just get in the backline and you do the work. Diag also picking up 2 towards the end, which is nice, but Lazy yet. Very good ult. Gets 3 off it, and you'll take that every day of the week. But I mean, on the side of quality there, they don't really invest any ults into that fight, so they still keep a fair bit. They go ahead now, 40-50 now, 50%, and going upwards as this one contested. But Exel, he's going to pop in with the Genji ult. K9 gets the center point, he can do anything. 12 goes down, he's also going to get Jai, who will sleep in before she does fight the mortal grave as Mecha Man and Ghostly decide, you know what, we're going to go for a bit of parachuting, but without any parachutes and straight down into the ground. So that is going to be 70% now, and they've got to get now, quality, they've got to get on this point, and they've got to switch it.
This could be the last fight that we see between these two teams. This is going to be an intense fight. Mech gets slept, but he's fine. Anti-Nade comes in though. Mech is really low. Oh, K9 is hiding behind them right now. K9 pops out now, but doesn't really get what he was looking for. Minefield comes in now for McMahon in the back line, and K9 got slapped in the back line. Exel's anti-nated and half health right now. It's going to be really difficult for him to stay alive, but he does. Temporalic goes down first. Lazy Q has gotten Temporalic. We could be seeing the end here. Jai goes down. Exel with the kill. Despite the res onto Temporalic, he goes down to Casey, uses the primal rage. He gets him off the map. Hexel gets dysentery. This is it. This is the end. Yale Goon Squad will take the final map. We'll take the series, and we'll be your Koalas Esports All-Stars champions.
And congratulations to Ye Old Goon Squad. They get the job done there. Fantastic stuff on that final point, pushing them off, not really allowing Quality to contest much there. And while for Quality, they do come up short in the final. A very good push, and you will see there from 12, probably the play of the game, and it is the play of the game because there it is right on screen with his 4K on the pulse bomb. But it's unfortunately not enough for them, and that is it. It's it. Ye Old Goon Squad, your All-Star or Koala Esports All-Star champions. Just too good in the end, only dropping the one map for the entire tournament. But they did drop a map, so I guess they weren't as dominant as they thought they were. And for Quality, coming from the quarterfinals, 3-0 against NASA, a 3-2 against the likes of the guys over on the Koala Ruse squad. They just didn't quite have the firepower to finish it off against the champs, Ye Old Goon Squad. And I mean, it was a great battle even towards the end, and there's just so many moments where Quality will look on and go, you know what, I thought we had that. I think we could have won that fight. We switched that around. We get that. And the scoreline could be very different. We could be still going right now. But I think Goon Squad in the end, and just the moments that mattered, they managed to put their foot down. They got the kills. They got the ults. And in the end, they are your deserving champions.
Yeah, and we do have to give a shout out to Top Quality. But you know who else we have to give a shout out to? All of these lovely people. Our event producer, KSY, the event coordinators, Casey, KRocket, Corvus, Temporalic, and Sdogga, as well as Sdogga for streaming and providing the awesome music that you hear every time we go into a break. Thank you so much for casting with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you to Temporalic, Shadow, and Sdogga for helping out with the stream technical side. And of course, a massive thanks to everyone who's come out to watch the stream and all the players. Without you, this wouldn't be a thing. So again, a massive congrats to Ye Old Goon Squad, and I believe that's going to do us for today.
Well,
Again,
yeah, I think we're just about done, unless the champs want to come in and have a chat with us. Well, it seems like Durf has just said that apparently they have exclusive rights to the music bots for a month. Well, that's what they believe. So, but all the guys pick up 100 Overwatch League tokens, so I'm sure all of them will be pretty happy to take those ones and spend them wherever they may be for their favourite teams. Even though the Overwatch League is dying, but you know, you can still have a nice skin out of it. You can take that.
Let's not throw shots at.
And I think we are going to have a quick before we do finish. We are going to have a quick chat with the interview here. KSY, the captain. Has moved into the captain's interview, so we'll have a chat with him. Also, Goon. I think all the Goon squad are going to pop in, possibly.
No,
have a chat with, depending on what happens, but it might just be KSY. But yeah, fantastic. We're going to pop in with him now, ask him how he thought that all went, and yeah, just see how it was going.
Oh, he's here. In fact,
there he is. Hello, KSY, my boy. Congratulations. You guys are the champions of the Koala Esports All-Stars tournament. How do you feel?
Pretty good. It's a little bit easier than we expected, honestly. Watching them in their first two matches of the night, they looked a lot better than they actually were. Probably because they were facing easy teams. But you know, they took a map off us because, you know, some random subbed our hit scan onto our main tank. Don't know how that happened, but that's fine.
Well, either way, you played outstanding. You actually managed to play, I think, every role in the game. How did it feel flexing off of your normal role?
Well, it's pretty easy for me as a really flexible, really amazing player. Versus like probably I think the enemy team was like Platinum or something. So, it wasn't really much of a challenge. I even got some Mercy gameplay in there, and I don't think I've ever played Mercy before. So, that was exciting.
Alrighty. Well, again, congratulations to you for winning the tournament, and congrats to your team as well. You did lose a map, like you said. You weren't as dominant as you promised us in our pre-game interview, but you did all right. You did all right. I think that's going to be it from all of us here. Thank you so much, and we will see you for our next tournament.